going to start, I just need to check with our IT team, are the online people on? And can they see what we are saying? Alice, could you confirm with Davis? Okay. All right. Good morning again. I'm Dr. Cornelius Sendagire, and you're welcome to the first Intensive Care Registry of Uganda meeting 2026. And this meeting has been long overdue. We had hoped to have it early or late last year, but we were not able to. But we are glad we are here, and I'll be a little bit of the moderator, and I'm going to take you through a brief introduction to the Intensive Care Registry meeting, mostly. I'll leave most of the introduction to the first talk of the day. So, Dr. Cornelia Sendagiri, and I work at the Uganda Heart Institute as a consultant, and I'm also one of the co-leads for the registry in Uganda. It's a moment worth marking that we are here today, 5 years after we started the Intensive Care Registry. And I think when we started, Adam will tell you the couple of things that we had to go through. But 5 years of continuous data collection, 24 sites to date. Perhaps I could be wrong, but we may be the fastest growing registry in the network, the Critical Care Asia Africa network, and with over 10,000 admissions that are within the registry. This is remarkable data, and nearly 95% data completion. So we want to acknowledge our funders. We started with UK Research and Innovations Fund, and the Wellcome Trust came in as well. And then through the Critical Care Asia Africa network, Rashan Abi and Luigi, who is here today with us, we were able to pull this off. And then, of course, the Ministry of Health, unrelenting support to be able to do this. As the first time, we're having a huge amount of data on critically ill patients in Uganda. And most of all, we want to thank our data collectors, the site leads. You have made this possible. We will not be sitting in this room talking about all of this without the remarkable work that you've done. So what the iCrew set out to do, these were some of the objectives: to implement a national intensive care registry that can be used both at facility and national level to assess, report, and improve the quality of care of intensive care patients. It came at a time when we were having the COVID-19 pandemic, and so it was important that we are able to describe the epidemiology and outcomes of intensive care patients within the country. We had multiple papers before that, as you'll hear later on today. And the final objective was to inform clinical guidelines, national policies and planning for critical care services in Uganda. After COVID-19, critical care became a big deal, and we thank God perhaps for that, that we had continually neglected tertiary care services because we focus a lot more on preventive. And then COVID-19 showed us that we have to care about the entire healthcare system to improve outcomes in our population that is so young and so robust and so healthy. And so the ICRU became the engine to be able to deliver this with 4 interlocking functions that allow us to turn data into better care. And you can see this on some of our posters, but this was one of the key aspects of the ICRU, and map available resources, describe some of the critical care processes, and so on and on, and to the point that we're able to embed or to enable a clinical trial. That's the ARISE trial, was enabled by part of the registry that we used in the ICRU. So today we are going to be looking at data-driven improvement, how we can make things better, and these are some of the talks we are going to have for the day. The inception, Dr. Adam is going to take us through that, and then of course the platform, we shall hear more about how we use it, the amount of changes the platform has undergone to the point that right now I don't recognize it compared to the one before. The dashboard presentations, we are going to have site leads come and tell us, or site representatives come and tell us about their own sites, display what their sites look like. I have never seen some of the sites before. I only know my site, so I don't know the data that come from the other sites. I would like to see that. And then, of course, we shall talk about the ASIOS Uganda. For those of you who may not know what ASIOS is, stay tuned, but it was a study that was done in all of Africa looking at critical illness on the wards that was prevalent and the care that was being delivered, the basic emergency and critical care that was being delivered. Then the epidemiology paper that we wrote about the patients that we had entered into the ICRU at the time, and then the ECLIPSE trial, the Motivate ICU, and then data to decision. We hope that you'll be still here with us in the afternoon, because the afternoon is jam-packed with nice things. The keynote address, the panel discussion, all of that is going to be for us. So, a shared honest understanding of where the ICRU stands today is that it has helped us to bridge some of the gaps that we had and strengthen the data that we currently have, make it potential energy for us to be able to move some of the policies and some of the way we care for our patients. And then, of course, concrete ideas from every site on how to use the data better. So this data belongs to each site. You can do with it whatever you want. You can use it to advocate for improvement of care within your unit, and as far as improving the policies that that are designed for the patients that you care for in your sites. And then, of course, we have to agree that the network is we are still in baby steps, but without a registry and without a plan for the database, we cannot do anything. So here today, we want to make sure that we show you what the registry has done. It wasn't just potential energy that we generated, it was actually to generate kinetic energy to move us from the data that we had to the implementation up to the policy level. So stay tuned. I would like to now invite Dr. Adam to come and take us off with the first presentation of the day to introduce us to the Intensive Care Registry of Uganda, where we started, and hopefully where we shall be going. Thank you very much.
Davis. if I start coughing halfway through, then I apologize. Because that's where it started from. So to avoid us delaying, as the slides come up here, I'm going to start talking. So Cornell started with some acknowledgements. I don't have any conflict of interest to declare, but of course we're very grateful for the funders of the ICU Registry. And also I need to say thank you to Dr. Cornelius, who kindly shared some of his slides. So Alice has suggested that we take some time to fill the pre-conference survey as the slides are coming. I don't know if all of you have received the link, but if you haven't received it, then you look at your name badge and there's a code on the front of your name badge that you can scan with your phone. So if you haven't filled this already, we would be grateful for you to scan the QR code on the front of your name badge and answer the few questions from the pre-conference survey. I can see many of you fill in your survey, so I'm just going to wait for 2 minutes for those of you to finish filling. at the University of Oxford as well. So I mentioned my disclosures and acknowledgements. Cornell, thank you. And I'm going to talk about the changing ICU landscape in Uganda. I'm going to talk about the origins of the ICU Registry, and also going to talk about some of the achievements. So many of you will probably know this better than me. I can hear it echo. Let me turn the volume on here down. The audio visuals are slightly off-putting. Okay, so 10 years ago or 12 years ago, we had very few intensive care units in the country. There was a paper that was published in 2012 by a colleague of ours, Arthur Quizera, and some other colleagues, that showed we had about one functional ICU bed per million population. Only a quarter of those beds were in public hospitals, and there were only really 3 intensivists. The ICUs that were there were run by anesthesiologists, with some ICU nurses, but only 5% of them were formally trained, and our mortality at that point from that study was 40%. So then the next paper that was published came in 2020, led by Patience Atmania, which again described the ICU landscape in the country, and it hadn't changed a huge amount. There were 12 functional ICUs, so a few more functional ICUs, but Uganda's population had increased, and so we still only had 1 bed per million population. Still only a quarter of them were in public hospitals, and although we had a few more intensive care specialists, and we had a few more nurses working in the intensive care units, we still had only a very small proportion of nurses who were formally trained. And then, of course, COVID came. And COVID came with its challenges that we will all remember, because people around the world always try and do the right thing. They like to support care, but it's not always helpful. And so what you think we need maybe not what we actually need. But I think the COVID pandemic had a silver lining, and it really focused the country on the need to improve critical care services. And so there was some work that was done, again by similar names, colleagues that you recognise, that looked at how we can expand critical care capacity across the country. And it looked at all of the different building blocks of what critical care services would need. But unfortunately, building a service like this takes a long time, and there's often this idea that if you put equipment in a place, then suddenly you'll have a service. And we all know, so every regional referral hospital was given a lot of equipment during the COVID pandemic. ICUs were created, in inverted commas, but they weren't actually functional ICUs. But I think the point is that the messaging started to change, and people started to talk about critical care. People started to realise that we needed critical care, and so that's very important. And the numbers of intensive care units in the country have continued to grow. And this is data from Cornell. 25 ICUs. The numbers of ICUs are doubling, which is great. And there's been a big increase in the both the number of public and private ICUs, particularly in private ICUs, and it's supported by capacity strengthening in other areas. And so oxygen is a good example of this. The country now has much better oxygen systems, which of course allows us to deliver critical care much more easily. There are still quite a lot of work to do. You can see that all of our regional referral hospitals, many of them still don't have functional intensive care units. But it doesn't matter how many, how much equipment you have. It doesn't matter all the resources. If you don't know what to do with it, or you don't know where the gaps are, then it's going to be very difficult to improve. And so there were big gaps in our knowledge and understanding of the epidemiology of critical illness, the processes of care that were happening in the country, the resources we have and how they're being utilized, and then what happens to our patients. And so this is where we were able to identify that data was a big gap. And if we were able to implement a registry for ICU patients, then it would be another cog in the wheel, and it would allow us to understand more about critical care and how we can improve. So the aim was to establish a national cloud-based registry that can be used at a facility and national level to understand and improve the quality of care for our patients. And Cornell has shown you this picture before. I think this is important for us just to focus on, because a registry platform is an incredibly powerful platform that can be used for very many things. And I'm going to talk in a bit about its primary role, which of course is for us to understand and improve care in our ICUs. That's for you to understand and improve your care. So it's primarily for quality improvement, but it can be used to support very many other activities. Clinical trials, benchmarking, research, policy decision making, all of those different aspects. So how did it start? Well, we started asking some questions, and of course when you want to do something but you're not sure how to do it, you ask for some help. And you'll see these names come up several times. So Abby and Rashan were the original team that guided us on how we could set up a registry, and they are the leads of the wider Critical Care Africa Asia network, which I'll talk about in a moment. But we wouldn't be where we are now if we didn't have the support from our colleagues and the entire network team that you don't see apart from occasionally on the calls, the monthly calls. The Critical Care Africa Asia network is a network of intensive care registries across the 2 continents, and it's a huge network, and it supports each other. The 18 different countries, we all use very similar or the same ICU registry platform. We can learn from each other, and when you hopefully later when we hear from the Kenyan registry, you'll realize, but very many of the registry platforms have similar challenges that we have, similar successes, and you can really learn from other colleagues across different countries and different networks. And so we were lucky to be included in the Critical Care Africa Asia network and get the support to set up our own registry. So we started in 2020. We actually started, I'm proud to say, we started in Mbali, just with a pilot in 2020. Now there are quite strict data protection laws in Uganda, so we were insistent at the beginning that we needed to have the data stored and hosted here in Uganda. And luckily the registry platform is designed in a way that has security and data protection in mind. So all of you can log in using your own login details, and you can access the data from your registry, and you can benchmark that against the whole of the registry in Uganda, but you can't access somebody else's data, and that's very important. So data ownership belongs to each ICU, and as Cornell said, hopefully you have already been using it and you can do what you want. So the model that we started with is that every ICU has a lead, and then it chooses some data entrants. We could have a discussion here about the model of data entry and how successful it is using nursing staff who are in the ICU already versus using a data entrant, and there of course are pros and cons of both approaches, but the system that we have seems to work reasonably well. And then of course we have our central team that provides the ICU, the IT support for all of the sites. So I wanted to just briefly mention this because it's going to inform the next slide when I talk about approvals, but the core or primary goal of the registry is for us to help improve quality of care And so these are metrics that the registry automatically collects when you put the data in, of course, but metrics on different aspects of our ICU care that you're very familiar with. That if we do them well, then our outcomes of our patients improve. And these care processes and quality of care impacts are things that the registry is designed to support us to understand and use to improve the quality of care. So why is that important? Well, it's quite tricky to get approval for some of these things in Uganda, and so we do two things. The first is that the registry platform has approval as a quality of care registry. It's registered and approved by the SBS REC. We use the data as part of routine care to improve the care. We have a waiver of consent, and that means we renew it every year. It's registered with UNCST, and it allows the registry platform to continue for that purpose. But because it's so powerful and it can support registry embedded research, we have to be careful that the necessary approvals are in place when we want to do research projects. And so every research project that you hear about today undergoes its own separate research and ethics approval process, and has its administrative approvals from each site. So there's almost like a two-tiered approach to approvals: the underlying registry approval, and then any research that's going to take place has to have its own separate review. And that helps to ensure that our participants are kept safe, and it also helps to ensure that our data is protected. So how have we grown over the years? We started in 2020 with one site, piloting for a couple of months, and then at the beginning of 2021, we had two ICUs from Malago join in, and Mbarara and Lubaga. And so we ran for the first year or so with those 5 sites. And then we started to grow, and we have added 7 sites, came on board in 2023. And then when Cornell started the Motivate study, we added some more sites. And you can see that in the last 2025 and in 2026, we've also added 3 more sites in both of those years. And so we now have 24 sites, which is almost every ICU in the country. Not quite, but almost. And I think it's astonishing that in the last 12 months, almost 4,000 patients have been entered in the registry. That's a huge number. And over the course of the registry, we've had more than 10,000 patients in total. So what have the outputs been? Now, I think this is the bit where we've not done very well, and perhaps we need to get better at, and that's describing how we have actually used the registry to improve the quality of care in some of our sites. I know that it happens, and hopefully we'll hear 1 or 2 stories later about how the registry data has been used. But I think we're not very good at just talking about that underlying process where we can use the registry platform, and it is used by the different hospitals to improve quality of care. It's much easier for us to talk about those outputs that everybody sees, and we've really I've split these into 4 different categories, and they're changing all the time. There are some manuscripts that have been submitted or have already been published. We've also been involved in several network-wide studies, and you're going to hear about this later. But I think on the right-hand side of the slide, there are a couple of other aspects of the registry platform which I think are also incredibly powerful. It supports our postgraduate training, some of the MEd theses for our students. I don't quite believe in MEd training forcing our residents to do research, because it takes a lot of effort, and most of them go on and become clinical anesthesiologists rather than academics. Many of them end up not finishing because the research becomes so burdensome. So the registry platform gives us a forum that allows them to do good quality research that can hopefully have an impact, and yet the burden of data collection and running your own research project is reduced a little bit. So that's perhaps an unintended benefit of the registry platform. And then also we have links into the Ministry of Health. We have always been supported by the Ministry of Health for this. And so we're able to use some of the data to go into the policy and planning for scaling up and improving critical and surgical care in the country. And so that's also a powerful output. Now, Cornell asked me to talk about, I was going to just mention this inclusive authorship approach. I think it's important that we hopefully all know this, but I believe strongly, and I think all of us believe strongly, that everybody who contributes to the registry should benefit from the outputs that come out. And so in all of our publications that come from the registry, if you have contributed to the project itself, and data collection or data entry is one component of that, and you review the manuscript and you contribute to it, then you are always included in the authorship. And so very many of you will have opportunities to be involved in publications over the years, and I think that's a very important approach for us and for the success of the registry. So Cornell was talking, I think he was hoping that I would come up with some new projects that will fund the registry for the next 10 years. Unfortunately, I don't yet have I don't have any of those in my pockets. The future of the funding is in all of our hands. Maybe I shouldn't say it's in your hands, because it's also in my hands. We're all in this together. The registry platform is not going anywhere. The ICU registry will continue. We don't have funding after 2026 to pay for all the data entrance, but hopefully we have a room full of 60 motivated people who understand the benefit of the registry, and we will want to collectively continue as we look for ways of supporting the costs that have to be met to keep it going. But certainly the registry platform is not going away. I think one thing that we perhaps could do better is still this idea of how we use our data. I would be interested to know, of all the sites, how many of you meet every 6 months and talk about your data, or every 3 months and talk about your data, or have a monthly QI meeting where you look at some of those quality metrics. I'm sure it's not all of us, and yet the data is there. And so I think that's definitely one thing that we can do better, is to strengthen how we use our data, to regularly improve the quality of our care. And we need to turn all this evidence that you're going to hear today, all this information that you're going to be told, these new things that we're finding out, we need to use that data to change practice. And I think that's the challenge, the gauntlet that's being laid down now, when Cornell talks about the Motivate findings, or when Brian talks about ICOPE, the out-of-pocket expenditure. How are we going to use these results so that we can actually change and improve ICU care in the country? So I'm also going to end on my slide with some extra acknowledgements, because actually we are incredibly proud to say that the Association of Anesthesiologists supports the ICU registry, and without the association we wouldn't have the registry platform, and we haven't yet mentioned it, so thank you to the association and the entire team, as Cornell said, the entire team that makes up the ICU registry, the data entrance, the site leads, our steering committee, and the wider Critical Care Africa Asia network. And it's the technical support team that helps our work. So let me end there. Thank you.
All right, we are not going to take questions yet. So we want to jump right into the next presentation, and that is Herbert is going to come and tell us about the ICU registry platform. He is our IT guy for the registry since the inception, and he's worked on the registry, I think, for the last 5 years. And Herbert, I think having delved into the credentials you now have ever since you started, but I'll leave that to you to come and tell the audience. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. So I've interacted, I think, with most of you here, but you just didn't know the face behind the name. Yeah. So this is the small-bodied face behind the technical support that you've all been getting. So my name is Herbert Kiwalia, and together with Shamira, we'll briefly take you through the Protect platform and how it supports the ICU Registry here in Uganda. So before I start, let me say this. So when we see IT people, this is where we think they've come to confuse us. But don't worry, today I'll not behave like that. I'll keep it simple and understandable. And also, if I mention the term passwords too many times, please forgive me. In IT, passwords are like mosquito nets. Yeah, everyone agrees they're important, but somehow people still don't use them properly. So today I'll focus on a few practical areas: how users log in, how data entry should be done, how access is managed, and the security measures in place on the Protect platform. So the first step is login. So on our platform, users access the Protect platform using their individual username and password. Each account is created based on the user's role and site, so users only access the information and functions that are relevant to their work. So this is very important because the platform contains patient-related information. So we need to know who is accessing the system, what they are doing, and from which site they are working. So we strongly discourage shared accounts. One person should not log in using another person's account. So a good way to remember this: one user, one account, one password. So this supports accountability. If something is entered, edited, or reviewed, then the system should be able to show which account performed that action. And of course, passwords should not be written on paper and placed under the keyboard like some of you do. We should avoid that. So if someone forgets their password, that is where I come in. We can also change their role. So if you also decide to move to another site or leave the project, the coordination team should be informed such that the account can be reset, updated, or even deactivated if you leave. So that's it about the login. So this is one of the most utilized features, I believe, on the platform. And that's the monitoring log, if it's not clear. So the monitoring log lists all the patient records for a specific ICU or unit. And so it helps the team to quickly see which patients have actually been entered, which forms have been completed, and which forms are still incomplete, and also where follow-up is needed. So it's like the first level of validation as for data entry. So the monitoring log basically turns missing data into visible action points. You're able to see entered is the data that is entered is actually the same across all the different sites. So if each site collects or enters data differently, then it becomes very difficult to compare, analyze, or even interpret that data. So each patient record should be completed using one, the correct patient identifiers, admission details, clinical information, interventions, and then the outcomes. And then also data should be entered as early as possible and updated whenever new information becomes available in the ICU. Then also the required fields, of course, should be completed, and then entries should be checked for missing or even duplicate information before submission. And users only see the functions that they need to do their work. For example, a data entrant may enter and update records, while a coordinator may have like additional permissions to maybe review the data, export their data, and do some analysis with their data. So that's role-based access. So it prevents unnecessary access. Not everyone needs to see everything, and not everyone needs to edit everything. So that's why role-based access is very important. Site-specific access means users only access data from their own ICU or hospital. So a user from one site should not have access to another site's patient-level data unless there's a clear approved reason. So, for example, Dr. Cornell works at multiple ICUs, but he's not able to view that data all in one place. He actually has to log in, maybe at the Heart Institute, be able to see the data of the Heart Institute separately from the data in maybe Mulago as well. So that's site-specific access. Of course, for new users, access is created through the coordination process. That means the request should actually be approved, the user's role should be clear, and the site should actually be known as well. Yeah. So when someone changes role, or moves site, or leaves the project, their access should actually be updated or deactivated, and that's what we currently do at the moment. So access control is not to make it difficult, but it's there to protect patients, protect sites, and protect the credibility of the registry as well. Now on security, I'll start with a point that I missed out there. Very important, many organizations host patient-level data, but with the new laws, which is the Uganda Data Privacy Act, we are not meant to actually host patient-level data outside of the country. So as the ICU Registry, we decided to host our registry with a company called Renu. So that's within the country. Their servers are within the country. So that's very important, that to abide by all these new regulations that we have. So the platform has security measures in place, beginning with, of course, with the individual user accounts and password protected access. Each user logs in with their own credentials, which supports accountability and helps track activity within the system. Of course, as I mentioned before, passwords should not be shared. If someone needs access, they should be given their own account rather than using someone else's login. This is important because once passwords are shared, accountability definitely becomes very weak. If data is changed, deleted, or entered wrongly, we may not know who actually did that. We need that trail. So the platform also supports controlled access, meaning that users only access what they are authorized to access. So security here is not about the technology, but it's also about the user behavior. If even the best system can actually become unsafe if users share their passwords or leave their accounts open or even allow other people to use their login. So the message here is very simple. The system provides security, but users also have a responsibility to use it properly. So we have a second part of my presentation, and that will be Chamira, that will be joining us online. Davis? Yeah, so we have Jamira, a member of our team, a partner that will be joining us online. So let's just sort out the technical bit. Maybe later, let me take matters into my own hands for now. It's out.
Hey guys.
Okay, you're able to. Okay. Jamira, can you hear us?
Hey guys.
Great.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you just share your screen
Yes. Yeah, let me just start.
just to confirm that we are able to see?
Yes. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Albert. Shall I take over then?
Yes, please, Jamira. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Albert. So, yeah, as Albert, I think he's introduced me. I'm Shamil Koditili. I work with Luigi, Abhi, and Roshan based in Sri Lanka. I worked as implementation coordinator in the CCA at the beginning of it. I have moved on a bit. I am now playing the role of Chief Operations Officer in the NICS, again based in Sri Lanka. So good to be in your meeting. I'm sorry I couldn't join you personally. Thank you for the invite and thanks for having me. So I think Herbert explained the platform brilliantly and how the current status of it. So I would take over a few slides from Herbert's presentation. I'll cover the compliance and the new updates of the platform and a bit about So that will include the bit about, I think Cornell mentioned in his welcome speech, the platform is now almost unrecognizable from where we started it, because it has evolved, depending on the requirement of the users of the sites, and all that. So that is true. So you will see a bit about it in my next slides. So I'll start with the compliance part, which is what I was going to cover. So when we started the registry, we were adhering to the FAIR principles. That is about the findable, accessible, and interoperable and reusable, a set of foundational guidance established in 2016 to optimize the management and discovery and sharing of the scientific data. However, around 2022, we also acquired the ISO certificate for information security management systems, which is we are now in compliance with since 2022. So it's mostly about the data management and the security of the data. So if you guys have seen the platform, we have added that in the bottom of the screen, you will see that we have added that line saying we are now ISO certified, ISO 27001. That's because we have now acquired the certification for the ISO standards for the information security and the management systems. And that includes the risk assessment, access control, incident response procedures, safeguarding the data, integrity, confidentiality, and that is across the ICU registry networks. And this is also audited annually by the ISO certification body, and we have to submit the reports. We have to submit the incident reports, how we have taken mitigation action. So we do that audit annually, and then we renew that certification annually again. So I think that is a huge plus point from where we started and how we have evolved, and going forward that will continue to happen, maintaining those standards. And also there is another development on the same front, in the ISO front. So until last year, we were in the standards of ISO 27000 2013, and we have upgraded that to 2022 standards now. That is the ISO 27000 2022, which has a bit of restructuring and streamlining of the controls that we have to comply. So basically, mainly they were organizational, people, physical, and technological. And also it has better modernized controls to cybersecurity threats, including the intelligence, threat intelligence, cloud security, and data masking. So again, we are now in compliance with the latest ISO 27001 standards, which happened last year. And I just want to point that out as well. So going forward, we will be up to date on those standards, and we'll be doing the audits as well each year annually, maintaining those standards. The new upgrade. So I think if you are using the platform, I think all of you who are using the platform probably saw me messaging or me on email, and then Herbert and Alice following you up to upgrade your devices. There was an overnight upgrade, and then we have that communication. That's because we upgraded the platform in general to its version 4 now. So even if you're using the mobile application, if you're using the desktop version, whichever you're using, you should be now having the version 4 of the platform. With that platform, some important changes came about. Again, this is part of that evolution of the platform. It is now more streamlined, more efficient in terms of using the server space, being it more in line with the user requirements. So for example, if you can see the first circle or the first bubble, it says the real-time data availability on the data extract and the search function. So this is based on the user feedback we have had for a few years. When you enter the data, usually, and save it and sync it, for you to download the data, you had to wait for 24 hours for it to available in the downloads or the data extracts. That was because we were using the two databases, and then the cycle of syncing between the databases were 24 hours. So every 24 hours it will sync. But now we have sorted that out, or we have improved that we are using a single database now. So the data will be available in real time in the data downloads right after you enter the data on the system. Again, it applies to the search function as well. You can search the data you just entered as well. So that's a considerable step in terms of making the platform more user friendly, fit into the more user requirement. And also we have added the health checks to the application. Auto recovery, the backups are much more efficient now, and also less downtime. So every 24 hours there'll be a backup. So if there are any issues, we will be able to restore the backup, recover the data. So we have made it more efficient from that front as well. And then we have as I said, the efficient use of server space utilization. Herbert may be able to experience this because Herbert deals with the service provider. Herbert can see the utilization of the server space. And also the cost should come down as well, because if you guys have a model that pays as per the server space used, and then that should come down as well because of that utilization, efficient server utilization feature. And then there was another update in the security front. So probably, again, this is a feature you might have noticed by now. You might notice you can't log into the platform. A single user can't log into the platform on two different devices. So if you try to do that, the system will log you out of those devices automatically. So that's again a security feature to avoid any misuse of the account details. I think Herbert touched upon it previously. We do not recommend same login being used by multiple users, or same account being used by multiple users. So to avoid that, we have added that feature because sometimes in our experience we have come across the network. Sometimes the logins are being shared among the users. So that would that would have misleading data in the logs, where we won't be able to say like who logged in and the activity, all that. So we have added the feature to auto log out if a single account is trying to log into the platform in different devices, or even from different locations. So those are the major updates that came up with the version 4 of the platform. Another update that came up, again, we see this as a major step in the direction we are hoping to take the platform. We have added a chatbot assistant to the platform to assist the users in terms of finding diagnosis. So for the moment, it is limited to the diagnosis or the primary reason for admission. It could be diagnosis or it could be operational procedure the patient has undergone. So Herbert and Alice can and bear testament to this. We have had queries over the years on our the registry WhatsApp group, where most of the users are on, where they can't find a certain diagnosis from a patient chart in the ICU. So they see a certain diagnosis, let's say heart attack as a reason for admission on the patient chart, on the physical patient chart. But when you try to record it in the reason for admission, the list that appears doesn't have that option. So what used to happen was the user would flag it on the group. So Alice and Herbert would try to find it on the database. That is the SNOMED database that we are using. And then Alice and Herbert would try to help the user to find the correct terminology for that particular diagnosis or the operational procedure. So to make that process easier and much more faster, we have introduced a chatbot to the system. So you can see it on the bottom of your screen if you log into the desktop version. Also, to point out, at the moment, as we speak, this is only available in the desktop version of the platform, but in a couple of weeks, we are hoping to roll it out to the mobile application as well. So you will have this feature in the mobile application. So you can add your question to the chatbot and ask what kind of terminology can I use to record the diagnosis that is on the patient chart uh, in physically in the ICU. And the chatbot will give you a few options in sequence where the most closest one will be at the top. And then you can consult it with, if you have a clinician with you, next to you in the ICU, you can check with them. Or if you have a clinical lead that, in your ICU you are working with, you can confirm that with him, whether that does make sense to enter that as a reason for admission. I'm sure most of you guys have tried to use this option, which are the desktop users. Hopefully that have returned favorable results to you, making your life easier, making the data entry easier, with less time spent on the data entry, trying to find the correct terminology. So as I said, soon it will be available on the mobile application as well. And again, hopefully that will help you to use the system better. Speaking of future of the platform a bit on the same lines, we are hoping to add a bit more AI to the platform, where the AI will help you to enter much correct or accurate data. So at the moment, we have the validation ranges in the system where, there's a certain range in the values that you can enter. Say if you want to put the systolic BP, that there's a certain range that you can enter the value in. So that's at the moment hard coded. So hopefully we will be able to get some AI support for those and flag some of those inaccurate data as well on the platform as you enter the data. So you don't need to wait for someone from the data analysis to flag it. The system itself will flag it in real time. Hopefully that's the direction we will be able to take the platform. And like Adam says, the platform is here to stay. Whoever wants to use it should be able to use it. Yeah. Shout out to Alice and Herbert. You guys work with the ground teams, connecting with me, and then raising the issues, raising queries, flagging, the difficulties that are faced by the users. We value that feedback. Most of the improvements on the platform are based on that feedback, because the whole point of having the platform is to make it easier for you, not difficult. So hopefully we will be able to continue to do that, and hopefully more sites will join. Cornell, thank you for leading that. Adam, thanks for facilitating that. And thanks for all the sites, who are trying to use the system, and giving us the feedback. Hopefully that is making you see the value of that, having such a system in place. Over to Herbert again.
CKIHK.
Hi everyone, call me Nancy Yotaro, working in pediatric ICU Mulago.
Hello everyone, this is Ruth Nasozi, data entry at Nakasero Hospital.
You can also introduce the young one, but it's okay.
Hi everyone, I'm Nakonyi Susan, data entrant, working with Uganda Heart Institute in charge ICU.
Good morning, everyone. Wevisa Ibrahim, data entrant from Bale Regional Referral.
Good morning, Dennis Sempenya from Platinum Hospital, data entrant.
Good morning, everyone. Buyonje Ian Emmanuel, data entrant, UMC Victoria Hospital, Bukoto.
Good morning. I'm Julius Mbabazi, a equips champion in Nakasero Hospital.
Good morning, everyone. God is good, and all the time. We really thank God for this day. I'm by names of Nawa Sylvia, data entrant, Lobaga Hospital.
Morning, everyone. I'm by the name Dima Innocent, data hospital, data entrant.
Morning, everyone. I'm Naluaza Winnie. I'm not part of the project, but I'm from Mulago.
Morning, everyone. I am Wesonga Sheila, a rheumatic heart disease registry coordinator. I'm not part of the project, but I'm quite interested in learning how the ICU registry works. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Shole Kwesta Majori from Zambia Hospital, data entrant.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ham, Site Lead Entebbe Regional Referral.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sophie Nadunga, data entrant, Kampala Hospital.
Hi, my name is Paul Sentam, data entrant, Mulago Pediatric ICU.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sofiana Mubiru. Benefiting from the project.
I'll give you a Texas greeting. Good morning, y'all. I am from the University of Texas. My name is Shannon Paquette. I am an anesthesia resident visiting at Mulago this month. Not part of the project, but interested in learning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dorothy Turitwenka. I'm an anesthesiologist and delegate from Mulago National Referral Hospital. I mostly work in the operating room, but because we transfer our patients to the ICU, I'm very interested in the ICU registry.
Hello, everyone. This is Keav Hailu. I'm a pedi anesthesia fellow from Mulago, originally from Ethiopia. I'm not just part of the project, but I'm interested in this registry, so I came to be part of you guys.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen Cholava, and I'm a data entrant at Medical International Hospital in Kololo.
Morning, everyone. I am Kawesi Francis. I'm a resident at Makerere University. I'm benefiting from the project.
Good morning, everyone. Henry Livingstone is my name. Data entrant, Nakasero Hospital.
Hello, everyone. My name is Esther Evelyn Atori. I'm a data entrant from Lago National Referral.
Morning, everyone. Semei Mtesasa is my name. I'm a site lead Platinum Hospital and also representing Case Hospital. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shamim Navagala. data entrant, Mengo Hospital.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Mgeni. I'm representing Bundi Community Hospital.
Protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Herbert Goa, one of the data entrants by Regional Referral Hospital. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Michael is my name. Data entrant, Case Hospital.
Good morning. My name is Kizito. I'm a resident and a beneficial of the registry.
Good morning, family. My name is Abala Rosemary, data entrant and nurse from Kawempe National Referral Hospital. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I'm Dr. Jenna Chibuka. I'm not a data entrant, I'm a data generator.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a data entrant, a nurse by profession from Torere Hospital, Kisoro District. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Masava Brian, Registry Fellow, based in Mbale Regional Referral Hospital.
Morning, everyone. I'm called Innocent Robangakene. They call me Ken Chamira. I'm Ken. Yeah, I'm a data entrant from St. Mary's Hospital at Good. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Roswell Koremo, data entrant at CCare IHK.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Kamau. I work with Roswell Hospital as a nurse, and I help with the data entry and that site lead as well.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alice Nwajira, the ICRU coordinator. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Patience Atumanya. I'm the site lead, Kampala Hospital.
Good morning, everyone, again. My name is Adam Hewitt-Smith. I'm an anesthesiologist. I'm the site lead from Mbale Regional Referral Hospital and also one of the national leads of the registry platform.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Arthur Mwanje. I'm the site lead, Medical International Hospital.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Nansu Gafiona, anesthesiologist from Uganda Cancer Institute, a site soon to be part of the registry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Amel. I'm a bioethicist from Makerere University and also from School of Biomedical Sciences Research Ethics Committee. We approved this project. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ewan McClellan. I'm a doctor from the UK. I'm here with the Cambridge Global Health Partnership as part of the SCALE initiative. I look forward to working with many of you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Dr. Charlotte Aguti Ongom. I am the site lead of Bundi Community Hospital.
Protocol observed. Dr. Agreli Bikire, anesthesiologist intensivist, Kawempe National Referral in Zambia, St. Francis Hospital.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alupo Mata, Black National Referral Hospital.
Good morning. I'm Luigi Pisani from Italy, so buongiorno in Italian. And I'm co-lead for the CCAA network, working with the team from many years. It's great to be here in presence.
I suppose I should also use my local language. Mwasuze Mutia. My name is Mary Nav Kenya. I'm the current president of the Association of Anesthesiologists of Uganda.
And I suppose I'm here as to represent the important stakeholder that the association is.
Thank you very much. I hope that you all now have an idea of who is from where. So at this point, I think we're supposed to have, Herbert, do you have the pre-survey results, the pre-meeting results? Okay, we can present them later. So let's start with the next session, and then Herbert will tell us what you've all entered in your pre-survey. But the people supposed to be online to introduce themselves. We needed them to let us know who they are, where they're coming from, and then we can proceed with the site presentations. Is there anyone online? Okay. All right. People online, I'll just call out your name. You can put your video on and tell us who you are and where you are and how you're related to the registry. So Daphne. We can't hear you, you're muted. Daphne, you're muted. All right.
So, yes, I'm definitely okay. I'm a very interested person in the work that's going on, not directly involved in terms of ICU work. Currently in Cambridge, UK, for my PhD. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Daphne. Daphne helped us get the ethical process going. Yeah. I think the next person is Dennis.
Thank you.
Dennis, are you there? He looks like a military man from that image. So maybe I'll move on for the sake of my life. Dennis Kakaire is an anesthesiologist. He's the site lead for Lubaga Hospital. All right, Mildred, are you there?
Hi, Doctor. Sorry, I won't be sharing a video. My name is Mildred. I work at CMR. I'm a site data entrant. Thank you.
Thank you for logging on. Isabella? Are you there?
Hi, everyone. Dr. Isabella Pierre. Listening from Kabul University, and we hope to join the registry very soon. It's been a process.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Isabella. We will be welcome to join the registry. Grace? Grace, are you there? I think Grace is the site lead with forgetting the site. But she said data entrant. I'm forgetting the Mbarara, yes, Mbarara. Nachanzi Caroline, are you there? The likelihood that they're doing clinical work while logging in is high. And Dr. Mitchell? Yes, Dr. Mitchell. Nice to see you. You can unmute. You need to unmute first. Dr. Mitchell, you need to unmute. Dr. Mitchell, you need to unmute. Sorry, we can't hear you. You've not yet unmuted.
Now is okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm Dr. Michelle. I'm from Cuba. I'm an anesthesiologist. I used to work in UNC Victoria Hospital, but I'm in Spain. But I'm so happy to continue here in that group.
You're welcome. Dr. Mitchell was the site lead.
Thank you.
At the time we had the registry at UNC,
Yeah.
and it continues. Thank you. Thank you for helping out. And
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'll hand it over now to Adam to handle the next session. So we'll have site leads or site representatives.
Great, thank you, Cornell. So we're going to have 5 talks from 5 of our sites. They're each going to just tell you a little bit about their ICU. We're going to start with Mbarara, and it's a pleasure to welcome Felix, who's going to come up and talk about the ICU in Mbarara and also the ICU Registry. I need some help from an IT expert. Swap over the slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adam. Good morning, everyone. My name is Felix Magala. I am an anesthesiologist, and I'm here representing Mbara as a site. I work directly under Dr. Joseph Chwanka, who is the site lead. So I'm representing him here. I'm here just to give us a little bit of what happens in Mbarara in terms of the registry. We are privileged to be one of the very first sites that has been taking part in the ICRU. And like I mentioned, under the leadership of Dr. Joseph Chwanka, but then also most importantly, with a team of data entrants. That's Carol and Grace, and like you also, they are online. Though like Dr. Cornell mentioned, probably doing both the clinical aspect and trying to be part, that's why they're not here. Yeah, from the introduction, I realized that we are an international group here. So that's why I decided to give us a brief overview of Mbarara, to just know partly what happens and where it is located. So it's the Regional Hospital is a tertiary institution, and it's located in southwestern Uganda. And in that region, it's, I could say, the biggest hospital. So it has the biggest catchment, both from the western region, the southwestern region, and also from the neighboring countries, Rwanda, DRC, to mention, but a few. But then also, most importantly, it's a teaching hospital from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So everything just works hand in hand. And in terms of volumes, like I mentioned, it's being a regional catchment hospital, the volumes are quite big. And like we can see, annually we have approximately about 120,000 outpatient visits. This data has ever since changed over the years because of the increase in services that are provided and also increase in the specialists that are in the unit. And then also having quite a number of inpatient admissions. Now, why am I giving this information? It's very vital for our registry and also for the reason why the ICRU exists, because you're going to realize that the patient numbers in regard to the ICU capacity is very interesting when you look at the ratios. Yeah, so after understanding the volume of patients annually, I would love to mention that the hospital has an 8-bed capacity ICU, and we'll know that this is a mixed ICU. We handle both pediatrics and adults, and then also both medical and surgical cases they are in. And then also 8 major operating theaters. And also, as I proceed with the presentation, you understand why I'm mentioning the theaters. I just tried to get us a bit of an outlook of how the ICU is. Just a few really pictures, but I'll explain them for us to understand. So it's an 8-bed capacity ICU, and the setup is just like you can see in the images. Every patient has their own room, sort of like an enclosed setting. like we can see in this. So this is how every room is, and there are 8 of those. And inside the rooms, it's a setting such as that. So being an 8-bed capacity ICU, of course, the capacity to have all the 8 patients on board changes with the functionality of equipment, a few of those other dynamics like we all know. Yeah, this is also just to give us an outlook of basically how the unit seems like. So we have 4 rooms on that side and 4 rooms on this side. And of course, the central monitoring unit. So this, as a hospital, I mentioned it's a tertiary institution and also a teaching hospital. So because of that, it's privileged to have a couple of specialties that come in to work hand in hand with the anesthesiologists. I point out basically neurosurgery, a bit underlined, also because of a particular reason that I'm going to share as I proceed when I get to a few slides that have the dashboard concerning Mbarara. So this is the most important slide for this presentation. So I'll draw attention to it. And I'll just trying to share the impact that the ICRU has had towards the ICU in Mbarara and towards the functioning of the ICU. One has been improving data collection and monitoring. Before the registry started in Mbarara as a hospital, of course there was data that the institution had, but most of this data was in words. You didn't have anything to point to. But right now, at least there is figures attached to it, and you're able to, when you log into the registry dashboard, you're able to see what activities are happening. And that is why I'm able to actually stand here and mention to us that you can know total admissions in AR, at least for the ICU, what conditions are the patients having. But then also, most importantly, the ICRU has enabled our ICU to be able to, you can benchmark against other ICUs, the functionality, how we can able to compare our functionality with all the other ICUs. And for those that have been able to access the dashboard, you know that there's always, how data is set out is you look at your ICU and then other ICUs. So you're able to compare and know how systems are working and how you're doing. And that sort of like helps you to determine areas of improvement. And of course, most importantly also is monitoring severity of illnesses and patient outcomes, also or being able to predict outcomes of the patients. This also is embedded within the data that actually is collected in this project. Most importantly, identifying major disease burdens. Now, this I'll talk about why I underline neurosurgery. You remember in my previous slide. For example, for Mbarara ICU, you realize that actually most of the patient inflows is from theater. Okay, that's why I mentioned that about the number of theaters that we have, and also the different specialties that actually function with the theater. So most of the patient inflows comes from theater, just like this slide will indicate. You may not be able to see, but this is just part of the data that we were able to use as a site from the registry, from when you generate the PDF and download your data as an individual ICU. So for Mbarara, this may not be so clear, but the operating theater actually feeds the ICU much more than different other units. And when you look at all the other ICUs, it's actually something that is similar all around. Yeah. And then also, so neurosurgery is one of the disciplines that actually feeds most of the patients in the unit. And one of the reasons we think is because, of course, being a catchment hospital, like I mentioned, the large catchment area, most of the neurosurgical cases will end up being referred to the hospital. And most of them definitely come in quite late because of the distances. So you find that the patient comes in, they have the surgery, but they'll need really ICU to enable them in their recovery. And the different other impacts, for example, supporting quality improvement in the ICU. As Mbarara, what we do, we always have, we've had about, initially we started with one evaluation meeting a year, then we went to 2. And in these meetings, we sort of like this, so we generate our data. And it's from this point that I want to appreciate the IT team, Herbert, because we always, and the leadership, because we always get in touch to make sure that we have data for the site. And this data is discussed with the ICU staff. Okay. And of course, the hope is that this will be able to to identify gaps and sort of like find ways to fill the gaps. So the registry in itself, for example, there's a point that one of the data entrants actually raised an issue of how come we're not having, the clinicians are not setting target trusts for the patients, okay? But how did she come to find that out? It's because of the data that is collected. And from that, we're able to encourage different clinicians, you know what, when you're doing your reviews, have a target trust. Have your RUST, the patient has, but then also have a target trust. Things like DVT prophylaxis. It may be easy, it may sound weird, but it may be easy to actually make your management plan and forget a few key areas. But now for us as a site, it's from the registry data that we're able to identify those gaps that maybe we're doing, but in terms of percentages. Just to try and wind up because of time, I just put a few slides to sort of like give us a bit of how we're able to generate data as a unit from the registry dashboard. Things like knowing the reasons for ICU admission. And like I mentioned, of course, neurosurgery for us contributes quite a bunch. When you compare to other ICUs, when I was checking, this is data from 2025. So this, we got all our 2025 data. And from most of all the other ICUs, I think it's sepsis that comes as number one. So we're able to identify some of the differences and maybe find reasons as to why. And of course, I mentioned things like target trust. So when that was identified, these graphs basically show us how we're doing this ICU, that's Mbarara, compared to all other ICUs. And from that, we're able to generate areas of improvement, discussions with clinicians. The plan is to actually have 3 monthly meetings. So we generate our data, and every 3 months we discuss and see progress. How are we moving? Yeah. This is also in terms of spontaneous breathing trials. There are so many aspects, like we all know, that we can generate from this project to actually guide improvement in our ICUs. Yeah, so from this point, I would love to still acknowledge the leadership of the ICRIU. Thank you so much for bringing this project, because as Mbarara, it has been of benefit, like I've mentioned, in terms of quality improvement, and definitely also the for the great work. Most importantly, the site lead, Dr. Chwanka Joseph, and then also the data entrants, Grace Kechirunga and Karona Chanzi. These two ladies do a great job to make sure that is entered.
Okay, great. So next we're going to move to Mbali. And it's a pleasure to
Morning. I am here to present Bioregional Referral Hospital as one of the sites on presenting on behalf of the hospital. Thank you. So, it's important to note that Bioregional Referral Hospital is a government-aided hospital. And it's one of the 24 sites that is in the registry. And we are serving over 4.6 million people in about 16 districts in eastern Uganda. This is a big population, but because of the ICRI, we have been in position to reduce the mortality despite the big catchment area. This hospital started in 1924 as a health center SAL center, and it has grown to 470 bed capacity. But however, not until March 2019, when critical care services started in the hospital, which was initiated by Dr. Adam and Matthew. These people were on placement, and they identified the need for critical care services. So this is part of the team that work in the ICU. As we go on, we shall see the setting. We see that being one of the training hospitals that is covering, that is surrounded by many training schools, including one of the public universities, Uganda University. It has 4 anesthesiologists and 7 nursing staffs. And out of the 7 nursing staff, most of them have trainings in critical care, with 1 nurse with a specialty. Sorry, the slides have gone off. Okay, thank you. We also have anesthesia students from Uganda University. These ones really play a very good role in bridging the gap in the provision of care to the critically ill patient, since ICU is a team work. We also have surgeons who are 4 in number, with residents and medical officers, and the junior house officers who are on the unit 24 hours. Currently, this is how the current HDU ICU of Mbale is looking like. It's a 5-bed capacity, but we are in position to intubate and mechanically ventilate a maximum of 3 patients as per now. But a bigger future ICU will be in position to have 20-bed capacity, which is in few years' time. So, as I mentioned earlier, the ICU HDU, we have a 5-bed capacity. And we have been previously been able to ventilate 2 patients, but we got also a pediatric mechanical ventilator. So currently we can intubate and mechanically ventilate 3 patients. It's also important to note that dialysis services are also available in the hospital 7 days a week. And this has really helped to reduce the rate of mortality and the financial constraints to the patient who need constant referrals to Chirudu and Mulago. Now, which kind of patients are admitted in the ICU or HD of Mbale? We mostly admit postoperative patients of all age groups who meet admission criteria. And the admission criteria here, we talk about any patient who scores ASOS above 10 qualifies to be admitted in the ICU or HDU, because these patients are most likely to deteriorate. 2, any patient who has a GCS of less than 8 is admitted for airway protection, because you realize that a patient of GCS less than 8, they may not be in position to protect their airways. Then, besides the postoperative patients, since it is a general hospital, since it is a general ICU, we also offer services to the obstetric mothers who may be having complications and they need any support in regards to the ICU. Pediatric and medical admissions are rare due to bed capacity, but we are glad that as time goes on, the bed capacity is going to increase, and these people shall benefit from the services. So this is the current ICU. It is still in progress. If it happens to be completed, it will be a 20-bed capacity, and what we are seeing shall only be housing the ICU, not the HDU. HDU will be in different wards. From some of the data that the team managed to extract from January of 2025 to December, we realized that we had a total of 299 patients admitted, and out of this, 60% of that, of 299, were male. And this could be attributed the fact that since male have a poor health-seeking behavior, some of them come to the hospital late, and when they are worked on, you realize that they are in critical condition and end up consuming much of the resources. Yes. And out of this, the age group of 20 to 40 years had a percentage of 29%. It's a young age, so we realized that these ones also benefited a lot. But out of the total, we are able to have 49 patients. These people, this patient, the 47 were mechanically ventilated, so which represented a percentage of 16%, which is far below the average, but at least it is significant. That shows that we are making use of the service. And around 21% passed on. So we were in position to save 79%, which is a plus for the team. That's what we managed to extract. But in the introductory part, we say that most of the patients that we are admitting, they must have undergone surgery. The priority is given to those ones to prevent the complications, although other types of patients can benefit from this. So what experience has the team gotten with working with ICRE? So it's important to note that ICU is a marathon and a sprint. So marathon because when you are working in ICU, at the end of the day, you go back when you are really tired, but it requires a lot of endurance. But again, you don't go back the same because there is a life which has been saved. And besides that, as a team, we have been in position to gain clinical and technical competence, because as opposed to other patients, an ICU patient really needs constant taking of vitals and documentation. As someone was saying that they are here as generators of data, we are also telling you that the data entrants who are also serving as nurses, we are also generating data because we are constantly taking vitals and recording it. Then because of many machines, the ventilators, the patient monitors, we have been in position to gain some experience on how to operate some of them and interpret. And by so doing this, we can be in position to identify deteriorating patients quickly. Secondly, emotional and psychological dynamics. ICU is so draining. Each and everyone, the ones who are taking care of the patients, even the caretakers and the patients themselves, they have emotional distress. So it has really taught us that we are working with people who are not having only the condition that they are having, but they are also having fear of the unknown. So we have been in position to control emotions. We talk to them, family conferences, and by so doing this, we have gained skills. Then communication and environmental reality. It is a teamwork. So when I am a nurse, I have to advocate for my patients as well as collaborating with other team members. So as an experience, it becomes very easy for me to break the walls that may hinder my communication with other team members. Then professional career and launchpad. Yes, we have not just been data entrants, but we have been in position to build our career basing on what we are generating and basing on different people that we meet along the way. Even now here, I'm sure we are not going to go back the same, having come to this environment and brought out what is happening in Bali. So I, on behalf of the data entrants of Mbale, we are grateful for ICRIL because we have not remained the same. We have gone 1,000 miles by doing some extra work outside our nursing duties. Thank you for listening. I also add my voice on appreciating the team that has been there to generate data, to enter data, the sponsors. You have really done a good job, not forgetting our team leader. Thank you so much.
Albert, great. Thank you very much. I think we're going to move to Malago next, and Esther is going to talk to us about Malago.
Hello, everyone. Once again, my name is Esther Evelyn Atori. I'm a nurse from Mulago National Referral Hospital, a critical care nurse with that humble background. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm humbled to introduce the team. Proudly, as they say, the data generator. I'm under the leadership of Dr. Jen Nachivuka, who is by the titles, and she's our Dr. Head ICU. Then also in leadership of the Senior Nursing Officer Critical Care, Matron Martha Lupo. She's unwell there. She's our site leader, and she's the nurse in charge ICU. Two data entrants, that's Dr. Israel, I don't know whether he's in the house now, with myself as also a data entrant. Briefly, that is how beautiful that's how beautiful the Mulago National Referral Hospital is. That is the spring court of medicine. We all know that. So that's how beautiful it is. And that is our ICU. I just took one view, but it's two-sided. That's how it looks at, like from one side with the hardworking nurses around there taking care of their patients. We have the central station in the middle there with central monitoring, but I didn't, time given is little. I never wanted to have most of the pictures. Generally, by description, Mulago National Referral Hospital is a general adult ICU that I'm representing with the biggest public ICU with a bed capacity of 27 beds. However, we are operating mostly at 12. You know all the hiccups and the bottle tops that we get as a public hospital. I don't need to drill on that, but one of them to talk about is human resource. This is majorly a referral from across the country, the private and the public, the Mbararas, the Mbales, the previous presenters. They have few capacities, so they refer to us. So we are burdened as such. It is an out-of-pocket payment with subsidies. You may wonder, this is a public, I'll put it there, subsidies. You know how expensive an ICU is when it comes to its consumables, the maintenance and everything. We also have a waiver provision. So don't say government, why not this? An overview about ICRO. It has been in existence since in COVID era. We started in 2021, that is after the first site, that is in Mbale. Then they enrolled Mulago to date, and we have been running such projects. We started with Protect, there's FLAID, ICOP, all that has been in place, and we are still running the project. What does this mean to us or to the site? We had a great experience here. Both always in a learning, you will always have the positives and the negatives, but always there's a leeway to handle things. So on a positive note, we have gained a lot of knowledge and skills in this data kind of entry. Here, skills and also the burdens, which kind of patients are we handling? This prepares us, allows the team to know when it comes to logistics and other aspects, to know really what should we do. So this has brought an insight on this. And also being a nurse, you know, most nurses are here. Always data is our challenge, and research, we have to admit this has been a challenge. But just know, I'm part of that crew. You saw my credentials is just because of this. It has really helped me a lot. So this helps us also to analyze, as I said, an application of data. Just as I summarized, what does it take? What does it inform us as an ICU, as the biggest ICU, when it comes to decision making and other things? Also understanding the structure of itself, the structure of the data. That also brought what? Brought knowledge in that. Social networking. Who knew I would meet you people? It's just because of this study that I can say I became an international nurse, because I would ask across, locally and across. So thanks to the project. Then also details, attention to details. You know, we love shortcuts. But knowing that this data informs and helps us bring out what we really want, you pay to details, you get to know what it all takes to have, I can say, the resilience and the accuracy of having this data done, such that tomorrow when analysis is done, it helps the country and also other countries that are struggling with critical care. Wow. I'm too soft. I think the button is hard for me. Someone to help. Just fell. Oh, okay, I can just use the, yeah. As I said, in everything, there are always challenges and the positive part of it. But I don't want us to dwell here. This project came from far, and there are so many modifications that have gone on, as earlier on highlighted by the previous presenters. At first, initially, it was a complex system where we had so many things to enter, and being a government hospital, you know, there are so many things that are not done, like labs, daily labs. So all that was needed until now we found out that the system is so friendly. We are able to handle it. We are used to it. But at the beginning, it was really tough. Then also the network issues that would affect the synchrony of data. Me, myself, I'm a nocturnal person because during the day I try to run so many things to drive, to develop myself and also do what I'm required to do as a government worker. So I burn most of my nights, and you find that the network puts you down. You've really spent the whole night sitting down to do your work. In the morning, you realize that your data was not scrutinized and you've lost it. And that was at the beginning. But just as they've told us now, things move very well. Then also previously, it was cumbersome to discharge the discharge process of patients in the project. Remember the data entrance, we all know that before ICU is never the final discharge point. You step down, you take to the wards. And we used to have what we used to have as hospital final discharge. And you discharge from ICU, transfer to another ward, then you have to follow up for the outcome in the ward. So with the burden or with the issues of hospital documentation, you may even find that this patient was not captured. But for you, you're looking for the outcome. Then you have to call them because you have your numbers. You call them and you're like, you don't know whether the patient left the hospital alive or dead. But you call, oh, remember your nurse Esther? I'm trying to follow up on our patients. Then to maybe a regret thing. Oh, the patient died. Why are you reminding us this? So that was one of the challenges that we used to face. Then also the expensive bandwidth that is on data. You can sit there and your data runs out so fast, and you know what, you want to do your things and you only realize that you're used or you're bundled and you're still working and you've lost what you entered after your data. Then loss to follow up patients due to the manual record system, just as what I explained, that you may lose out. Then you're forced to call because you have their numbers and you have to call them to find out and have a final discharge. And that used to have like for a long time, your registry would be crowded. You've not discharged your patient to have a few, but we thank our facilitators. Currently, you discharge a patient from ICU, and it's a smart thing, and it is easy to. And it also helps us to know that at least we discharge patients alive from ICU. But before, because you're following up to the ward, most of the discharged patients would be the ones who are passed on. And you would look at your data and say, do we only lose patients, so we also discharge them alive? So that's what there's this side that without data, you're just another person with an opinion. So with this data, it informs us, gives us the information, and we are able to translate it into you. It starts as the broader thing. You can interpret it in so many ways. You can also have the dots as the scattered thing, that is data which is scattered, and later on you get yourself in the uphill after analysis. Oh. A big thank you.
Great, Esther, thank you very much. Well done. And next we're going to move to Lubaga, and Sylvia is going to come and talk to us about Lubaga.
Good morning once again. I'm by now Queen Sylvia, a bachelor nurse and a critical care nurse, as well as a ICU data entrant. A lot has been said, and because of time, I won't say a lot. So we are under the lead of Dr. Kakaili Dennis as our site lead, and we are two data entrants. That's me and Chiria Joshua. So Lubaga Hospital ICU started operating in 2019 we are having 2 rooms for possible patient admission. That is a general ICU with a 5-bed space and an isolation room for only one patient. Over time, we've improved in terms of quality of care. That is when we joined the ICRU, and we are very glad. So in July 2021, we are glad that we joined the ICRU, and we've continuously participated in ICU data collection and quality improvement initiatives. To inform you that we use that data, and we are currently accredited international-wide because of the ICRU data. So it has strengthened patient outcome monitoring and benchmarking, as the previous speakers have been saying. So it has also enhanced the multidisciplinary collaboration and evidence-based decision making, because we try to involve the top management. Our experience working with ICRU, it has improved documentation and data accuracy in ICU practice. We normally refer to the data from the ICRU, and we were able to develop a committee. We have a WIT committee because of the ICRU, whereby we normally sit quarterly and we see how we've improved. So we've enabled tracking of ICU performance indicators and patient outcomes. That is to, as I've told you, we use the data to develop the indicators, the quality indicators for ICU. We developed 4 of them using the data from the registry, and at least one of it we've achieved it, the VAP. We've really achieved it. So now we are going to the clubs, the central line associated infections. I think in case we happen to have another meeting like this, we shall be improving, because at least the teams normally sits quarterly to see if we are improving. So it has supported in research, audits, and quality improvement projects that we've said. We've developed many journals, project journals from the ICRU. So it has fostered teamwork and continuous professional learning. For all data entrants, you all know what is going on in the system. So we pick up where we are not doing well, and then we have a CME about it, and then we improve. And I think we've contributed to a better critical care delivery in Uganda. Among the PNFP hospitals, Lubaga is one of them, providing at least quality care, critical care. So that's all, and we are still committed to excellence in critical care and data-driven practices. An applause to all our facilitators and all the leads for initiating us under the ICRU. Thank you so much. Feel at home.
Great, Sylvia, thank you. Excellent timekeeping as well. She deserves another round of applause for that. And it's a pleasure to introduce Ruth, who's going to come and talk about Nakasero. After Ruth, we're going to have a couple of minutes for questions. So if any of you have burning questions, write them down, and you can ask after Ruth has talked.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm called Ruth Nasozi. I'm from Nakasero Hospital. I'm a BSN nurse, critical care nurse, and I'm currently the supervisor ICU Nakasero. I'm here with my team. Our site lead is Dr. Lamek, who is sick and not able to be with us, but he sent a representative, that is Julius Mbabazi. He'll talk to us later. So I'll start with a presentation. I'm going to be as brief as a skirt. So Nakasero Hospital has a critical care unit, which is the best ICU in the country. I'm proud to say that, as you're going to see. So team introductions, like I said, Dr. Lamek Semo Ogedele is our site lead. and the data entrants, we have Naso Zeroth, myself. We have Serada Henry over there. Then Babazi Julius, he's also there, and Nabatanzi Fahima. We've been working with this team since we joined the iCrew, and we've been really working together on all the projects so far. So about our critical care unit location, we are located on the first floor of the Western Wing, because when you look at our hospital, we have the Eastern Wing and the Western Wing. So we are on the first floor, Western Wing, and we have a bed capacity of 12 beds, which are fully ICU. So we are able to admit 12 ICU patients, because they are all well equipped. Our coverage, we are always covered by an intensivist, both for day and night shifts. These work hand in hand with the residents, one during day and one in the night. So you see, when you come to our ICU, you're in safe hands. They're always there. It's open 24 hours. And our staffing is also good. I work with a team of 57 critical care nurses. I have 6 nursing assistants. I have 2 receptionists. I have 2 billing officers. We have 2 customer care. We're all self-contained. They're like critical care based, not hospital based. So our staffing is really good, and that is how we work. So as you can see, that is our ICU. And in the ICU side, we have 7 ICU beds. We have an isolation room. It is captured here, if you can see, it's in that cubicle. And then also the HDU side, there are 4 beds. So 7 ICU, 1 isolation room, and then 4 HDU beds to make a total of 12, but they're all ICU capacity. So iCrew, we joined iCrew in July 2024. We started with Motivate, which we did successfully, then moved on to ProFluid, and now went to ICOP. We're still continuing with the registry. Experience working with it, we're able to form new relationships as we're all here. I've formed new friends, and this has been continuous, because wherever you go, at least there is networking, which is really good, and that has helped us a lot, professional-wise and personal-wise. And then the second is we've gained exposure to different aspects of life. We've looked at different perspectives, how people do their things in their ICUs, and we've been able to copy and transfer some of them to our ICU to make it better. Then we've also improved on our technology and the knowledge that we use to work on clients. Then also the motivation. Data entrance here, we all know we are beneficiaries of the project, so that is also an important thing. And then it has also motivated us to work for better patient outcomes. Like, you have that love to do better such that your data improves. You see, you were at a hospital acquired infections of 20%, and you want to see it go down to 1%, so you work harder to achieve that. Then we were also to establish a register. Originally, we had a data set, but it wasn't capturing the data that we are capturing with the register. So on the establishment of the register, we are able to gain data, which we use to benchmark and compare patient outcomes between different units, different ICUs, and also how we were and how we are. Then it's also used as a quality improvement tool to see what we can improve as we analyze our data and do the continuous improvement plans. And we have been able to create protocols, different protocols, ICU protocols, to help in the service delivery to our patients. So we are glad we joined the iCrew. As you can see, one of our nurses taking care of a patient. Thank you so much.
Right, Ruth, thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Brian, who's going to field the questions and then introduce the next speaker.
Hi everyone. As I earlier on introduced myself, I'm Brian Masava, Registry Fellow. Thank you very much to all the site representatives who have presented. We shall take a couple of questions, maybe 1 or 2, before we go to the next presentation. Questions? No questions? Okay. Looks like we are all very happy with what has been presented. So the reason we are all here is because we are all directly or indirectly involved in care of patients in the ICU. No one has come here because of patients elsewhere, but it's because of care of patients in the ICU. Previously, we have been looking after patients and no one really knew the outcomes of our work, what was happening to the critically ill patients. So our next presentation is going to be ACOs in Uganda, and the presenter is Dr. Hewitt Smith Adam, anesthesiologist by regional referral. You are welcome, Dr. Adam. I know you're going to complain. Dr. Adam Hewitt Smith is his name.
I have no complaints, but I also couldn't introduce myself. So now this is not directly linked to the registry, but I thought it's an important forum for us to learn about where our critically ill patients come from. Hopefully the slides will appear on the screen in a moment. So I want to just talk about a couple of patients. So the first patient is Maria. She's a pregnant mother. She's at term, and arrives at the health facility unconscious, presenting with a seizure. She has a diagnosis of eclampsia that's made. She is managed, has the necessary treatment she's given. Emergency cesarean section, healthy baby is delivered, transferred to the ward, but overnight her condition changes and she dies. So that's the first patient I want you to meet. The second is Michael. Michael's a boda driver. He's 25 years old. He's involved in a road traffic accident, comes to the health facility covered in blood. He essentially has polytrauma. CT is done. He's taken for surgery, has his surgery, is stabilized, taken back to the ward. But again, in the night, deteriorates and dies. And the third patient, baby Jackson. Baby Jackson is 2 years old, brought to the facility with reduced level of consciousness, very high fevers, tested, diagnosed with malaria, started on antimalarials, cared for in a bed in the facility overnight, but again changes condition, and in the morning he's not there. So these three patients, why do they die? There doesn't seem to be a lack of care. They all seem to have come into the health facility and had the right diagnoses and had the right treatment. But it seems that when they deteriorated, they've not received the necessary critical care that they need. So either the identification of the critical illness or the management of that acute critical illness at the time. So what is critical illness? Well, of course, we have the spectrum of disease. Okay, critical illness is the most severe form of that, and it's the care. Critical care is the care that somebody needs, and if they don't get it within maybe an hour, they won't be alive anymore. And it happens to everybody, doesn't it? It's not just specific to one group of patients. Any age, newborns, elderly. And the burden of critical illness is big. There are 7 million children who need oxygen for pneumonia in low and middle income countries every year. 45 million critical illness cases in adults. And we think the mortality is around 18 to 28%. But what we didn't really know is the true burden of critical illness across Africa. Now, the ACOS study, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, looks at two things. It looks at that burden of critical illness, but it also looks at the care that we should be giving to the patients who are critically ill. And I'm going to talk about a concept called essential emergency and critical care, just so that you understand it when I talk about the study. So EECC is the care that all critically ill patients should receive in all health facilities in the world, wherever you are. And we're not talking about complicated things. We're talking about a bundle of interventions that you should all be very familiar with. Oxygen, if you need oxygen, fluids, if you're hypotensive, positioning, some airway management, if you're unconscious, that sort of thing. And it's very effective and low cost and feasible in any facility. It should be. So EECC is very important. Now, of course, for us here, we're interested in our ICU patients. So if you look at this pyramid, the essential emergency and critical care should be delivered everywhere on the wards, emergency units, but also in our ICUs and theatres. And then as you move up and you're able to do more and more advanced things, the place where you can do that, the place is narrowed down into a little bit in the operating theatre, but mainly in the ICU. So we're interested in those sick patients everywhere, and they feed us. If we don't do the basic critical care on the wards, then the patients are going to end up coming to ICU, and so it's important for us to know where our patients are coming from and the burden of that, because we can use that to advocate for more resources for us. We have to be selfish sometimes, and so that's why I want to tell you about critical illness in Uganda, so that we have some data that we can use to advocate for us. So the ACIOS study was designed to address some of the knowledge gaps that we have. So the burden of critical illness in our hospitals across Africa, including Uganda, what the outcomes of those patients are, and then of those patients who are critically ill, how many were getting the basic treatment we would expect them to get. The main paper has already been published, but what we've been able to do is we've been able to look at the data set from Uganda that we contributed to that. So we had hospitals that were invited across several of our networks across the continent. There was a point prevalence study, so that meant on one day we recruited every single patient in the hospital, and we collected a bit of demographic data about them, and also took some vital signs and looked at what treatment they were getting at that point in time. So if somebody was hypoxic, and at the time we saw that they weren't getting oxygen, but 20 minutes later someone came and put oxygen on them, at the point we took the data, they were still recorded as not receiving the treatment that they should have been. So in Uganda, and there are about 20,000 patients across the whole continent, but we as a country contributed just over 1,000 patients. We had 13 facilities that took part, one specialised hospital, a national referral hospital, 5 regional referral hospitals, 3 general hospitals and 3 health centre fours. So a nice spectrum of health facilities in the country. So what did we find? Well, of all of our patients in the study, 14.6 patients were critically ill. And critically, the definition, I've not told you the definition of critical illness, but we were looking at the vital signs. So someone who had saturations less than 90, someone who had a systolic blood pressure less than 90, things like that. So at any point in time, we can say that 15% of our inpatients in Uganda are critically ill, which is quite significant, I think. Now, what about the question of whether they were receiving the treatments they needed? So overall, only 36% of those patients, those critically ill patients, were receiving the basic interventions they needed. And I've just picked out here oxygen. So of the hypoxic patients in our hospitals, only 41% of them are receiving oxygen. So to me, that's quite significant. And then what about mortality? So mortality in Uganda was very similar to the mortality in the overall study. 5% of the patients that we recruited into the study died. But if you're critically ill, and this may not be a surprise, but if you're critically ill, then your chance of dying here in Uganda was in this study was 23%. Now, what I haven't shown you here is that 80%, just over 80% of those patients were on the wards. So in the wider analysis, 60% of the patients were on the wards. So when I compare those two figures, we have a lot less patients in the ICU. We have a lot more of our sick patients who are on the wards. And that suggests that we probably don't have enough ICU capacity, especially because a lot of the hospitals in this study were in our government hospitals. But it's another data point, it's another statistic that tells me that we need to invest more in our ICUs to support the delivery of critical care in the hospitals and the health facilities. So how do I summarize that? Well, critical illness is common. 1 in 7 Ugandan inpatients is critically unwell. There's a substantial unmet need of critical care. That's 36% of patients who are receiving the interventions they should have been. So that means there are the other 70% or 65% of patients who are not getting the basic critical care they need. So there's definitely something we need to do there. And to me, these numbers are very powerful. I know that hopefully Arthur is going to talk a little bit about advocacy later, but when you meet some of the people in the Ministry of Health, some of the policy makers, it's a number like this that can really influence their decision making. And so something like 1 in 7 patients in our hospitals is critically ill will mean they start to think, okay, so how do we care for those? What resources have we allocated to critical illness? And so some of these numbers are very important, and we need to use this data to advocate for more support. And of course, what we're seeing here is that many of these critically ill patients just need those simple interventions, don't they? So we have potential here for averting unnecessary or preventable deaths by getting better at providing some of these basic interventions for critically ill patients. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm allowed to see if anyone has any questions. I know I'm not chairing this session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adam. Do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Adams. This is Dr. Charlotte from Bwindi Community Hospital. So my questions really come from a public health perspective. We have a 4-bed ICU deep down in the Bwindi at the forest. But I realize, one, even when we have the health workers in place to run the ICU, it is that moment of making the diagnosis. And to me, I'm wondering if critical care training is left at a higher level and how we can engage the lower level staff as well to be able to easily diagnose and then send the patients to ICU. Because then we noticed in our facility that we had very many patients in the HDU and many cardiac arrests rather than having them in the ICU. Okay, so I'm wondering how the data we are getting from here can then influence, as you said, advocacy to have trainings at lower levels so we can save more people. The 3 patients that you showed that unfortunately died could have, and you say died on the ward, if there was high suspicion or index of suspicion and then quick referral to the ICUs could have helped. But then also is the perspective of the community. And we notice when many of them come to facilities, many cultural aspects involved, they probably don't see the need to go to ICU. Then the patients will tell you, no, you leave her or let her die. Or so there are so many things involved into having that patient getting into ICU. So I think, as you said, there has to be a lot of advocacy, but also community sensitization about the ICUs. And I think ever since we got a critical care specialist, we're getting into the communities to sensitize them about ICUs and tell them, you know what, it is necessary. But I think that is one of the things we need to build or have this project surely help. I don't think cost or capacity, because most of the times the beds are not full, is not that it does not directly influence the utilization of the ICU. But if the people know and the people understand the importance of critical care, and then the health workers actually know what to do, then we can have more patients being saved, more lives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure that was a question for me. It was very correct. The EECC that I described is really a global movement to train everybody how to do basic critical care, not ICU care, but recognize when a patient is hypoxic and give them oxygen, and recognize when they're hypotensive and give them fluids. And then, of course, then what happens next, and bringing in perhaps more specialized people when it's needed. So everybody should know how to do that, and everybody should be able to, every patient should be able to access that basic critical care wherever they are, and then be referred on to the services they need. So it's right. But critical care in Uganda is relatively novel still, isn't it? People started talking about it maybe during COVID a lot. I remember plenty of people complaining about paying 5 million shillings a day to go to ICU. And so it's going to take a long time for that to filter through right into the communities and the people who come from the village who don't even know what the hospital looks like, let alone an ICU. It's very difficult for them to comprehend, isn't it? But we keep trying.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions? One more question.
Thank you. Mine is from the previous presenter, or maybe Dr. Adam. I saw the previous presenter mentioned that Mbale is setting up a 20-bed ICU. Do we have timelines on when this might be delivered? Because that would be a very good initiative for that part of the country and reduce the burden at Mulago Hospital.
I almost commented on when Herbert made that comment. So having a space with 20 beds, physical beds, of course, is very different from having the 57 nurses. How many nurses in Nakasero? And that's only 7 beds. So if you have 20 beds, then imagine how many nurses you need. So yes, the physical beds may be there, but also I have no confidence in that place being finished before I retire. So just be patient.
I hope we are all happy with the answer. Okay, we are moving on to the next part of the agenda. Allow me invite Dr. Agri, aka DJ Happy, or an energizer. Guys, you don't want to be happy. You don't be happy when DJ happy.
I think you can do a better clap at this point. Since I'm going to energize everyone. Can we all stand up? DJ, I need a good track, either Cool and the Gang or I'm a piano, because I need people's blood to flow. Let's kick around our feet. Let's hold our waist from the east to the west, from the south to the north. DJ, we are waiting on you. Our waists are aching. Let's draw a circle clockwise and then back and clockwise. We are ready to catch a butterfly. So we all jump and catch a butterfly. I see some people not catching a butterfly. Can I say we catch some money up there? Let's catch the money. DJ. One, two, three, to the right. To the left. To the right.
Please clap ourselves.
I think we are now happy, aren't we? Thank you, DJ Happy. We shall straight away move on to the next session. We are going to listen to Miss Alice Nwajira. She will be taking us through the epidemiology, management practices, and outcomes of patients admitted to Ugandan ICUs.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Alice Nwajira. I'm the projects coordinator. I think I've interacted with everyone in this room. Happy to see you here. Those that we've worked virtually for years, I'm glad you made it here. Yes, so I'm going to take us through the epidemiology paper that ICRU submitted recently to the intensive care medicine. Yeah, thanks to the Dr. Adam and the team, we have a few milestones to get over and it shall be published. So this paper, we are looking at 10 ICUs that initially were part of the ICRU, and a total of 3,212 patients were analyzed over a period of 3 years. Yeah. So the landscape, the ICU landscape in Uganda, interestingly, by 2020, we had about only 55 ICUs in the country, serving more than 45 million Ugandans of us. And most interestingly, 80% of these ICUs and beds were based in Kampala. So you imagine about my kinsmen in Rukunjiri who may need ICU care at the moment. But well, I'm happy that this has changed, because in the room we have people as far as from Chisoro and Bwindi, which is a great catchment and progress that we are making as intensive care in Uganda. So undeniably, critical illness is a burden not only to us, but even to the higher income countries, and maybe even to the sub-Saharan Africa. This could be more. Yeah, where we belong, that's Uganda, as we assess the needs that we have for critical care. Yeah, we've worked in ICUs for long. We should be able to know this, that the critical care needs are going high, and the burden. Since from COVID-19, looking at the data, I don't think we've gone back, and I don't think we are going back any soon. So the ICRU, that's the Intensive Care Registry of Uganda, was established in 2021. A few sites, the champions, the Mulago 3D, and the others, Kampala Hospital, that were the pioneers. And yeah, from then, we've done progress in collection of valuable data entries. Like Herbert said, the data that is accessible to most clinicians, of course, with some regulations. Yeah, we have support. Thank you to Wellcome Trust and CCA, Dr. Rigi. We are grateful for this support. Thank you for supporting us that we can go on with such work in Uganda. So the design of this paper we're talking about, it was a prospective observation study. Like I already said, we had 10 ICUs at the moment, and the data analyzed was for the patients that were admitted in ICUs from January 2022 to December 2024. Only ICUs that started by then are whose data that we have in this report. So we had all patients coming to ICU, and like there are some ICUs like Mbali and some other ICUs actually where we have the same space shared as HDU and ICU. All the patients that were admitted in such spaces were included in this report, except the patients that had the outcome missing were excluded. So ethically, thanks Sharon, I know you're smiling. At times it doesn't come easily, but we are grateful. We get our approval from Makerere University School of Medical Science. And we are Uganda National Council of Science and Technology approved as well. So this report focuses on the ICU demographics, the comorbidities, the daily management of our patients, as we're going to see, and the primary endpoint we considered in this report was the ICU mortality, but we also have analysis coming through that included the duration of ventilation, length of ICU stay for these patients, and discharge destinations where these patients after leaving the ICUs were going. Then also we looked at the instances of readmission in that time frame. So clearly, the ICU registry data clearly shows that we have a fairly young population of about 30, average 38 years. Yeah, and as you can see, this translates to having a bigger population of about 56.8 patients admitted to ICUs without comorbidities. Definitely because we have a fairly young population in ICUs. Yeah, this is a good thing, definitely. Maybe when you look at the mortality we had, this could be worse if we had the aged patients coming to the ICU. So also interestingly, we noted that we had quite a big patients coming to ICU from theaters at 48%, which is quite big, almost half of the population coming to ICU. So, we had the admissions sources of where these patients that came to ICU, where were they coming from? We had ICU OHDU of other we had other hospitals. We had patients that were admitted on wards and maybe they deteriorated and ended up coming to ICU. And we have quite a number of patients that came straight from the emergency department. By the time they showed up at emergency, their conditions warranted them to have ICU care. Then, yeah, like previously said, we still have a very big chunk coming from operating theaters. So, yeah, partly we're going to see why we have most of them coming from OR, and like Felix from Bara highlighted, I think the road situation in our country where we have a lot of accidents. That's why most of these patients after surgeries, they are not fit to be monitored either on ward or any other source. The best place we take them to is ICU. So we looked at, on admission, we looked at physiological, acute physiological and chronic health assessment. And at least, like, importantly to note, we had the biggest percentage falling under moderate, showing that clearly on admission, the population who had, most of them were sicker by the time they got to ICU. So we saw, overall, we saw people coming to theater, people from other hospitals, like we already saw emergency units and wards. And we had quite a number of HDU ICU transfers. And for the projects that I've worked with so far in ICRU, the discharge destination speaks importantly to me. I'll say why in a bit. So we realized most of our patients, 53% from ICU, they were getting towards an important question to ask here. By the time you're extubating that patient for the next patient and sending them toward, is it the right place where they should be? And we had quite a number of patients as well. About 37% of the patient survivors leaving ICU go to HDU. Maybe still this percentage isn't that big because in our country, especially for the public, we still have limited spaces in the HDUs. Then we had other patients preferred to be sent to other hospitals for anything. We've seen there is a project that Brian is going to talk about, which is out-of-pocket expenditure. We've had scenarios where someone is in ICUX, no matter what is going through the progress in treatment, but because of the cost and logistics, they opt to go to other ICU. Then we had a small percentage being transferred to another ICU. So what sense do we make out of this data that we have a relatively young population in this cohort of the data that was analyzed, averagely 38 years, like I said, maybe the mortality would have been even worse if we had an aged population like we see in the developed countries. So, the overall mortality was at around 29.7, which is comparable to other countries or health systems in the region, that's Ethiopia and Kenya, but of course much bigger to what we see in the high-income countries. So, yeah, like we already said, admission source mainly was out of theater, directly from theater, and like, yeah, all other developed countries, I think our problems cut across. We share the neighborhood and we share the systems and we share the problems, where we have quite a poor road system, transport system that exposes us to accidents. Then also what we make sense of the data we analyzed, surprisingly, we had quite a number of patients going through the renal replacement therapy. Yeah, of course, we cannot, this was out of 10 ICUs. We can't know whether this was public or private. And yeah, maybe we could try to do retrospective how many public facilities by then had the dialysis centers. So, this is the, so also we look at the nurse bed ratio. I will not reiterate what Esther already said. It speaks for itself. Compared, which is a ratio on average 1 to 4, one nurse looking at very sick 4 patients. Imagine that night duty, compared to the high ends like where Ruth works, where we have 1 patient, 1 bed. Yeah. And also we looked at the level of cadres that work and take care of these patients. And most of them, at least only 3% by then, had critical care medicine training at a postgraduate level. That's how, yeah, I don't know, maybe you would wonder if they've not had this training, who are these people taking of us when we are in ICUs? Yeah, something to think about. So, yeah, 80% of these ICUs are in Kampala. Much as we have Innocent and Dr. Charlotte and Jonathan in the room, I don't think it has changed that much. But we believe we shall get there through advocacy. And if we have to use this data, to push it further. Then one interesting thing why I said this speaks right to me, we had a 50% inter-ICU transfer mortality. Like imagine a patient, they're not comfortable, or for any reason they have to leave Lacho and they are coming to Mulago. Think of our systems that are involved in the transfer process. Those delays the facilities we use. So it's no wonder that we had a 53% mortality of these patients that were transferred. Yeah, someone was advocating for training at every facility. Maybe this would be one of the things that would use if a clinician at the other facility could be able to manage and reduce the instances that we need to move these patients to other ICUs, considering that the problems we have as a system. In conclusion, there had been other studies that were done about the demographics, the case mix of the ICU patients, one by Dr. Patience Atumanya, Professor Pizera. But why this stood out, this was a multi-center. Most of them were short period and were single center studies compared to the ICRU epidemiology paper that covered up to 10 ICUs over a period of 3 years, which is good enough to get the right picture that we are seeing here. Yeah, still we have a fairly young population and most of our patients are admitted from OR. Yeah, I stop here and wait for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice, for the wonderful presentation. Do we have questions? Okay. Fast forward to next presentation. So next we are going to have a talk about EQUIPS, that is evidence-based quality improvement for prescribing stewardship in ICU by Mr. Julius Mbabazi. You're welcome.
Good morning. I think it's an afternoon. Protocol observed. Julius Mbabazi. From Nakasero Hospital, I'm representing Dr. Lamek. Presenting the evidence-based quality improvement for prescribing stewardship in ICU. Short form is EQUIPS ICU. And I'm giving an insight of what transpired at Nakasero and what are the learning points and what has this study improved in prescribing stewardship at Nakasero Hospital. This is the summary of the talk. I'll talk about the overview, which I will jump because Ruth has already highlighted about Nakasero Hospital and what were interventional design for the EQUIPS, the key findings and practical implications at Nakasero Hospital, which can be applied even in other hospitals, I believe. And then also some highlights on antimicrobial prescription practices in Uganda. So I will skip this because Ruth has given a good insight on Nakasero Hospital ICU. The EQUIPS, which is evidence-based quality prescriptions in stewardship in ICU, the study was aiming at the following objectives: to determine whether a structured antimicrobial review can be implemented in low and middle income countries' ICUs, and also to evaluate the impact of structural antimicrobial review on rates of antimicrobial density, redundance, and associated indication of antimicrobial utilization. So this is a study that we participated as a site for Nakasero Hospital under the leadership of Dr. Lamek as a site lead. The design, there was a methodology, but these are some of the highlights as Nakasero Hospital of how this design went. There was a study protocol, which had all the ethical approval from other stakeholders in the country, and at the hospital also, it also had to undergo another approval. And in our case, we have the PSEC, which is a professional and ethics committee of the hospital, and it acts as the institutional IRB. So it had to first go under that approval. And then there is antimicrobial review standard operating procedure was designed and was being used, which showed how the project is going to go, which had the site lead, the site champion, and the 2 data entrants. Also, the antimicrobial reviews were part of the study design. So it included the daily reviews of the antimicrobials by the lead people were the nurses, because we understood that the nurse is always with the patient, so the nurse understands all the drug the patient's on, including all the antimicrobials. So it was a role of the nurse to always remind the visiting consultants and intensivists to ensure the antimicrobials are reviewed on a daily basis. So we did that in collaboration with the attending intensivists. The red cap, there was a red cap system data that we always entered there. The antimicrobial use and queries were always reviewed on a weekly basis. The monthly site reports were shared to the hospital, and we would see how our performance is going in comparison to other ICUs participating in the study globally. So this was a snapshot of how the performance was, how the data was shared based on the antimicrobial reviews that were done, and we would see how we are performing, and then we sit and revise together with Ruth and the team and see how we are and how we can best improve the antimicrobial reviews. So at the end of towards the end of the study, our ICU, this is a comparison of all ICUs and the ICU of Nakasero Hospital, and this data would always be shared for us to look at how are we performing, and we would sit and evaluate our performance and then look at the improvements. What are we not doing better in terms of especially antimicrobial density? These were looking like a new term to us because we never cared prior about which antimicrobials we are giving, the days of therapy, antimicrobial redundancy rates, and the culture rates, and the antimicrobial resistance rates in our ICU. And this is the definition of the calculation matrix for the data that was shared. With antimicrobial density, which meant the total defined daily doses of antimicrobial prescribed per 1,000 patient days, as days of therapy as total number of days antimicrobials were administered per 1,000 patient days, and antimicrobial redundancy rates are the total number of days of therapy where 2 or more antimicrobials with overlapping or duplicate spectra were administered on the same day at least 2 consecutive days per 1,000 patient days. The culture rate was the number of patients prescribed antimicrobials who had a culture sent out of the total number of patients prescribed antimicrobials. Then antimicrobial resistance rates, the number of patients with at least one resistant organism reported out of the total number of patients prescribed antimicrobials who had a culture sent to the laboratory. So these are the things that EQUIP's study was also looking at and part of the reports. So what were the key implications or the key insights for our site? And I believe all ICUs can copy from the EQUIP study to bring up a change in the ICU. Prior to the EQUIP's our hospital had a medicine and therapeutic committee, and under the committee, so we never had the antimicrobial stewardship committee. So EPS opened our eyes, and we realized that there is a need to operationalize an antimicrobial stewardship committee, and it is currently active, which it means monthly, to review the antimicrobial prescriptions in the hospital. And it is a multidisciplinary representation. The antimicrobial reviews. Prior, all antimicrobials plus other medications were being prescribed on one prescription chart. And there was a risk that a prescriber might write the same antimicrobial bio prior looking at other, because opening the whole chart was difficult for the prescriber. There is likelihood that you can prescribe drugs doing the same thing, which are all antimicrobials. So there was introduction of an antimicrobial prescription chart, which is now being used. We first used it in the ICU and have rolled out throughout the entire hospital so that we can do proper antimicrobial stewardship. Then the antibiogram, with the support from the culture rates and the laboratory, the hospital has come up with the antibiogram, which is still undergoing review, and we monitor which microorganisms are the most and which are responding to which antimicrobials, so that we can know how to do right as stewardship. Then peer reviews and multidisciplinary approach. We realize that one patient is being seen by different specialties, so there is important of peer review so that we prescribe, we reach at the prescription that is benefiting the patient without contradicting the other prescriber. So peer reviews are done on a weekly basis. We have a committee called multidisciplinary team, which organizes peer reviews for each patient undergoing treatment in the ICU. And among the things we review include the prescription of antimicrobials. So what does the data talk about of other practices, antimicrobial prescribing practices in Uganda? I didn't go into deep of all of it, but a few that I got. There was one study that was done in Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. I will not speak on their behalf, their representatives are here, but it showed that of the 109 patients who were enrolled in the study, at least one patient received an antimicrobial. That means the prescription of antimicrobials is still high in the country. And also, there's another study which was done in Uganda, Ghana, Zambia, and Tanzania, which Uganda was inclusive. The prevalence still showed high antimicrobial prescription. Also, due to antimicrobial prescription, there is also high antimicrobial resistance. The prevalence is high in the country, and therefore these are some of the studies that I came across, and they are all pointing at high antimicrobial prescription rates. They are high, even when the patient doesn't need an antibiotic per se. The patient will come in the hospital, a simple sneeze, and is prescribed an antimicrobial. It is a burden in this country. So there's need for antimicrobial prescribing stewardships in this country. This has created the burden of antimicrobial resistance in the country. Bear witness for those who are in different ICUs who have seen bugs that we had never seen before. And this is the result of poor antimicrobial stewardship that is happening in this country. And now, the government, I'm not a representative of the government, but I'm picking the data that is available. Due to the burden, some work has been done. There is one health approach. The government has looked at antimicrobial prescription and stewardship through the environmental health, animal health, and human health. And you bear witness in some some data has shown that antimicrobials are given to animals. It's true. And before we eat the meat, we are likely to consume the antimicrobials, and that will contribute to the resistance. So the One Health approach has helped to yield the country has come up with the antimicrobial stewardship, Uganda Antimicrobial Resistance National Action Plan 2024, 2025, and 2029. And we have hopes that this, if we leverage from that, we shall improve something in this country to prevent the resistance. So this is the appendix of how the study was going, and especially on the data entry SOP, which we shared with our PSEC, which is our hospital IRB, and they approved it. This is how we were doing data entry, antimicrobial reviews, and also the discharging protocol patient from the system. And also, during the study, at the hospital, we designed the daily antimicrobial review form, which is used on a daily basis to review the antimicrobials the patient is on, because we realize that it's important for every patient on antimicrobials to have that daily review. It is very important. And this is the antimicrobial chart, prescription chart I've talked about. It has yielded a lot, because the prescribers, before writing the antimicrobial, they have to make sure that the antimicrobial is meeting the indication side. One, is it prophylactic? Is it empirical, or is it definitive? So there is that kind of stewardship that has happened, that the prescriber will now take caution before I write an antimicrobial. And also, the pharmacy area, they will not prescribe any antimicrobial on the third day without the reason for the review. As you can see, this part is the review. So the prescriber will always take in caution that if I don't write the review reason, the pharmacist is not going to dispense the antimicrobial. So there is always activeness, and everyone is aware that at a Nakasero hospital, when it's prescribed an antimicrobial, without the review, the pharmacy is not going to dispense it. So those are one of the stewardship initiative, and has been as a result of the EQUIPS study. So thank you so much. I believe we can all take something from it and ride and grow the antimicrobial stewardship in our country. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Durius, for that wonderful presentation. We shall go right to our next presentation. That's Motivate ICU by Dr. Cornelius Sembagiri. You're welcome.
All right. So I'll start off this talk with a story. When I was in medical school, more than maybe, let me not say how long ago it was. One of the senior clinicians then said this, and it resonated with me. And when we were studying this study, it came back to my memory. ICU is where patients go to die, and perhaps he had a point, but when we decided to start this study, we thought that we would actually find something, well, maybe different. But we tend to think of mechanical ventilation as an intervention, yet it's not just an intervention, it's a system of care that is more like cogwheels put together, and you need sedation, you need protocols, you need staffing, you need to wean the patient off as soon as possible, you need to deliver it appropriately. And so when we think about it just as a machine and just setting the ventilator and then walking away, we forget the fundamental aspects that come along with this care that you're going to deliver to a patient. And so it's important that when you put a patient in a mechanical ventilator, know that you've introduced a myriad of interventions that are going to be, that need to be applied to allow survival. So there have been so many studies from high income settings. And when I decided to look through so many of these studies, they all have a similar image. Somehow, Africa is missing. Somehow. Is it that there is no data, or that the data that exists is not being included into these studies? But they all look like this. The distribution tended to not so much include sub-Saharan Africa. And this study done by our own keynote speaker here looked at an amalgamation, basically putting all these global studies together from different regions and looking at the geoeconomic variations and outcomes related to that, depending on which country you're being ventilated in, how likely you are to survive. And as you can see, the blue, the graph here shows survival, and the blue is high-income countries, so the survival is high in a high-income country. So then why don't we just copy and paste what the high-income countries are doing? We just do it here, and we see the same outcome. There have been a couple of studies that have been done, copy and paste into Uganda, FIST trial, and then one done in Zambia looking at mortality in sepsis. And the outcomes are actually much worse than what we expected. The mortality in the intervention groups was higher than you doing what you've been doing every day, okay? So you can't exactly just copy and paste from high-income countries. From that very study, what Luigi and team found was that if you do not have ARDS, ARDS is the condition where the chances of mortality is extremely high, whether you're in a high-income country or low-income country. So if you look at participants who did not have ARDS, but they were ventilated in a low-income country or low-middle-income country, or middle-income country versus high-income, the chances of mortality is 16% higher in a middle-income country. And the question is, why does that happen? We certainly cannot change the gross domestic product of Uganda. The president has said we are now a middle-income country. Does that mean that if you go into an ICU, the chances of death is less? Maybe not. I think the most important thing is to do the really simple things really well. And the question to ask yourselves when you go back to your unit is, are we delivering mechanical ventilation, or are we delivering care for the mechanically ventilated patient? And that should be the key question you should need to ask. And so in the Motivate study, we asked ourselves, what can we actually change? We can't change the patients who are showing up to our ICUs. Dr. Adam talked about the ASIOS. The patient doesn't, 41% of the patients don't get, or only 41% get oxygen. And then the ward realizes, oh my God, this patient is dying. And then they rush to the ICU with the patient who has not been receiving oxygen, and they're expecting a miracle, okay? And truth be told, you guys work in the ICU, perform miracles. A majority of these patients should not be alive today, the ones who have made it out. Because in an era where there's no ICU, they are dead, okay? So we can't really change the illness severity. Perhaps with the SEOs and the data that we have, we can start to handle the issues backwards. But there are those who still trickle through and will end up in the ICU. There are organizational factors that we have to think about. The ICU staffing models, and that has already been highlighted here. One ICU says, oh, I have all the nurses I need in the world. Another ICU saying, you know my challenges. I don't want to talk about them. Okay? And then, of course, intensivist coverage. One ICU saying, I have 24/7 intensivist coverage. Another is like, I won't comment about it. So in all this, the organizational structure really sets up a foundation to implement protocols, to change the way we sedate the patients, to change how soon we are going to try and wean the patient off by performing SBTs, SATs, and doing protective ventilation. So we did the Motivate ICU study. At the time, we had 19 ICUs that were, at the time, were the ICUs in Uganda that were ventilating patients. Between August 2024 and March 2025, and we had about 625 patients who were ventilated. I don't have it on my slide there, but I'll tell you about some of the outcomes of those who were ventilated under 2 calendar days. And then, of course, this was a study that was embedded within the registry, and you all took part in it, as I've had a couple of you mention. And one of the things I was talking to Abalo earlier this morning is the findings in this study were actually a lot related to what nurses do at the bedside. So it echoes the idea that the care we are delivering is the one that really matters, not the mechanical ventilation that we're delivering. So these were some of the sites. Functional sites are in green, and as you can see, a majority of them are within Kampala metropolitan. It hasn't significantly changed, but if the government can enhance the regional referral ICUs as per the regional plan of 10-bed ICUs across the country, then this is going to allow a more distributive access to intensive care for other patients who may need it. Otherwise, referring all your patients to Mulago and then expecting Mulago to perform miracles is unfair to the Mulago team. So, who were these patients? The median age of our patients was 47. When you compare this with the previous epidemiology study that was presented by Alice, this population is older. They're a decade older than the entire population. So age contributes to the likelihood of ventilation, of course. And again, like someone said earlier, males don't like coming in for healthcare, so they come in pretty late and then they end up consuming all our resources. So males, please improve your behavior. And then, of course, comorbidities. Previous studies actually showed comorbidities much lower because these were largely single center studies, mostly in the public ICUs. But the moment you include private hospitals and PNFPs, then you see a lot more comorbidities contributing to ICU admissions or being prevalent in ICU admissions. And hypertension was the most prevalent. So when we go to the outcomes, at this point I thought maybe I should give you a quiz and you select which potential mortality you expect that we had. But we had a quite high mortality, nearly 50% of our patients. That means 1 in 2 of your ventilated patients is going to die. Okay? Just think about that for a moment. 1 in 2 is not leaving the intensive care unit. This is the entire country. Okay? And then median ICU length of stay, that's for those who actually are going to stay in the ICU, they will stay for a long time. That means they're going to lock up the bed. You can't admit another patient. And then when you look at ventilator-free days combines combines mortality as well as the time you spend free of mechanical ventilation. So it's more of a composite outcome. And 1 day. What that means is that patients had only 1 day. The ones who were ventilated only had 1 day free of ventilation if they had not died. And that is quite daunting when you think about it. So in other words, we didn't have a lot of people getting out of the ICU, and those who got out of the ICU spent a lot of time receiving mechanical ventilation. And when you looked at the secondary data, in other words, hospital outcomes, only 3 of our patients got out of the hospital, of those who were ventilated. When I saw these results, I couldn't believe it. I had to vent a little bit. I think I came to Adam and Fred, and I told them, "You guys can't believe what's happening." I didn't think it was this bad, but when you think about it in light of the context, previous studies, Quizera et al. 2008, and Dr. Jen is here. They did this study. It was largely a single center study. Mulago mortality in the ICU. This is not just ventilated patients, but to be fair, Mulago at the time would not admit you if you're not getting ventilated. So to be fair, 40% is largely ventilated patients. Mulago patients, if you need oxygen, but you don't need a mechanical ventilator, you don't need ICU. Okay, that's how it tends to work. If you don't need mechanical ventilator, you're not getting in. While some other high-end ICUs, if you need some little bit of oxygen, 5 liters, come to ICU, we shall take care of you. Okay, Molago doesn't have that luxury. Yeah, so then Dr. Tendo and team in Mbarara, that's the western region of Uganda. Again, Mbarara does not have the luxury of taking you in if you don't need mechanical ventilation, so close to Mulago. And then, of course, Irene Chamumi did a study looking at mechanical ventilation in, I think there were four ICUs, and again, finds it about 40%. And then the study done by Atumani et al., when you looked at just mechanically ventilated patients, the mortality was actually higher. It went up to about 50 to 60%. But the broader study found 25.6%. And in this study, it sort of fits the narrative that our mortality is pretty high. 50% is a very high mortality. So what can be changed? And this is what the study was aiming out to find. So what we found is sedation depth was quite high in those who didn't survive. So in other words, for every day that you spend with moderate to deep sedation, the chances that you would die would significantly go up. And we try to control the confounders for this. But of course, being an observational study, you can't control for all confounders. And this would be difficult to do even if you tried a clinical trial. There's some other variables that will come in. But lighter sedation has been shown to actually improve the chances that we take you off the ventilator and get you out of the ICU. The other one was performing spontaneous breathing trials. In other words, when the patient is eligible to breathe spontaneously, give them that opportunity to do so, because the longer you keep them ventilated, the chances of taking them off is higher. So those who had higher SBT performance seem to perform or to have a lower mortality and more ventilator-free days. And then the staffing, and this was one of the organizational characteristics that we found was quite significantly associated with mortality and ventilator-free days and median length of stay. 1-to-1 nursing, perfect. 1-to-2, good. The moment you are beyond 1-to-2 and your ICU nursing staffing is 1-to-2.5 and above, or 1-to-3, the mortality was exponential. It kept going up. So when we did 1-to-3, 1-to-4, it just kept going up. So the odds of mortality just kept increasing. And then what we found also is that intensivist presence increased the ventilator-free days, which is actually good because intensivists will potentially allow you to make an appropriate plan, and the nurses being available will allow that plan to be implemented. So these were some of the findings that we had. So this evidence belongs to all of us, not just the ICU sites that were part of the ICRU, because this is generalizable. So whatever site is coming on board, know that this is going to be very much applicable to you. And so the question here, rather the issue here is the study was powered by the registry data that we all generated here. And of course, it's nationally representative because these were all the ICUs that were part of the registry. And so what you go with here is check your sedation practice in your units and see those patients who are deeply sedated, do they really need it? Very few patients in the ICU really need to be deeply sedated. And some ICUs have adapted to either the lack of sedatives or the abundance of sedatives. The ones who have abundance of sedatives tend to be the private ICUs. They have a lot of sedatives, so they sedate for quite a long time. Then public ICUs don't have that much sedatives, so they don't sedate so much, okay? And then, of course, there are risks on both sides. I've seen in an Ethiopian study. When you don't have enough sedatives or you don't do an appropriate sedation, there's accidental extubations and mortality. If you sedate them too much, then you have increased ventilation time and increased mortality because of the complications that come along with that. So there is a sweet spot that you have to think about when you have abundance or you don't have an abundance of sedatives. Then do you do spontaneous breathing trials every day? Do you try to let these patients breathe? Okay, every day you ask yourself, should we let this patient breathe today? because if you don't, the diaphragm starts to thin out, they start to struggle to get off the ventilator. They're likely, every day they spend on the ventilator, they're likely to get ventilator-associated pneumonia, and then it becomes a cascade, and then more nursing power is needed, so it becomes really difficult to sustain that for 10 days for 50% of our population. So the QI agenda, the quality improvement agenda here should really be, as we set out initially, was to be locally driven data. And this is the data that you can all take to your administrator and tell them, look, this is what we have found. 1-to-1 nursing, 1-to-2 nursing is the appropriate nursing ratio for ventilated patients. We need you to do better by these patients. This data is going to be published, and of course the population is going to know, and they probably will start asking, do you have 1-to-1 nursing here? Do you have 1-to-2 nursing here? Okay, so that is coming. So ICU is where patients go to die. 1 in 2 still die. So perhaps there is a certain element of truth to it, but it's not completely true. Only 50% of our patients make it out. But we know that some of those deaths are really associated with things that we can really change, and we should try to change that. So thank you for listening to me. Acknowledgements to this report.
Thank you, Dr. Cornell, for the wonderful presentation. We shall move on to our next presentation. That's Profluid by Dr. Vanessa Nantali. You're most welcome.
All right, so Brian Masawe is going to Brian Masawe is going to present a study that the ICU Registry took part in, and okay, I shouldn't stand near the speakers. So the I crew has been part of an international study that looked at out-of-pocket expenditure, and I think Brian is going to tell us all about the ICOP to see how much money our patients and their families spend on care of the patients who are in the ICU out of their own pockets. And this is going to be quite enlightening, so pay close attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cornell. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we are not already tired. We shall find out. So the ICOP study is one that was done basically to look at how much money that patients and their families are picking out of their pockets, like Dr. Cornell has already said, as a result of looking after a family member that is critically ill. And moving forward, I have no conflicts of interest, and the study was supported by a welcome award. We shall have a couple of abbreviations used in the presentation. I thought it's wise to have a look at them first. OOPE is out-of-pocket expenditure, and that's simply the cost incurred by individuals or households at the time of receiving any healthcare services in the ICU. We have catastrophic health expenditure. That is any expenditure for medical treatment that can pose a threat towards the household's financial ability to maintain its subsistence needs. And the global threshold for CHE is 10 to 25% of the total household annual income. ICU and MV are well known to most of us. So ICOP was a multinational observational prospective study in African and Asian countries, that is ICUs across the network, and all patients admitted to ICU during the study period were recruited. Recruitment basically took 14 to 28 days, and right from the start of this meeting, we have had talks, and a couple of them have shown that critical care capacity in the country is growing. Well, it's a good thing. I'm not sure if we shall be able to afford where we are heading to. Shall find out that. But as ICU access is increasing, the cost of services in the ICU is also significantly high. And these costs have an impact on the reception of the care, the access and continuity of the care. We are having growing ICU services in a country where the population is not covered, I mean in terms of insurance, government coverage, and mostly it is the individuals that are picking money from their pockets to cater for the needs. So this leads us to catastrophic health expenditure. We said any expenditure on medical treatment that threatens the ability of a household to sustain its basic needs. And I hope the online team is still on. So there are risk factors and coping mechanisms for CHE. And then the knowledge gap, well, little has been known as far as how much patients are paying out of their pockets for their ICU costs and where they are getting this money, how they are coping up with the costs. So this project, can I continue? Okay. So the aims of this project aims to quantify the cost of care related. So the study aims of this project, the first one is to quantify ICU care related out-of-pocket expenditure in the participating ICUs, that's ICUs across Africa and Asia. To identify risk factors for catastrophic health expenditure and coping strategies for out-of-pocket expenditure and catastrophic health expenditure. So the hypothesis, we had a couple of hypotheses formulated, and the first one, mechanical ventilation being an expounding factor. It has a doubling effect on catastrophic health expenditure incidence. The risk for catastrophic health expenditure and magnitude of out-of-pocket expenditure, and then part of the hypothesis. These are the wrong slides. Okay, thank you. So the recruitment period for each site was consecutive 14 to 30 days from the start, and we had daily follow-ups in the ICU. After a patient was discharged from the ICU, We had a follow-up at 30 days and also at 6 months. Our data entrants could make calls to the respective patient families. The inclusion criteria, all patients that were admitted in the participating ICU that were expected to have a duration of stay greater than 24 hours. This expectation was not made by the research team. It was a decision by the clinical team, and lack of consent was an exclusion criteria. We had a couple of endpoints. One of our primary endpoints was the out-of-pocket costs per complete patient episode, the relative risk of catastrophic health expenditure in ventilated versus the non-ventilated groups. First secondary endpoint, we have risk factors for catastrophic health expenditure and the frequency of different coping strategies. Tertiary, we have proportion of direct versus direct non-medical costs, and then patient, family, socioeconomic status. So during the data collection and handling, all the data entrants here have interacted with these three interfaces. First, we have the CRF that was used to collect the data. So we had information being used from both the registry, that's Protect, and then our electronic platform, that's the RedCap. So these were being used interchangeably. So in Uganda, we had a total of 10 participating ICUs. The participation was phased. We had 3 sites participating in the first phase, that's Mbale, Kes, and Barara. And then later on, we had 7 sites, as you can see there. We recruited a total of 38 patients, and 57 of these were from public ICUs. 81 of these were from private or PNFP hospitals. This is a summary from preliminary analysis results for the Uganda data. A total of 138 patients were recruited, and the average yearly income for patients in public ICUs was 1,080 USDs. Averaging, patient in public ICU was having a monthly income of 90 USDs. That is roughly $3 a day. The total public ICU costs on admission day were averagely $45. And when we go back to our threshold for catastrophic health expenditure, that's 10% of the annual income. Just on the admission day, the family is already spending 4%. From the previous presentation, we saw that averagely patients in our ICUs take about 10 days if they are still alive. Just on admission day, you are spending 4% of your yearly income, and 62% of this money was spent on medication. We can see where the biggest share is going. Well, the patients on mechanical ventilation and those not on mechanical ventilation, on day 1, there were no big differences like we had expected in the hypothesis. We can go ahead and look at a summary from private ICUs and PNFPs. The average yearly income for patients in private ICUs or PNFPs is 6,744 USDs, and the total ICU costs on admission they are averagely $502. That's 7.4%. But we are very much aware that most times our patients in the private ICUs are insured patients. Most likely all this cost is not falling into the pockets of the patients. 34% of this is spent on ICU bed charges. So the thing taking most of the cost in private ICU is not medication, as we had seen in public ICUs. And also on admission day, the costs were comparable between the ventilated and the non-ventilated group. We have something to compare with. That's a results summary from the ICUs on the network. A total of 5 to 6 patients. That's 267 from public and 259 from private. Average yearly income for patients in public ICUs, $2,004. And here the total ICU admission cost on day one is $56. That's 2.79%. And it's also true that they spend much of this on medication, just like we do in Uganda. The cost for the ventilated and non-ventilated group is comparable. For the private facilities, average annual income is $6,852, and total ICU admission costs are $460. That is 6.71% of the average yearly income. 25.2 of this money was spent on bed charges. Patients on mechanical ventilation spend approximately 808 USDs on day one, and those not on ventilation spend $380. A striking difference, almost twice. The mechanically ventilated group are paying as compared to those that are not mechanically ventilated. This data is still under work, not yet published. I'd like to extend thanks to the Association of Anesthesiologists of Uganda, the whole team, technical team of the registry, and all the data entrants for making the study a wonderful progress. Thank you everyone for listening. Okay, question. All right, we shall move straight forward to our next presentation. Sorry about that. Next, we shall be listening to Dr. Nantale Vanessa, and she will be taking us through profluids. You are welcome, Dr. Vanessa.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for being late. I know I was supposed to speak a bit earlier, but let's make this quick. So I'm going to talk about the ProFluid study. It was a practice of fluid therapy in critically ill, invasively ventilated patients. So fluid therapy is the commonest thing we do, I think, in the ICU, generally in hospitals, generally speaking. And but since time memorial, or since way back, we've known that we've been using fluids over and over and over again. And then, of course, the issue of, is fluid medicine, is it just fluid, comes up. So we know that liberal strategies now and positive cumulative fluid balance is associated with worse outcomes, especially in ARDS and septic patients. It has also, as time has moved, we have now also realized that restrictive strategies and early resuscitation shows benefit to our patients. So we now know better than to just go pouring fluid in any patient we get.
It's also now being studied, and we know now that early vasopressor initiation can prevent fluid overload. So instead of pouring fluid into your patients, you can start your vasopressors a bit earlier, because usually our goal while we're managing our patients is for hemodynamic stability. So you put in your vasopressor, so it helps you reduce the amount of fluid that you're going to be giving them. So generally, global variation, of course, high income, low income, middle income, we definitely expect differences. So the current global fluid practice is poorly characterized, and this is the gap that the ProFluid study came in to try and fill out and answer some of these questions. So it was an international prospective cohort between April 2024 and July 2025. It involved 206 ICUs over 41 countries across 6 continents. And they were taking in invasively ventilated patients. That means patients who received invasive ventilation for over 24 hours within the first 3 days of admission. And the outcomes were looking at fluids in terms of what kind of fluids are we giving, how much fluid are we giving, what is the composition, are maintenance fluids being given more than resuscitation, in that kind of way. Then vasopressor use, diuretic use, the fluid balance, and then associated outcomes, especially mortality. So this is just a map to show you the extent of the study. Of course, heavily representative, predominantly Europe and Asia. So Uganda, in the ProFluid, we had 13 patients recruited in 6 ICUs. About 27 were enrolled. Of course, the registry came hand in hand with this. So the sites that were involved, ICU, the registry in Uganda, site 333, 336, and those are the details of the patients who are recruited and the data completion in terms of percentages. So the ProFluid study has not yet been published, but when they do publish, we shall know more about it. So while the ProFluid was going on, there's a parallel study in Uganda titled Early Cumulative Fluid Balance and Associated Outcomes Among Critically Ill Patients in Ugandan ICUs. This was done by yours truly. I'm yet to defend it as my MEd. So just a small peek. It's a prospective multi-center cohort. It included 3 ICUs in Kampala. We had Nsambya Hospital representing PNFPs. We had Mulago Hospital representing the public sector, and then Nakasero Hospital representing totally private for profit. We managed to enroll 227 patients. No, we managed to analyze 227. We enrolled over 250. So the exposure was just, basically we were taking on patients who had been in the ICU for more than 72 hours. So we needed them to have a 72-hour cumulative fluid balance. And the outcome would take 28-day ICU mortality or discharge or whatever happens by day 28. So why does this matter alongside the ProFluid? So for the ProFluid, they only concentrated on the invasively ventilated patients. While this study, we took all critically ill patients, whether they were invasively ventilated or not. So it would be a good thing to kind of just put them together and see what the Ugandan picture is. So in Ugandan ICUs, this is what I found when we were doing the study. We have 89.8% having positive fluid balance by the 72-hour mark. And the median 72-hour cumulative balance was positive 2.1 liters across the board. ICU mortality at 28 days was 30.8%. I'll let that sink in for a few minutes. So, I don't know if you're thinking we're doing well. I don't know what you were expecting, but this is what the findings were. So, Uganda's median, like I said, 2.1, which is below what we'd call the liberal overload of about 7 liters is where they say you're doing the liberal approach. But at the same time, it is above what would be calling the restrictive benchmark, which is the 1.5. So are we doing so badly? Are we restrictive? Are we liberal? I'll leave that to you. So fluid balance did not independently predict mortality after adjusting for the confounders. So that's the adjusted odds ratio of 1.03 with a p-value of 0.6. So survival was mostly driven by respiratory support. So in Uganda, patients who are managed non-invasively had a lower chance, 70% lower odds of death, as opposed to those who receive invasive mechanical ventilation. Hospital setting really mattered. Institutional factors were independent predictors of the outcome. Details will be in my final presentation, but this is what is coming next. So ProFluid is yet to be published in JAMA. And when that happens, we shall have a full Uganda ProFluid analysis when the international data set is released. And then we'll have the combined Ugandan data set. That is my study plus the Uganda ProFluid cohort. And then we shall together have the most comprehensive fluid therapy data set from Ugandan ICUs to date. Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you, Dr. Vanessa. We shall go straight away to the next session. We shall receive the results of the pre-meeting test from Mr. Herbert. You're welcome.
The man from Bogisuland is back. So I'm going to be looking at some of the data from the pre-network survey. So I only see 25 responses, yet in this room, according to the attendance records, we are, I think, 63. Is that correct, Alice? 63. I don't know if we're just rebellious in nature, but we need to do better. This should only take like 3 minutes. So these are the 25 responses. So I think we've achieved our goal. We really needed the data entrance to network. So out of these 25 responses, more than 50% are actually data entrance. And this is the heart of the registry. So I think we are really happy with that. So the people that understand the purpose of the registry, more than 60%. We still have some people that are actually only one person here that is probably not converted like the others. So I hope by the end of this session, by the end of the day, they will have understood the purpose of the registry. So this is an anonymous survey. So please, I think if you've not yet filled it out yet, you can still fill it out. It's not too late. You can convert from opposition to the ruling side. Then we had another statement here. The ICU registry is useful for improving ICU care. I think this is already preaching to the converted. As you can see, the responses. Then registry data is being used at my site for decision making or quality improvement. Okay. You can see there are some people that are not using it at all. And this is what we're highlighting, I think, in most of the presentations. The platform is not just a data entry tool. It's part of a wider initiative to improve care at our different ICUs. So it's just not enough when you enter data. You need to actually put some action and utilize that data to actually make some informed decisions. So hopefully after this meeting, by the end of this meeting, we shall do better in this area. Then I'm confident interpreting ICU registry dashboards and reports. So this actually goes, I think, to most of the site leads. You all have access to a dashboard. So there are two dashboards on the platform. There is a site-specific dashboard, and then we have the registry-wide dashboard. So you should have access to both. So you should be able to see what's happening on your ICU, a dashboard. And then you should also have access to the registry-wide dashboard, the national dashboard. So actually, if you still have challenges with this, you can always contact me or Alice, and we can always sort out your access. Which meeting topics are most important to you? Let's see the most important one. So it's tied between research using registry data and translating data into action / advocacy. So I think that's a good direction. What's the biggest challenge your site faces with the ICU registry? This was free text. Interesting to see what people responded here. There are even people saying none. So there are people facing completing data entry, which is the most basic task. Then no much problems, network issues. So network issues, I don't know if you know, but we have a mobile application that we can utilize to enter data when you even don't have access to the internet. So you don't have to utilize just the web version. So you can download the mobile application. You can enter data without an internet connection. And then later on, when you get an internet connection, even if it's very brief, you can synchronize such that those records are synced with the web version. No major challenges, data quality and completeness, variances in clinical documentation. We don't run some tests required by the registry. So when new sites are coming on board, we have some documentation that you actually fill out, things like units of measure. So those things help us with setting up the registry platform customized for your site. So if there are things that you're not happy with, it's fully customizable. So just to make sure that you know that. Then lastly, let's go to the expectations. What's one thing you hope this meeting will address? I hope some of these are being addressed. Future direction. I think Dr. Adam already addressed this. This is in our hands. So we need to figure this out together. Addition of data variables, the future of the registry. Teach me more. Strengthening registry use across sites, data report to improve quality care. I think most of it is really around the future of the ICU registry, as you can see. Yeah, data usage and networking. I hope you're networking. Yeah, so this is the feedback we have so far. And as you can see, it's live. We now have 26 responses. Please keep the responses coming. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Herbert. So our next item on the agenda, I have been informed that lunch is ready. Before we go for lunch, a reminder to the online team, please, you should also fill the pre-network meeting survey. We shall be taking a break up to 2:30. We shall be back here after lunch, and we shall start right away with poster presentations from the residents. So the online team, we are kindly taking a lunch break up to 2:30. So the directions to the restaurant, we use this exit to Paradise Restaurant down. That's where our lunch is going to be served. Oh, very important, coupon.
The night is still, but my heart's awake. Every whisper you make, every move you take, I feel it deep, like a slow, sweet fire, burning softly, but it takes me higher. You don't need to say a word. In your silence, I'm heard. Every glance, every sigh. With you, I can touch the sky. It's a slow burn deep inside. In your love, I'll never hide. Every moment, every turn, I'm falling deeper in this slow burn. The world is fading, it slips away. In your eyes, I want to stay. No rush, no need to go. With you, I found a home to know. You don't need to say in your touch, my heart will sing. Like the moon that lights the dark, you are the flame that ignites my heart. It's a slow burn deep inside. In your love, I'll never hide. Every moment, every turn, I'm falling deeper in this slow burn. Let the world keep spinning around. In your arms, I found my ground. Through the quiet, through the ache, with you I'll hold, no need to break. It's a slow burn deep inside. In your love, I'll never hide. Every moment, every turn, I'm falling deeper in the slow burn, slow burn, slow burn. In your arms, forever wrapped in your warm charm, slow burn. In the stillness, I hear your voice, a quiet whisper, a subtle choice. Every moment, slow and true, I feel the echoes of you, like a song that's softly played. In my heart, you'll always stay. No need for words, no need to run. In your love, I've already won. Echoes of you, in the silence, I love. I feel you now. Through the night, the shadows fall, but your love is my constant call. In the quiet, in the calm, you are my peace, my healing balm. Like the wind that moves the tree, you surround me, set me free. No need for time, no need for place. In your touch, I find my grace. Echoes of you calling me.
We hope that you enjoyed it. We suspect you may be too full, so we are going to have more energizers this afternoon. There's a glass of water in front of you. Please feel free to rehydrate. So we are going to go into the next session. It's going to be rapid fire. We're going to have presentations from the residents from Makerere University who are using the registry or who use the registry to achieve certain studies results. So shall start off with, the rules are they will only have 5 minutes to present, and they are going to tell us basically what the title is of their work, what the problem they're trying to address, what's the research question, and then a little bit of why they think it's important and how they intend to use the registry to achieve that. If one of them already has results, they can give us a sneak peek into the results, not the full dissertation defense. We don't want to go into dissertation defense here. So with that, I hope that the residents have had 5 minutes. We shall have maybe 1 or 2 questions after they are done, and then we shall go into the talk from Dr. Arthur Kwizera. So I hope that they are ready. So Israel is the first presenter. He's a 3rd-year resident in Department of Anesthesia, and he's been part of the ICU Registry almost since inception in 2022 or 2021, and he's been one of the data collectors at Mulago National Referral Hospital. So Israel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aojar Israel Ogwang. I'm a resident at Makerere in my 3rd year at the Department of Anesthesia. So I'm going to present my proposal with the title, Outcomes of Critically Ill Patients with Primary Acute Neurological Injury Admitted into Intensive Care Units in Uganda. It will be a retrospective registry-based study. Those are my supervisors. So just for operational definition, I will be referring to primary acute neurological injury as a diagnosis involving the central nervous system, including the spinal cord injuries. And those can be traumatic or atraumatic. And they'll be very distinct from chronic neurological injuries, where you could think of Alzheimer's and ALS in that disease category. So within this disease category, you think of strokes, TB, traumatic brain injury, and on the infectious side, you could think of meningitis and encephalitis. And another important definition would be the SNOMED-CT, which is systemized nomenclature of medicine, which will just be basically universally accepted medical terminology for electronic data. So just a bit of background. The incidence of primary acute neurological injuries is high. One example would be for traumatic brain injury, where an estimate of about 69 million new cases occur annually. Stroke, for example, is the second leading cause, and its complication, second leading cause of death globally. And meningitis on the infectious end affects a lot of the pediatric population from 0 to 4. So it accounted for about 200,000 deaths in the year 2022. In sub-Saharan Africa, compared to the global incidence, here we have a much higher incidence of some of these conditions. For example, traumatic brain injury, with the global incidence being at 106 cases per 100,000, sub-Saharan Africa has about 3 times that number. So the incidence of many of these conditions is higher with the information that is available. And despite these high outcomes, with this high prevalence and incidence, the outcomes still remain poor. For example, one study noted that 86% of the deaths from stroke occur within low and middle income countries, including sub-Saharan Africa. And for traumatic brain injury, just to paint you a picture, if one sustained traumatic brain injury in a low middle income country, you'd have twice the odds of dying from that condition compared to a person who sustained such an injury in a high income country. And some of the potential drivers for many of these outcomes have been resource scarcity, so you can think about CT scans and lack of trained staffing, and the coexistence of certain comorbidities like HIV, which make this much worse for us. In Uganda particularly, the mortality does mirror what is abroad. I mean, what is seen with a wider part of low and middle income countries, with one study noting that about 46.9% would be the mortality, in hospital mortality when a patient sustained traumatic brain injury. For many of the patients, like we had seen previously, they do account for many of the patients we see in the hospital, but also account for a number of patients who are admitted into ICUs and are managed there. One study by Dr. Tumanya noted that about 34.5% had a diagnosis of altered mental status at admission. And again, from crude analysis, crude mortality rate, you could see that the mortality rate was high, and it was comparative to that seen in other countries. So with the ICU, again, we've talked about how many of these studies are very sparse and few, and have really focused outside the ICU. So with the advent of the registry, like we have seen, this has cut across several ICUs within the country, both public and private, and captures a lot of these neurological injuries in the whole sum, not particularly disease specific. So my problem quickly would be that ideally patients should be seen in places that are capable of providing this neurocritical care, using protocols that are evidence-based. However, that does not exist because we do not have that data existent that cuts across the full spectrum of all these conditions. And many of the studies that we've had have been very specific to traumatic brain injury, and have also focused on a short-term period. And so that has not enabled adaptation of some of the guidelines that usually are made in higher income countries. And so for many of the countries planning in terms of like the national development plan that aims to reduce mortality from non-communicable diseases, this might not be achieved if we continue with this trend. So my research question, among critically ill patients admitted into ICUs using this ICU registry, between the years 2022 and 2025, what are the ICU outcomes, which will be 28-day ICU mortality, ICU length of stay and ventilation time, and then how do outcomes, which I've stated, compare between traumatic and non-traumatic neurological injuries in ICUs, and what are the trends in the ICU outcomes over the course of 2 years that I've stated. Some of the variables are listed here, what we'll be looking at, including the dependent and the independent variables. So basically, in summary, the expected outcome following my study. So this is what I hope will be the use of some of the data. Like we've talked about how many of the studies that are present have been very small, involving very few ICUs and over a short course period of time, but have not had the opportunity to have national coverage. And many of them, of the studies that exist right now, are very specific to traumatic brain injury. So a lot of the disease conditions that fall under that disease category have not been represented. And yet many of them do have specific unique pathophysiology and hence management plan. So using this data, we could be able to, one, for example, understand how to uniquely manage some of these patients, and also to adapt protocols that usually are made in high-income countries to a local context within Uganda. And besides, outside the clinical setting, it could also help policymakers with benchmarking as well as resource allocation for when this data is used. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Israel. When you see me stand up, you know it's fine. All right. Okay, the next presenter, Ivan Zito, will be coming up. Israel took more than 5 minutes. It's about 7 minutes. Be better.
Good afternoon. I'm Tisto Ivan.
our study was antibiotic utilization practices in an intensive care unit, specific study based on the data from the registry. Those are most probably antibiotics have, antimicrobials have been around the planet longer than we have been. And so there are some of the things that cause existential threat to us. Upon achievement of antimicrobials, we gained some head start against them. But these guys, these bugs got resistance or started developing resistance as soon as the first antibiotics were identified. And this has been on the increase, and it threatens the achievements we got after getting the antibiotics. So AMR has been associated with deaths, and in Africa, we've had about 1.27 million deaths attributable to this, and majority of these are in sub-Saharan Africa. And then in that study, which was done in eastern Uganda, about 0.5% increase in resistance per year was reported. ICUs are among the largest consumers of antibiotics, and we know that resistance is directly related to the use, and so these are potential grounds for emergence of resistance. Studies that were particular to ICUs are scanty, and so there was need to characterize the practice and therefore come up with targeted interventions when it comes to fighting the resistance purge. So in this study, we were to determine antibiotic utilization practices, and in particular, we are going to look at the proportion of patients who get antibiotics, the duration, average duration of antibiotics, and then the factors associated with prolonged antibiotic use. We enrolled the patients who are in the study in 2024, and analysis was done with starter version 17. We recruited 1,875 patients after removing those who didn't meet the inclusion criteria, and 39.8% were private ICUs, 47 were government ICUs, and the others were PNFPs. 14.3% of the patients were pediatrics, and notably, cultures were sent in only 7.4% of the patients who are in this study. And of those, 0.7% had their results reported for that year. The 7-day prevalence was 98.2, and then the average duration of therapy was 4 days. 17.1% of these patients were on prolonged antibiotic therapy. And I would say in this study, patients who are in public ICUs, those who are on mechanical ventilation, and those who had emergency surgery with new hemodialysis catheter, they had a positive association with prolongation of antibiotics. We defined prolonged use as using antibiotics for more than 7 days. And then with negative association, patients who had bone and joint infections, and those who didn't have CVCs and erythropolis, and those whose tropic scores were less than 3.8, had a negative association with prolonged antibiotic use. Mortality was higher in patients who are on prolonged use therapy compared to those who are on short course. This may be because of severity of illnesses. Generally, the prescription we found out was higher, very high compared to the global value of 70%. We were at 98. And this is like almost whoever was in ICU was on antibiotics. And you may wonder if all patients who get to ICU are either admitted because of sepsis or along their way get sepsis. But we also know that in ICU patients who have critical illness, that is non-infectious related, are managed there. So how they all get to antibiotics is something we shall probably ponder upon. Generally, universally, it's recommended that antibiotic therapy should be done for as short or very short, or it should be as shortened, the least possible number of days the patient can be on these drugs. And for certain things like ventilator-associated pneumonia, 7 days have been found to be effective. I would say in the ICUs here, 4.1 is a number of days, it's short course. But we don't know whether it's because of mortality, which is high, or it's because after the patients get better, the antibiotics are stopped. In comparison to a study which was done in South Africa, 84.9% had therapy for less than 5 days, and I would say this is a good thing. In conclusion, we have very high prescription rates of antibiotics in ICUs. The question is whether actually all these patients need these antibiotics. It's upon us to come up with ways of reducing this and therefore indirectly reduce the emergence of resistance. I would say one of the strong recommendations here I would give is that we should invest in rapid diagnostics, especially probably in the molecular testing, which can give us results faster, and therefore guide the therapy from empirical to targeted therapy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ivan. You actually did better. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, so the next presentation will be by Dr. Sophia Namobiru. Yes, no. I think you can do better than Ivan, right?
Good afternoon. I'm going to present my study, sepsis at ICU admission, the prevalence, the ICU mortality, and the determinants of mortality in the intensive care registry of Uganda. Those are my supervisors. So sepsis remains one of the leading causes of morbidity and mortality worldwide, with an annual incidence of 276 to 678 per 100,000 people. Of these, 22.5% to about 26.7% die. In the ICU where we get patients, the global prevalence is around 31%, and mortality ranges from 30 to 46, depending on the region, the type of ICU, among other things. So in the LMICs, our ICUs are poorly equipped. This is known information. And mortality has been noted to be as high as 80%. That was in a study in Congo, which has a similar setting to us. Yeah. So in Uganda, sepsis and in-hospital mortality has been as high as 58.9%. This is in the hospital, not specific to the ICU. This study is by Kwizera et al., and it looked at general ICU mortality to be at about 40%, and sepsis was listed as the most common diagnosis, in about 49% of those patients. Associated factors included older age, altered mental state, thrombocytopenia, among others. So this study aims to sort of guide clinical management using locally collected data, guide resource allocation, and policy in management of sepsis. So this is my general objective, and the specific objectives. One will be to determine the prevalence of sepsis at admission among adult patients admitted to the ICUs in the registry, determine the ICU mortality of patients admitted with and without sepsis. So it will be more of a comparison, because these patients are going to be receiving almost the same, like I'm looking at the burden in those with sepsis and those without sepsis. Do they die more? Do they utilize more resources, among others? So how important is the study to patients? It will help, will identify high-risk patients faster, and so will prevent them from dying or progressing badly. Then to the clinicians, we'll have evidence to guide our decisions. Then to the policymakers, we'll know which resources to allocate to critical care settings. Then for researchers, this is a baseline study that can be used for future studies. It's going to be a retrospective cohort. Study period will be 2022 to 2025. And the study population will be all adult patients. We'll use all patients. And we need about to power the study, we need 1,186. However, we are going to collect all eligible patients into the study. That's what we'll use for data analysis. Yeah. We are now going to we have IRB approval. We're progressing to start analysis after getting the data. Thank you.
They keep getting better. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. All right. Final presentation is going to be Awesi, Dr. Francis Awesi, right? That's your real name? Okay. Just make sure you can everything good. David. Alice, do you have the slides for Dr. Francis? Right, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Kawesi Francis, presenting topic characteristics, mortality, and associated factors among pediatric patients admitted to mixed intensive care units, and it will be used data from the registry. Those are my supervisors. But I have a lot of support from people from the registry. That is Dr. Cornell, Dr. Adam, Dr. Fiona, and the entire IT team. So maybe just to brief you, mixed ICU is one that admits both adults and pediatric patients. But as you know that it's mainly designed to take care of adult patients with just improvising to take care of pediatric patients. So pediatric critical illness is a major global health problem, and it contributes to mortality and morbidity. In 2024, by WHO reported about 4.8 million children to have died, and but however that in low middle income countries we lack pediatric ICUs, unlike in high income countries. So we find ourselves managing most of the children in mixed ICUs. So studies in low middle income countries have shown that mortality rates are up to 40% in mixed ICUs. And yet research in pediatric critical care remains scarce and limited. So why should we care? Uganda's population is made up of mainly children, about 50%. However, we still have a high under 5 mortality, which goes up to about 60% in some regions like in West Nile. A study by Atumanya showed that the of the ICU population, 20% was made up of children. However, there is limited data on what happens to these children that are admitted to these mixed ICUs. So this study set out to determine the mortality of these pediatric patients admitted to mixed ICUs, and we shall use the registry for that. We shall also compare characteristics of survivors and non-survivors, and then we shall determine factors associated with mortality. Then in the secondary objective, we shall describe other outcomes of these children admitted to these mixed ICUs. So we intend to do between from 2022 to 2025, and we shall use mixed ICUs that will be participating in the ICU registry, and we shall recruit all pediatric patients within that study period. This is how we intend to analyze our data, and the benefit of this study, I hope it advocates for pediatric patients admitted in these mixed ICUs, and guides us on managing them better. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you very much. And Kawesi did almost as good as Sophia. All right, so we are done with that session. Are there any questions? One or two questions? Yes, Luigi.
Thank you so much. Just a quick comment, and well done to the residents, because I think this is a quality indicator of a registry. So how many theses, how many works of early career members are being done at a certain moment in time, and how many the data coordination center and the supervisors can handle at one point. Just one point on the pediatric one. So we just published one in Kenya. I think Wangari will mention it, very similar on pediatrics patients. So it's also nice to maybe get in touch with Dr. Mwangi, who's the first author there, to see what they have done there. In Kenya, 10% of the ICU admissions in adult ICUs were pediatric, and the paper is out there. And also regarding the other subpopulation papers, it's really nice to see what is out there published from CCAA, but also from the older brothers of registries like ANZIX, ICNARC, etc.
Thank you, Luigi. And one more comment or question? Okay, it seems the audience is either satisfied with the information or satisfied with the food. Either way, we are happy. All right. So the next session is going to be Dr. Arthur Quizera, who is going to talk about from data to decision, using ICU registry evidence to advocate for critical care. Dr. Arthur Quizera is an associate professor with the Department of Anesthesia, and recently defended his PhD thesis in critical care. So we welcome him. I think he will be online. He is currently in the UK, so we will have him online if we can get him connected. Dr. Arthur, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're trying to get you, we're trying to get visuals on you from our side. The IT guy is working on it, yeah. But I think you can get the slide ready.
Can you hear me?
Not yet. The IT guys have refused to take me off the camera.
Oh, yeah, more handsome than I am, so yeah.
Depends on the viewer. Just so you're aware, Arthur, in the room we have, I think, about almost 60 something people. I don't know if you're able to see the room. And amidst us, we have international delegates, and then we also have people from diverse backgrounds. We have ethics team here. Dr. Moses Ochan is here with us. We are glad to have him. And we can see you now. We can see you now.
What? Oh, okay. I can see the room. I'm really privileged. Thank you everybody for attending this thing. It means a lot to us in what we're trying to do. Yeah. Can I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed. We just presentation. We can hear you
Okay,
loud and
thank
clear.
you.
Just share your slides and go ahead.
I've shared. You seeing the slide?
IT team. In the room, we can't see them yet. We're waiting for the IT team to project them to us.
Okay.
All right, I think we can see them now. You can go ahead.
All right. So, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for attending our first Uganda ICU Registry in critical care conference. It's an honor for us and a privilege as well for us to have you, but also for us to have gotten here in this time. I really thank all the previous speakers for some really empowering presentations, and I really pray that when we have the next one, we shall really have built and made a lot of progress. So when I was asked to talk about data to decision, I'm sure that these guys know the journey we've made in trying to get the government to recognize the importance of critical care. It hasn't been easy, and I will try to share some of the things and some lessons learned from this journey. Yes, I'm from the Department of Anesthesia. I'm colleagues to many of you, and I think my only conflict of interest with regards to this is we started this journey writing this grant with the leads, and we're very lucky to get this grant from the Wellcome Trust, and with Adam and Cornell leading this project. And I really want to thank all the participating sites for their trust in this process, and I can guarantee you that good things are coming because of the evidence that we're generating that will help care of our patients. So, of course, in some of these things, whenever you're coming, anything that may impact policy it's always going to be the why. Many times we talk about publishing so much work and papers that don't really translate into anything. They may help with evidence building, but over the years when I've interacted with 3 ministries of health in Africa, and one common theme is that they view things differently from the way we view. I'll give you an example. A lot of the studies that we have done, Adam presented ASIOS data, which is very compelling. And then there's the study by Atumanya that talked about the need for improving critical care capacity, and a lot of other ICU studies. When you go sit and present this to someone in the ministry, it takes a while for them to actually translate that into action, for example, into policy. And learning that over the last, maybe I started this journey dealing with ministry people 2010, just getting to sit on their side and understand how to convince them that this is a very important thing. A lot of people, advocacy in itself is a clinical skill. Many people don't get that. When you're advocating with your patient for, let's say, a procedure or therapy or diagnosis or, a predisposition to care, that in itself, being able to convince them is a skill in e-learning. And that's what separates. You have two very good doctors, but one doctor will be more effective because they have the advocacy as a skill. And this translates even to the policymakers as well. Being able to understand the other person and see where their point of view, and also being humble enough to appreciate the fact that, sometimes you not have all your cards, and sometimes you need to know when to go and when not to, when to ask for a letter, when not to, and so on and so forth. And like I've mentioned, policy is a long game. I said it's been 10 years. And interestingly, like some of you know, the first paper I published, the precursor to the Atumanya paper it got me into trouble, and I had to go to the minister and explain myself. I won't go into very long details. And then I had to tell them, well, what we meant by an ICU bed is exactly this. And yet the people are saying we have 2,000 ICU beds in the country. And this is 2013, because it appeared in the Monitor, and then I was being accused of being opposition and so on and so forth. So when you're trying to, we need to know that we're not going to get results immediately. If we do, we're lucky. And I think the reason why critical care blew up was because of COVID. It was a very, very inconvenient tool that helped us convince, or the ministry suddenly realized, okay, this is something that we have to tackle. And it might have been the one thing that we were lacking in our armamentarium in terms of convincing them for the need for critical care. So it's for everybody in this room. It doesn't matter where you come from. Critical illness is something that happens, like now we've seen from the ESIOS data, it happens anywhere, in your home, in the clinic, in the hospital, in the community, and we need to move that. I'll talk about that a lot later, to move that paradigm forward. So this, sorry about that, this is basically a village. It is the Kisoro District Community Critical Care Project. And nobody thinks about, everybody thinks, oh, this is it has to be in an ICU. And we, because of this, we had to come and say, you know what, we can do this at the lowest level possible. This is an ongoing project that the association is doing. But so far, it's gaining a lot more traction because we are practically showing that the lowest level of CADA, if you can see, of course, we have now here, there's an anesthesiologist, Dr. Daphne, who had gone to provide support supervision for that. But, then you have a medical officer, and then you have an anesthetic officer, a bachelor's anesthetic officer, and a biomedical engineering, and an ICU nurse learning. On one side you have a ventilator, which we then learned, you can't apply in this setting because the skills that you need are a little more advanced for that. But this is something that was cheap. The ministry saw as cost effective, and somehow has gotten sneaked into from a futuristic, maybe after 2028, coming to a policy where every district has some sort of HDU, ICU type scenario. Now, I just threw that in as to open your minds and as to what the possibilities are. I'm hoping by now that I don't need to explain to you what the registry is. But just very quickly, as you know, this data is just a summary of where we are, and more is still happening because we are still recruiting more sites. And the whole idea is to generate, longitudinal critical care evidence that can help us provide a proper denominator for policy claims. Because many times people want to ask, so, do you have data right now? And if we do such isolated studies, aggregating them becomes very difficult. But if you have one big pool, you can actually query the system to give you something that focuses on one area. It might be we're asking for, like one of the students is doing malaria, another one is doing sepsis, the other one is doing pediatrics, and we're very able to query the database to quickly generate something to show what the burden of disease is and help us with policy. And the other, of course, for me, I would love that, everybody in the room, for starters, becomes an advocate for evidence-based care and also becomes an investigator. And one of the things we've learned, obviously, over time is that it's much more cost-effective to have a registry that can ask the right questions rather than going back every other time to design a new study, and then you have to ask for funding for it, which may or may not come, and so on and so forth. So the other thing also we need to realize the advantage is that, by having a registry, the data to decision pipeline is much quicker than an isolated study. We just completed the ARISE trial, which we started in 2023. And we're very lucky that we had some immediate results based on the questions that we asked, that is it feasible for a medical officer to provide high flow oxygen therapy in a place where there is no intensive care? So we answered that question, and we did a dissemination workshop, and then in Ginger, and then the ministry immediately plugged high flow oxygen therapy into its armamentarium or an inventory at the national medical stores. So that was one win. But in many respects, I feel like that was a fluke, because we were lucky in the sense that we were able to get all the right people in the room. But it also comes back to the point that we included the Ministry of Health people from the get-go in some of the aspects of trial design as well. But what commonly happens is that the first two steps, we gather data and we generate evidence. These are things we are good at, but for the next 3 up to 5, this is where things get difficult. This is where we really need to start interrogating ways and of how to get this over the line. And I'll show you from my little experience how. So the advantages, first of all, is that you have very easily defensible denominators, because you have, like I've said, you have population rates that single trials cannot deliver, and yet, in a very short period of time, able to aggregate this evidence right, on the go. It's becomes like a living document. When we were doing the COVID recommendation studies we had what we call a living document. So whether it was a platform trial, every result that came, we just kept building. And if you go to the BMJ, the living guidelines for COVID treatment, we're just plugging in every trial result that came out, and kept updating the treatment recommendations. The other thing is that obviously you can see trends, and even with those trends, you're able to actually identify factors that are associated with the changes in the trends. It might be seasonal variations, like in climate. It could be, politics, funding issues, because our budget cycles, how they go, and so on and so forth. And of course, it's very applicable to our daily lived world. And then, of course, the advantage of the registry, I like the registry because it helps, it recruits every person who is involved in care of the patient, from administrators all the way down to even families. And many of you have experienced, in the talks, you've talked about how the units have learned to. I had a talk from Nakasero Hospital where they were saying the benefits of having the registry has helped them be more vigilant in terms of data collection and management. And what it does is it builds ownership. Whereas this starts as an initial project of 2, 3, 4 individuals, it grows. I mean, I'll be away tomorrow, for one reason or the other, but it becomes its own living ecosystem. And this is one strong suite of this. So Dr. Adam has already talked about this. We had an informal conversation a long time ago after the publication of the ASIOS of the study, and he's already talked about this. And we use this to convince the ministry, Dr. Olaro, to reframe critical care from a specialty service. Like I said, critical illness can happen at any level, to a point prevalence problem. And that can be, in other words, it just happens just like that. A patient comes in for a C-section, gets infected, gets organ dysfunction. That's critical illness. And that patient, we need to have a discussion around how do we deal with that. Not from a specialty perspective, there has to be an ICU where this patient gets managed. But, the ability to make a diagnosis that this patient has organ dysfunction. My area of research is organ dysfunction. And then what do we do about it there, whether we have an ICU or not, because we also learned that early recognition is probably the number one thing that that makes a difference. The World Health Organization, after the summit, actually there's now one going on in Geneva, recognized that emergency and essential critical care is a problem, and they have a resolution to that effect. The colleagues from Tanzania, Tim Becker and Otto, have done a very good job in pronouncing this, and it also part of the reframing is that critical care can happen anywhere along the referral pathway. So this is just some background data, talking about data and how we use it to make compelling cases. This is work that we did a long time ago, around 2021, 2022. And we used this data to show that in patients who had, the critical illness by our definition, and use of 7 and above, that needed either high dependency or intensive care service, were 10 times more likely to die than patients who did not need it. So, and this was, Azios already showed that as well. We then picked from the Kisoro cohort study. It's about 1,300 patients between 2022 and 2025. Like Dr. Cornelius said, part of my PhD work, I had of course, oxygen therapy. ARDS was my primary thing, but we'd also designed a sub-study that had some genomics and so on, but also looking at acute illness in one setting nationally, but also, and we chose Kisoro district. Now, when we were working with the ministry, I also happened to be, and this is part of the lessons, you leverage yourself as you come across, you're picked as an expert, but you need to look at what other opportunities, what other things within your armamentarium of your specialty you can solve when you are engaging with Ministry of Health people. So we did, when we were doing the National Medical Oxygen Scale-Up Plan, I was asked to support the ministry as a technical advisor. And some of you might have attended. We looked at 85 or so facilities, and we picked up some information that essentially guided the national oxygen strategy. And this basically talks about how data informs policy and informs decision. We were lucky to be part of the Lancet Commission on medical oxygen. And at the point, we were able to actually do some costing studies that enabled the provision of pulse oximeters and oxygen concentrators and manifold systems. We are currently doing a project where we're piping 16 hospitals around the country. And this is manifold in every ward, whether it's pediatric, surgical, we're piping into the ward, you have all the ports. So outside you have the manifold system. And some of this is based off the work we did in Kisoro. But just being around and having conversations, and you do work on one side and you say, hey, what do you think of this data? This is what we found. These are the improvements, and it will cost you a tenth of, your budget. And people like things like that. So this is just a lesson where data was already in place, and so we didn't have to again go back to generate more evidence or look for funding to generate more evidence. It might not have been registry data, but I'm just explaining in effect, we had the data, and that was a registry, a small registry in its own, of how we could actually be used to impact policy and translation. And the difference was that we were very quick at making a difference, because it was also the politics of the day. Now, this was when we look at this, we used the Atumanya study to put it upon the government that in order for us to be able to contend with the next pandemic that needs organ support, we would need X number of beds. So we did things like estimating, doing oxygen needs estimations and so on and so forth, that we had also plucked out of the National Oxygen Scale-Up Plan strategy to enable us do this. Now, it was very easy to use ASIO's denominators, but we also had discussions with some of the initial data that we got from the district cohort for this. And because the ministry, luckily enough, over time after COVID, had plugged intensive care into a priority area, we were able, one, to increase capacity for human resource recruitment. So we also separated, job titles, job descriptions. And big thing for us was we're able to plug in specific roles for critical care nurses, intensivists. As much as anesthesiologists are the baseline cadre that can operate a general ICU, but we also put in a framework in which you can actually have super specialized training in intensive care. And that's a role that's recognized and is now in the Health Service Commission job structure. This just gives you a sense of what we think the total number of public ICUs will be by the end of this year. And as you know, construction is happening. We started with Arua, Hoima, and Kabale, and the others are also in the pipeline. Of course, it's a whole thing with regards to funding. But once you show evidence and then these things get plugged into budgetary frameworks, we can't control that side because that's not our space. They have to find the money for it, but at least it's now a policy document that every regional referral should have a 10-bed ICU, the 20-bed HDU with these resources and so on and so forth. And all these hospitals have oxygen plants and the piping that can enable adequate oxygen provision. Then, of course, we also looked at, again, using Kisoro, looking at, okay, we can't ventilate patients, but can we offer a higher level of oxygen hypoxemia management, basically non-invasive, but advanced respiratory strategies? And we showed that, with high flow oxygen, we can do something. It doesn't save everybody, but for many people where that is the last line of defense, we showed a significant reduction in negative outcomes. And we just also tried to see, after training, more generic way, and just observed and showed that there was a high mortality in patients who did not receive oxygen at all. We're not trying to control it. It wasn't a trial, it was observational. And so then we knew that, okay, including high flow oxygen in the next iteration of Uganda's the essential and critical care package, based on, subject to adequate oxygen and so on and so forth, was a cost-effective intervention. And of course, we did a study for that. So we looked at some key interventions that if we closed the oxygen treatment gap, if we deployed high flow oxygen, for example, and if we did early ward-based sepsis care, as you can see, we found that, for example, almost half of the patients were facing catastrophic healthcare expenditures. 60% of the costs were non-medical, food, accommodation, transport, airtime, and which is very hard to justify some of these things in terms of these are things that drain people. And then, of course, there's job losses, because someone who is not at work is losing income and is actually spending. And that's what led to this 44.6%. So per critical illness episode, the median, household cost was about 35.6%. But then when you look at the numbers in terms of closing the oxygen treatment gap, was $15 per death averted. And this data is there. We have a paper that is under consideration somewhere, so it will come out at some point. But the whole point is that by this addressing things that in a very cost-effective manner using data, this is now what the ministry is now considering, because from the get-go, there were part and parcel of planning for this work. So I might have given you some clues on how to engage our colleagues at the Ministry of Health. One, you need to understand these are our colleagues. They have had our lived experience. They usually have come from very, very low resource places as well. So you already know that they have an understanding. But as a subject matter expert, you know a lot more about them in that regard, in your regard, but you don't have that their lived, or you may not have had their lived experience. And so typically what you do is just, some of them, because some of them will be our former classmates in medical school, we might have gone to the same school of medicine. Your social skills are very important. We all have titles, but at the end of the day, we're all human beings. So if you're passionate about this, and I believe we're all here because we're passionate about this, go and talk to them, meet them in the office initially, formally, send an email, and then say, can we have a conversation about this, over a cup of coffee? And then some of them support Arsenal, and they might need a lot of, they have been a very long suffering fan. So you take them to an Arsenal game, watch together, and hope that Arsenal wins, even if you're a Man U fan, because then they may be more amenable to a conversation. But that's a side job. But make sure that you're constantly talking to them. They need to see that you're passionate about this, because they also need a lot of help when it comes to data acquisition, evidence, and so on, because their roles are very lonely, by the way. They're understaffed usually. They are overwhelmed with a lot of work from other projects and other things. They have to meet funders and so on. So you know that you're going to have to take on a significant part of their work. It helps from a strategic perspective that you write a one-pager about what you want to do, because they don't have all the time to read a 300-page document. Remember that we are not there. We might be researchers, clinicians, scientists. They are not. They're more policy administrators. And then time, budget cycles. Start conversations early, and by the time you've built rapport and you built a document, you just keep asking them, when is the technical working group? Because these things go in stages in the ministry. And then, of course, coalitions are important. I like, when you work with, critical illness is an intersection of, one, all the other disciplines, two, hospital administrators, directors, and so on and so forth. So it's best whenever you're doing something, you get a grant, get everybody in the same room. Don't isolate it to doctors only, nurses only. No, everyone has something to contribute to this. And like I said, it's a long game. Always keep them in touch. Create a WhatsApp group and keep telling them about what's going on elsewhere. Just keep in the space, because sometimes when a funding opportunity comes, you're there, you're the first person that they will think about. And then you have to, every language that you write for anything that you do, you have to see what's in the, in their own language frameworks. You see all these things, Vision 2040, SDG 3, UHC, ECC is something we might know because it's an our forte, but it's not what you want. It's what fits into the global political language. And then, like I said, you do the bulk of the work. You write the policy documents. I literally wrote the National Medical Scale-up Plan for Oxygen document with like 2-3 other people. And these are from the Oxygen Task Force and the funding partner. And then these guys who took them to a workshop, they read through, they approved, they brought their policy-oriented, even things like semantics, then we did that, and they appreciated that as well. Now, what has worked? I think I've shared quite a bit, but what is likely to work for us is if we can get one of us to be in the technical working groups, not just as an external expert, co-authoring policy documents with ministry staff, even just manuscripts, like if you notice, a lot of the papers that are pushed out regarding Uganda level things have guys from the ministry, whether it's the PS, the DG, TWG guys, and so on and so forth, because they have contributed, and it's good for the ministry to have ownership of this work. It's good for their CVs, but it's also good to show that the country is working together with academia to solve these problems. And then, of course, again, leveraging global frameworks. I've already discussed that. And then what I've recently learned is the cost of any care, because that's a very, very important thing. How much do you save the country by this intervention? For example, I think mechanical ventilators, it's very hard to defend if we don't meet other targets in terms of human resource, availability of consumables, and so on. So on my side, I'll be very careful about going for those very expensive assets, because as you can tell from COVID, all regional referral hospitals receive mechanical ventilators, dialysis equipment, and they're not working. So that's a negative return on investment. And then you keep talking the same thing, keep preaching, so that, if at the ministry where they know Arthur is Mr. ICU, Mr. Oxygen, or whatever it is, I'm not just the only one. Then it's Adam, then it's Cornelius, then it's and so on and so forth. Like, we become a movement. And I really like that there's a lot of people here. I've listened to the pitches by the investigators. They might think that they're doing this for their own dissertations, but these things are seeds. So the advantage with having access to the registry is that any of you can, in the room, as long as you meet the minimum requirements, can actually be an investigator. You can approach one of us as the seniors we talk through an idea, and then you go through the steps to get ethical approval and so on, so that you can actually build your portfolio without spending too much money in terms of building a CV as a researcher. But every researcher, clinician, is an advocate, and that's one thing that we need to remember. So what you shouldn't do, and these are hard lessons I've learned, don't publish a paper and think that policy will follow just like that. You think that you've done your part, and then no. Guys, don't read journals. Don't do a one-off workshop like we do this and we have ministry present, and then we don't do this again next year. That's it's just, people will thank you, and then other things will take over. I learned not to use very jargon-heavy words, hypoxemic respiratory failure. Or if I do, I'm also at great pains to explain what those are. But that's also by repetitive engagements. And then having clinician-only groups without working closely with the ministry will take us nowhere. And then, of course, not understanding the budget framework, it's a hard thing. We can't start asking for blood gas machines at the moment when we are not doing very well on the care side in terms of oxygen therapy, or when there may be cost-effective alternatives. And then if you have data, now, policy public engagement has actually become a very big deal. Dr. Kabatoro just did a study in Kisoro where she interviewed, not just in Kisoro, even in Kampala, where she interviewed survivors of critical illness. And some of the things they said were quite compelling. I cannot say anything yet until she's published the work, but leaving that information out is unhelpful, because you end up doing the wrong things without patient advocacy. So I've already discussed about the global frameworks that give local advocacy cover. And I have the 5 Ps that I like to use. So you have a package: what is the problem, the rate, the cost of the ask, and then the price timeline. You have the person, your partner in the ministry, who you work with and engage with regularly. These guys now, a lot of them are personal friends. Some of them will hang out somewhere, some have visited their homes, they have visited mine. It's now first name basis. I keep telling them, don't call me professor, because that is not the point. Then the other one is the fora. Technical working groups are very, very important places to be, but to get there, so on. Don't give up. Cornell likes calling me the eternal optimist. But the lesson I've learned in that is that at some point something gives. I mean, we are here now having a registry conference, but would never have thought about this if we had given up. This small, just keeping the hope alive somehow. Something happens. I do not know what will happen in the next 5 years, but I think and I believe it will be good. Plus, what other things can we do in the meantime if there's something we are caring about? And then partnerships. I cannot overstate enough. So now we're data collectors. What I really want is for everybody now to look at the data as a source of information that helps us drive improvement in care for our patients. So you're moving from a data steward to a policy translator, okay? And I think that is something that the key thing in my message would be, we collect data, but what does it mean, and how can it help? in anesthesia, for example, we're hearing of patients who are dying on the operating table because so on and so forth. But how are we translating that into, that is data as well. What are we doing about this? This is just, you don't need to answer, but these are things that I know many of us in the association are continually working with the ministry to deal with. So the 7 habits is 1, learn to write a 1-page policy brief. You can do this as practice. You can do this, especially for those who have actually presented their studies, Kawesa, Namubiru, and so on. Then identify and engage one partner at the ministry that is within the domain that you're trying to investigate, maternal child health on one side and so on and so forth. And then, speak on one non-clinical forum, build civil society partnership, parent-patient associations. I know we don't have, what we have is SERHAD, but it's very, it's more of a civil society, but it's okay. It's a starting place. And then, track one indicator that you think that is linked to one very explicit policy commitment. If we can get one and report on it annually, because we'll have the data that we're collecting as a registry will show. And again, publish one mortality cost of inaction translational paper, because that is something that you can always have as part of your armamentarium to show, if we do not do this, this is the direct outcome. And then as we are going, as you grow and as we're going, for those of us who are a little bit advanced, try to mentor one colleague specifically in advocacy. In other words, wherever, if we're going to the ministry to meet someone, we get some gundi jangu tugende, then we go and they sit in the meeting and they see how we engage these people. This is what I'm envisioning in a few years' time, 5 years' time, that we'll have essential and emergency critical care and so on. We shall have doubled our ICU density, even though our population rate fertility rate is high, but just hoping that we can match and surpass that where it's double. We have oxygen continuity at all levels at least 95%. And national mortality reports are now registry-led. I know the Ministry of Health has got under DHIS, Adam is working with them. We include a critical care component, but at least for hardcore critical care to keep the faith and the standard as has been shown, and have at least 100 people who come through the registry and are able to synthesize and sit in one room and everybody is helping drive this thing and ensure that the 1 to 4 are active. So yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm almost done. So again, what every member in this registry can do, look at all this. You identify one policy hook, find a MOH counterpart, draft that 1-pager. It doesn't have to be pure or anything. It's just putting your thoughts and seeing how to do. Join, we'll create a WhatsApp group, join it, and then pick one of the 7 habits and start it between now and September. And then see yourself as the advocate, not the next person, not me and so on, but make sure that that it's you. Every patient in this registry is an argument, waiting to be made, is a compelling case for improvement of their own care, and God forbid yours or someone that you love. Every line in the data set is a budget line that it does not yet exist, and unless it is known. And we should be emboldened enough that we're not going to leave translation, like moving this registry data to the next person that's coming through. We should be doing it ourselves. Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
So we are going to have Dr. Agre return the blood to the brain. Then we go to the keynote address from Dr. Luigi. Yes, Agre, here is the microphone.
Dr. Cornelius and Dr. Quizer. Let's all be upstanding. Please be upstanding. Some of us move to the central line just in case you collapse. We shall find a jugular for you. Are we all upstanding? The DJ.
On the left. On the left. On the right. On the left. Are we ready to start now? That was just the curtain raiser. 3, 2, 1. 2 on the left. 1 on the right. 2 on the left. 2 on the left. Sharp on the right. 2 on the right. Thank you so much. It's the kids, baby.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our keynote address speaker, Dr. Luigi Pisani from Italy, and he's one of the CCA network collaborators for the ICU Registry, and he's going to discuss through the international perspectives. So you're welcome, Luigi.
Thank you so much, Cornell, and it's really a pleasure to be here. And after the dance, well, I'm sure I don't need to wake you up because, well, someone else did it for me. And so my name is Luigi, and I'm an associate professor in Bari University in Italy, and a researcher in Moru in Bangkok. These are the 2 houses where I've been in these years. So that's my hospital in Italy. You can see it's quite big and not functional because it was built by the fascist regime, and they like big things expanding. But you can imagine taking a patient for a CT from one side to the other. And that's Moru Mahidol Oxford Research Unit in Bangkok that has been supporting, together with Nix Moru, Shamira, Abi Rashan, the work of the registry. So, you know, I was speaking in the afternoon. I don't have a big agenda, but I did come with 3 questions. So, why are we here? Why are we reflecting on ICU registries, ICU research, and quality improvement? I would like to give a few examples also from international other registries of how we can use data to improve quality of care. What role did ICRU have, or can it have, in the wider CCAA, but also the logic network, of which I will speak to you about, and then some concluding remarks based also on what I'm taking from this meeting today. So why are we here? I think all of us, independently from what we do, we might be nurses, data collectors, physicians, nurses in charge, but we do care about our patients. So this is a last patient I left yesterday. You can see very complicated, many ICU pumps and supports and dialysis, etc. And I learned this morning that the patient didn't make it, and I knew it was a very difficult situation. And the same happens in different settings. You know, Dr. Ronnie in Mombasa has exactly the same patient level kind of doubts that I have. And what we want to do is, we do have our clinical practice day by day. Sometimes it's brutal, We want to translate it into data. That's why we are here a little bit. And then translate that data into quality of care, and maybe, as Arthur really nicely showed, transform that quality of care into regional or national policies. And we have to do this by collecting data, and I really agree that data is not anymore the bottleneck, but there are other bottlenecks. I mean, how does then these data help us change practice? So let's take an example of a thing that unfortunately we use every day, which is a car. I mean, do we really know the lights that we have up there? And if I ask you, do you know this indicator on your, how do you call this in English? Dashboard of the car. Well, I think, we all know this, right? Are the lights. But then if I ask you a yellow one, this is something to do with the engine, it might be, club C rate, I don't know. But if I ask you about this one, do you know what this is in your car? It's the handbrake, yes, when you put on your handbrake. But if your handbrake is not on, and this goes on, then you are in a serious trouble, because it means there is a big problem in your braking system. Did you know this? So now you know. So with George Salu and some people, we actually wrote a paper a bit about this, saying, do we really know the dashboard of our ICU? Maybe we know the speed, the length of stay, mortality rate, but maybe we don't really use the standardized mortality rate. And the other indicators like CLABSI and IVAC, and someone this morning was speaking about VAP rates. And then what about our processes indicator? Or that's even more complicated, and our outcomes. And the structural, well, nicely that we spoke about structural indicators today. And then there is new indicators coming up. And Arthur nicely spoke about the economic performance that we now have to keep in mind. We spoke about ICO, etc. Workload is a hot topic now. Nurses and workload, but also physician. So reality looks more like this, right? Clinical practice is complicated, and we're burned by it. Data, also, I see many data collectors in the room. In the survey, thank you, Herbert, we saw I don't have issues with data, but I think we do have issues with data quality, and we have to be transparent about this. It's not a round blue kind of circle. It's more complicated than that. And this matters because, Cornell already showed this. When we collected this data a few years ago from many studies out there, in our lower middle income countries, mortality is quite high, but it's also high in other countries. If you get into the ICU in Italy, you have maybe 20-30%. In Bangladesh, you go to 40. And we now know from Motivate and other papers that in Uganda, we are around 49% for ventilated patients. And as Cornell says, well, we cannot really change the GDP, but we can change some other things. But apart from the patient, I think we are also in this room today for another reason. I think we are here because we care about ourselves and about what purpose we have in our clinical lives. We are all physicians or nurses or data collectors. And I really like this editorial, which tells us, as a physician, what you do. You apply knowledge. Your cognitive focus is about the patient, is about the illness. Your decision-making is rapid, and you respect authority. General, you have this risk management kind of approach to things as a clinician, and the basis for remuneration is efficiency, numbers, effectiveness. But if we are in this room, I think we want to be more. We want to be what this article, and I think the literature now is calling in the medical curriculum as well. We want to be physician scientists, or nurse scientists, or data collector scientists. And this is a bit different. We approach knowledge in a different way by discovery. We have a different cognitive focus. The response to mistakes is not risk management anymore, but a mistake becomes an opportunity. And we do question authority, but we do also try to advocate. So I think this is important to remember. So these are the two reasons, patient and then our own purpose to be here. And putting these two things together, then these can really, as you're showing in this room, and as CCA has been showing, can build a pathway to successful scientific capacity in Uganda, in Africa, like this nice paper showed. Arthur really told us about number 7, but how do we get to number 7? We do get by building capacity, having high quality data, and the other things showed here. We recently mapped how many registries there are out there, and there are 35 countries with a registry, and Uganda is one of them. You can see in Africa, the white area that's showed by Cornell also applies to registries. So you must know that you are not alone. There is a lot of learning that can be taken from ICRU, and there is also a lot of learning that ICRU can take from some registries that are there for more than 30 years. But it's also important we reason a little bit on what are the questions that we are going to answer using our tool, because it's simply a tool, nothing more. And how are we then going to take this data into policy change? And we are lucky because if you have a doubt about what is a good question in your ICU, there was a recent exercise done by the network together with a very robust organization into prioritizing research questions in the ICU. Just look from what they started. They started from 432 different questions, and then they ran down and down and down until they prioritized 11 questions. And maybe they align with your interests, maybe not, but it's good to check. And look what is at number 1, number 2, it's things that we have been discussing today, like socioeconomic impact of ICU care. But also then there is some clinical issues like infection control and patient triaging and antimicrobial stewardship that we've just heard today. So it's good to know these are the priorities. They might not align with yours, but it's good to know they're out there. So what are a few examples on how we can leverage registry data to improve care? If there was a fire in my house, this is the only registry paper I would save from my house. I really love it. It's what can we learn? And it was written by people who have reasoned on registry data for a long time. And the aim of measurement is really to provide quantitative indicators with the aim of improving one or more among structure, process, or outcomes. And lesson 1 in this paper is make the important measurable, not the measurable important. And I'll bring you just one example because Cornell is right, we don't have time. So some years ago, the Swedish, very high income country, very precise Swedish, they realized in their registries there was a problem with nighttime discharges and weekend discharges. And so they observed an association, there was a consistent finding with the literature, and they noticed that different ICUs were behaving in a different way in Sweden using their ICRU Swedish registry. And so they thought, hey, let's put up a national program that you find there to improve nighttime discharges and weekend discharges, because these people are dying more in Sweden. And they actually improved mortality. A few years later, Gartner and colleagues said, okay, if this applied to Sweden, then it must apply also to Australia. They did the exact same thing and nothing changed in Australia. So there are things that are context specific, and will focusing on nighttime discharges and weekend discharges change anything in Ugandan ICRU? You don't know until you really dive deep into it, but other experiences can help. So reporting of quality indicators, data quality is everything. And we really cannot speak enough about this. And some years ago, we analyzed the quality of the platform, and we were quite well established against all criteria that were internationally, explicit rule, collection of raw, the things that Herbert and Shamira run today. And now we're lucky to have an ISO kind of certification. But also, it's not only the quality of the platform, we need to look at the quality of the individual data. Lesson 3 from the Lytton paper is mortality benchmarking. This is necessary, but maybe not sufficient, and maybe it's not even important. In our registries, it has not been a central point. It is a central point in some registries. So the Italian registry, just to give you a perspective, is one of the oldest. So it's there from 35 years. Its name is GVT because in the name they put the group for the evaluation of intervention in the intensive care unit. They're really focused on that. And let's say you visit Italy, you go and visit the Colosseum in Rome. Let's say you have a heart attack, okay? And you end up in an ICU in Italy. I mean, will you know the quality of that ICU? You will not know. Because this graph here, which comes into the reports of Italian registry, is not publicly available. This is telling me that these are all the ICUs in the registry in Italy, and it's telling you that this is a forest plot. If you are an ICU on the right, then your mortality is superior to the expected, and if you are on the left side, then your mortality is inferior to the expected. And you know, if you have a heart attack in Rome while visiting the Colosseum, where would you like to go? I'm sure you would like to go to the left, right? And the red one was my ICU, because this is how the benchmarking works. You know where you are, you don't know the names of the other ICUs. Otherwise, the benchmarking will never work, right? Inside, they decided to put this public, and they were very scared about what would happen if this goes public, but nothing happened. Like the Netherlands has this data public. People can see what is the mortality, length of stay, standardized mortality of places. So let's think also inside ICRU, do we want to benchmark? How should we do this, etc.? Because there are also many issues with standardized mortality rates that are well. And actually, when low and middle income researchers came together in a big Delphi indicator exercise published in intensive care medicine, you can see standardized mortality is not even there. They have chosen to put ICU crude mortality number 6 because there are many issues with standardized mortality, but you can also see what are the other 14 prioritized indicators in this list, and you can choose one to act, as Arthur said. It's too difficult to act on several. Choose one and go for it. And the Uganda registry, we recently mapped all registries in the world. The Uganda registry does have many of the indicators needed to go forward. So why we're here, we're also here to identify unwarranted practice variation, and this is really what we should focus on. Not the practice variation, but the one that cannot be explained by case mix or cannot be explained by other clinical reasons. It's called unwarranted practice variation, and it's there where you can really find a quality improvement initiative. Do people know how they perform? I really love this study from the Netherlands. They were trying to assess how people felt about their performance. Doesn't matter what they were assessing on a dashboard, looking at pain indicators, but it relates to many indicators. So look what happened when they asked people, you know, what is your perceived performance on those indicators on the y-axis, and what is the actual performance? So we usually overestimate our own practice. And that is also, I think, one of the reasons we are here, because if we are in this room, we are also aware and conscious that we should, you know, bring the reality to the table and try to improve. Number 3, registries can be a leeway for local action. You know, sometimes forget about the word registry. So this is an example from Swagata Tripathi in India. She was really interested by what happens to tracheostomized patients in her setting in India, which is quite difficult. And so she built a phone app and an entire intervention with videos to and many other things to care about these patients. So nothing to do with the registry, but she spotted a problem thanks to the registry, and then she created a quite complex intervention. Looks easy, but then when you read the paper, it's quite complex to solve that problem. So your local passion, be it antimicrobial stewardship, be it tracheostomized patient, really embrace it, defend it, because that's where then a national initiative will stem from. Another example is coming from India. So the registry can help us to identify context-specific patterns that are unique to your setting, Uganda or India, whatever. And this is quite complex. It's telling us about persisting critical illness. You know, how do the comorbidities, the green line, how do these explain patient outcome? In high income setting, they explain it more and more as length of stay goes forward, while the admission SOFA or admission score usually don't explain after, but Bharat could not replicate the same in India. And so this goes back to what Cornell was saying, copy pasting doesn't work. We really have to test theories. The theory can be developed somewhere else, but you have to test it in your own registry. And you can, of course, focus on context-specific populations, like we nicely heard from the residents. And I was happy to see, you know, pediatrics, sepsis, acute brain injury in the program, because this is one aim of registries internationally. And can you end up on intensive care medicine top journal with a registry paper? Yes, you can. This is the Australians, and they were simply describing what is happening with the acute hypoxemic respiratory failure. You cannot bring this word to the ministry, as Arthur said, but you can bring it into an ICM paper, because they show that while the burden of this stayed the same in Australia in 20 years, the mortality went down, and they showed this through the registry. So something good has been done with these patients. But what is the future bringing to us, to our registry data? So something that is popping up slowly from the ground and that you should be aware of is emulated trials. So the use of registry data to answer questions in a way that would be very similar to a clinical trial. So we know that we can embed clinical trials in the registry. We know this, and Uganda has been a champion in this. But we can also use data that is already there to perform an emulated trial and answer a research question that usually would only be answered by a clinical trial that, you know, costs millions and years, etc. So this is something that maybe you want to think about, maybe build expertise, statistical expertise, data sciences expertise for it. And last is what role for ICRU in the wider network. So I will not say what the network is, Adam already showed. I am bringing you this idea that is coming from a colleague just in the last few days, because we have now to think about what will happen after 1st of January 2027. We do have to look for our own funding. And Dr. Duncan from UK and Dr. Diptesh from Nepal, they are going to join forces and write an application for the NIHR in the UK concerning AMR and bacterial and fungal infections, especially regarding point-of-care diagnostics, PCT testings, and some localized prescribing guideline and antibiogram that we have already heard from Nakasero this morning, but they are going to try and make this an intervention to test in a clinical trial. So anyone in the group interested in such an idea, please do reach out to your national leads and to these people to write the application together. Logic, no time to describe too much, but is a network that I help a little bit to support, joining all registries together, the ones that want to be joined into one network that is looking at benchmarking, international benchmarking, quality improvement, and clinical research. Uganda is there already from a few years. It's only using available data, a few publications out there, and some that are really telling an interesting story. This is not yet published But look what happens. If you take all patients in your registry, ventilated and non-ventilated in all the countries of logic, so going from high income to low income, and you put the countries, the GDP of the country, as the GDP increases, the mortality goes down, but you cannot really show a clear pattern, right? It's quite weak. If you only take ventilated patient, then look what happens. And here again, as Cornell showed with Motivate, intubating is quite easy, but maintaining and weaning and discharging an intubated patient quite hard. Keep this. There is some other logic projects that are starting. This is again only using available data, no new collection. One in cancer patients from Brazil, one in pediatric intensive care registries, and one focusing on obstetric patients around the globe. So if you are interested in any of these, please do reach out. And one I'm really passionate about that we have started thinking about is climate change and what is it bringing to our ICU patients. So we know the temperatures are rising everywhere, but should my friend Dr. Mohammed in Bangladesh worry about this? Should Adam worry in Bali about rising temperatures? We really want to find this out at a global level in ICUs. In Uganda, despite your favorable position, you do also have a problem with rising temperatures. I really like this paper. It's only coming from a tiny hospital in Uganda, but they could demonstrate in Windy that there was an association between rising temperatures, hospital admissions, and increased mortality. But this is well shown. Hospital admissions is well shown around the globe. What is not well shown is what's happening in the ICU. And we have evidence that rising temperatures will bring complex pathology, multi-organ dysfunction, as you can see, basically in any organ. But while there is good evidence on some other things like mental health and climate change, cardiorespiratory disease worsening and climate change, we really don't know much about what will happen to critical illness and ICU admissions. And so this is the Extreme ICU project that we started involving or trying to involve most registries around the globe. We have now piloted the model, but we are now working all the ethics. And this shows also an idea that you can run through Logic, because Logic is putting together many national registries like ICRU. So if you have an idea, then you can maybe secure some small funding, you can do a pilot of the analysis, then you go out to other registries like we are doing with Extreme ICU also in Uganda. And we also application for this project. We'll know about it in October. And this is where the ICRU came in, and let's see if this can help sustain also the registry research in the next 3 years. And this is how the Climate Cute grant looks. I don't have time to go through it, but we really want to study patients' trajectories entering the hospitals in different settings around the globe, see their physiology, see the in-hospital temperatures, how they vary, what's the impact on critical illness, and then we have an entire section countries. The data pipeline is robust. At the national level, you really have a data-centered culture that is quite unique. The private-public balance is the strength of your registry, and the early career members, as we could see today, it's such an advantage of this scheme. We have challenges. We have to look at what will happen in 2007. We have to find funding, but we know this is the only way to answer this question. This is working because we are doing all these things correctly. So where are we going from here? We are already doing some things like registry-enabled observational research, motivate, ICO, epidemiology papers, and other papers. We have been doing this already. Maybe we can work a bit more on clinical trial specific projects. Maybe no one will be interested in funding a network. No one will be interested in funding the ICRU network if you call it a registry network. But if you call it a network embedding a clinical trial, then they get more interested. So the synergies with the perioperative track, but also the participation in the call, NIHR call, or other project-specific fundings for 2027. Please think about it, because getting funding for clinical trials is nowadays, unfortunately, much easier than getting it for a registry. Emulated trials. Think as the world is moving towards this, already embed in your team capacity, maybe the next ICRU PhD candidate can be working on this. ICU performance and QI. We don't write implementation science grants. We should be doing that more, because implementation science is at the center of improving quality. There is a lot of evidence being generated out there that never gets translated. So it is true that it's harder to get a successful implementation science grant, but it's possible. And of course, participate with other registries in international calls like you've been doing with ProFluid and now with ClimateCute, hoping that this will go well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Luigi. So we are going to go into the final session of the day, and it's going to be our panel discussion. So I'm going to request Herbert and yes, Brian to come and help me. Maybe about 5 chairs, Mary? 6 chairs, right? Yeah. We are going to invite our panelists, and this session is going to be moderated by Dr. Mary Nabukenya, who is also the president of the Association of Anesthesiologists of Uganda. And this session is really going to be quite interactive, discussion with the panelists, and then audience can ask questions. So this will be your chance to ask as many questions as you had throughout the evening, and then we shall wind it up with a brief vote of thanks to everyone who has attended. And we hope that you have picked up a lot from this. Feedback from Alice is, after we complete the session, we shall request you to fill out, just scan the QR code for the post-network meeting survey after we are done, and fill it out. It helps us to improve for next time, and also it will allow us to be able to know where we can make the changes in case any are recommended. And also feedback on how well we have performed in terms of making sure that we deliver the material we expected to deliver. Apologies from Dr. Wangari from Kenya. She was not able to make it today. She had quite a busy clinical schedule that couldn't let her join us, but we hope that next time she'll join us. She had sent in slides with the hope that she would be here with us, but she wasn't able to make it, so we shall move on to the panel discussion. Yeah, Dr. Mary, I think there are 6 chairs, yes. You need to sit, Mary.
Hello, everyone. Do we need to stand up again? Just stand up and say hello to your neighbor. Ask them something funny. I want to see people laughing in the room. Let's stand up. You don't know what to ask? All right, thank you. So I think this is sort of what everyone has been waiting for, an opportunity to ask some questions to people, or for me, I think I'm very interested in hearing from the audience, especially the people that are generating data for this registry, people who are entering data, and the people who are actually seeing this work. I'm going to request you to sit again. Thank you for indulging me. So we've heard a lot about the registry. We've heard about the platform and the systems that have been put into the platform to make sure that it's protecting the patient's information. We've heard about the sites that are collecting this data and how people are using it or not using it. And I'm sure we all have questions about the relevance, really. I have been happy or really interested hearing that people are actually using this work. And the theme of this session is the data working, right? Is it actually working? I will start with Sister Evelyn Esther Aturi, who is a senior nursing officer in the Mulago Intensive Care Unit. Thank you for accepting to be here today. And then I would like to invite Dr. Patience Atumanya, who's an anesthesiologist at the Uganda Cancer Institute and also is a site lead at one of the private hospitals in Kampala. Thank you for coming. Next, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Luigi Pisani. I hope I pronounced that right. Who has been gracious enough to come and be our keynote speaker today at the first Intensive Care Registry of Uganda meeting. And I hope we will see you at the subsequent ones. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Agre Luwikire, who's an anesthesiologist and intensivist at the Kawempe National Women's National Referral Hospital. I hope that's the proper name. Thank you. I'd like to invite Nawakonyi, who is a graduate nurse and a long-standing registry data entrant, and also works at Lubaga Hospital. And finally, I would like to I think he stepped out. Dr. Moses Ochan, right on time. Dr. Moses Ochan is, he and his team at the School of Biomedical Sciences, the Research and Ethics Committee, are the reason that this registry is present in this country, because they gave us the permission to have this registry running, and we are very grateful for that. I think your ethics committee has become a favorite. Everyone is looking for an opportunity to come there
even if sometimes they may not be able to. So these are our panelists, and I would like us to start with some clinical questions. We've heard a lot about the registry, how to enter the data, you know, what data is in there, and maybe some impact that it has had. But now I want to ask Sister Evelyn. I call her Sister Evelyn. I don't know what everyone else calls her. Call her Sister Evelyn. She works in the Mulago intensive care unit. If I can ask you one question, you did say that this helped you make some changes in the ICU. I'm curious, what have you actually changed for your patient care at the bedside? And is there any specific data that you got in the registry that caused this change? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary. Yeah, indeed, there's been a lot, great impact in this registry work. What I can only say, or what I can start with, I'm really blessed to be an ICU. You know, it's a government facility, and I'm blessed to have my head of department being one of the developers of the protocols and the guidelines. This was key for the beginning part of it. So when registry came in, we already had protocols and guidelines on ground. It was strengthening them. You know, science keeps changing every day with evidence-based learning. So there were some highlights. There were some things that we had to improve on that. First and foremost, I want to talk about, we have been talking about protocols, like the VAP protocol, the ventilator care protocol for VAP. Initially, yes, we had this on ground, but how did this registry help us? We have the monthly audits on these, and the outcomes are really pinned on every notes board. So when I like saying mine, it's not mine alone, but when the head of unit, like when she's advocating for this, there's a lot of evidence that everyone is seeing and knowing the reason as to why she wants this in place. So we have seen good outcomes on this because we have used the bundle. We have really shown the outcomes, the number of patients that have improved using it, what were the death rates, and how best was this done, you understand? So this all is attributed to the efforts of the registry that has made emphasis on this kind of care. When you look at in most of the studies, we have seen use of antibiotics, and being a government facility, you know, most of the time is empirical kind of management, but with specifically this study which emphasizes on maybe culture and sensitivity for use of antibiotics, the high-level antibiotic use, like those high-level antibiotics, has reduced because now most of our patients, we are managing them based on the results. So we have seen the burden of resistance reduce in this because we really use the right drug for the patient. That is one of the outcomes. Now, when we look at still in our studies, we are seeing on management of patients, for instance, management of like CPR. We know very well, like most of our patients come with cardiac arrest from the ward. We have cardiac arrest from the ward to ICU for management, but there's also cardiac arrest in the wards. So we looked at most of the cases of cardiac arrest actually come from the ward. So how has the registry helped us to address this? One, it has helped us have trainings. So now we have trainings down to the wards where these patients come from. Which kind of care should they give to these patients before they transfer them to ICU posts for post-cardiac arrest care? So this has really strengthened the knowledge gap between the lower areas. I call them lower areas like the wards, the HDUs, knowing that most of our HDU patients actually are ICU patients. Just because of space, they stay in
in HDU. So how are we supporting them down there before they really come to ICU if there is need? So we have seen that with this, it has reduced the number of patients coming from down because people are able to handle these patients. Then also in ICU itself, it has also helped us on management. So this has given us numbers. How many cases have we gotten of cardiac arrest? How did we manage them? Then what was the outcome within the 72 hours? Like, did they die? Did they make it? If they didn't, what went wrong is the question. And we address that. It is because of the registry that has also brought that. Then also with the burden, the registry has helped us know which cases are familiar with us. Which are these cases that come to IC? For instance, we have the neurosurgical whatever that cases. We saw all here in the presentation that more of these patients come from theater. So what has the registry helped us to do? One, to put emphasis that when you go to theater, book space. In case the patient will need ICU, will come to ICU with assurance that there's space. Even if the patient will not need ICU care, maybe will be extubated and patient is doing well and taken to the ward, that will be a good part. But basing on that, seeing that many patients come from theater, we really emphasize on that. That was brought with the knowledge that we got from our data as presented here. And as also we entered, we saw that. Then also for planning purposes, now as I said, the burden of neurosurgical cases. This has also helped the ICU, like in decision makers with our leaders. Who are these people? The personnel that is needed in the ICU. We have looked at numbers. We're blessed to have Nakasero presented having 57 staff on 12 beds. But you see with the public ICUs is the opposite. What does this translate? It means that we need to have the right numbers. The ratios should be the best in order to have the best care for this patient. That is advocacy, which is also going on with the ICU of Mlago. Then also the right personnel to be appointed, or the right personnel to be involved in the care of this patient. A question was thrown, who is taking care of these people? Don't worry, they are trained people, either on job or by course, but they have the knowledge to handle. But we are looking at it through specialty to have the best of our care. And also talk to colleagues. Sounds like is doing a lot. I guess what the bit people not thought was going to happen in the past year, right? Yeah. So thank you so much. This microphone is doing. Right. It's okay, keep it. So now I want to move to Dr. Lu. Again on the clinical question. Dr. Lubikira is an obstetric intensive registry was created a general ICU registry, and you work in an obstetric ICU. Does this registry serve your purposes? And or do you think that your patients are lost in the maze?
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary, and my fellow panelists. The registry serves us partially because some of the studies that have been done, like the Motivate study, some of the patients were already in ICU, they're on mechanical ventilation. The outcome that actually Cornelius talks about speaks to us. But in totality, it is speaking to us in general terms, not in specifics, because the patients we are working with are unique in that most of them are young. Their problems are either going to obstetrics or anesthesia, or both. When they come, also they stay slightly shorter compared to other general population, and they tend to recover also faster.
So some of the information cannot be just extrapolated directly. It's not a copy and paste. You have to understand and say what is so special about these people. So if you do a subgroup analysis, then you come to appreciate and directly speaks to that, because then you realize, okay, out of this outcome, there are these special people. So where the gaps are is the information needs to be tailored to the pattern period. When we get some of the patients in our ICU, we were where they're coming from, because the outcome directly tells you. When someone tells you, I'm traveling from Karamoja to Kawempe, it's not the same as someone coming from Kisenyi to Kawempe, because transporting a critically ill has a bearing on the outcome. So you start wondering. So for us, we have dashboards where we want to know where our patients are coming from, but also how old they are, how long have they been in a hospital setting where something has just happened, and then what are their other challenges. So many things contribute to mortality in obstetrics, but when you're looking at a general registry, they may not come out because they'll be lost in the maze. And then we've had, the last October, we went around the country finding out why were mothers dying because of obstetric anesthesia. And that information actually somehow doesn't come out in this kind of registry. So it would be very good actually when the registry, I think, is kind of tailored to this subgroup of population that have their own challenges, but also have their uniqueness in terms of data. And it's also easier to drive policies, especially if you're talking about obstetrics. The country is invested. Every mortality is audited immediately within 72 hours. And the Office of the President is highly interested. And so you find that if you're going to use policy-driven data, it is easy actually. If one mother dies and everyone is concerned, it's easier and to influence policy, but along the way you also improve information that affects outcome, both of the mother and of the neonate as well, because the two go concurrently in terms of outcome. So there is some progress, but I think there's more room for improvement.
So what I'm hearing from Dr. Agre is his patients are there in the registry. You have to do a specific analysis to see what's actually going on. And I think he's made some suggestions of things that he wishes he could have. I hope the registry leads have had this. Where are the patients coming from? How long have they been in hospital before they come? And I think
the kind of anesthesia they've had.
And the perioperative factors. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to turn to Sister Nawakoni. You've been a long-standing data entrant for the registry. What does the data look like? What does the registry look like from where you sit? And does it look like it matters?
Okay, thank you so much. To us, registry, we do use it as a monitor. We look at it as a monitoring tool in improving the patient care, quality, and also identifying the gaps in management of the patients. Yes. And it really matters a lot. It really matters a lot because it reflects the real ICU experience. Yes.
Thank you very much. And I think those things have been reiterated throughout the different presentations from the different sites. Everyone is appreciating that the monitoring bit is important and it's actually helping them see their local data. People are pulling their own local data and using it to improve change. So that's good to hear. Thank you. Yes.
Maybe to the registry team, one thing should be captured. There is something missing in our data, like the reasons for referral, as in when we are referring a patient to another facility. Yeah. I think it will be of importance when it is included.
Reason for referral.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. This is very good feedback. So now let's talk about the governance for the registry. And at this point, I would like to turn to Dr. Ochan. So this intensive care registry of Uganda is operating under a registry ethical approval. But we've also had all the studies that have been conducted and the residents' research that's going on. And these proposals and projects have had to get their own research approvals from either their sites or from the School of Medicine ethics approval. If you think about it, those are two different ethical frameworks. And each of them is serving a different purpose. The registry is growing. We saw they started with a few ICUs. Now we're at 25 sites. We're going to get more and more ideas on how we can use it. So I think that architecture of the ethics, we all need to understand it. Everyone who wants to use the data, the site leads, the people who want to use this data to do their different projects, we all need to understand that architecture. And as we do more and more work out of it, I think this is going to evolve. But I think the one fundamental question that I want to ask is, this registry is really a collection of data that we get out of routine patient care, right? And it was, by the time it was started, we had Ministry of Health approval. And if you think about it, this is not human research in the typical sense of human research. So do we really need to get research and ethics approval for it? Thank you.
Thank you. But these are quite a number of questions. You'll keep reminding me if I forget some.
It's okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, and thank you the team that has organized this conference. It's timely, creates awareness and information. The first question is, are these two ethics pathways or two different ethics frameworks? And the question is, the registration of the registry or its approval, and then the individual studies that utilize the data in the registry.
Yes, what is the difference between the registry approval that the School of Biomedical Sciences provided and the research approval that everyone else who has to conduct research needs to get?
Thank you. So there are two ways of looking at it. Maybe there could be the others, but this is how you can quickly categorize them. One is the one that you've described as a quality improvement process. The institution or the hospital opens up a registry as a process of improving quality of care for its patients, not for research. You just open it, to take care of your data and use it to improve your system, so your quality of care to the patients. In that way, it's not a research, and so you don't need ethics approval. All you need is to use the institutional mechanisms. If they are there, institutional frameworks. You have, for example, a privacy officer or a office that specifically would handle issues that would arise with having a registry, really to protect the participants, their privacy, their confidentiality, and the well-being, really the issues around the ethical handling of this data. If you can assure protection of that information, that can be protected well, or there is an officer that can review the frameworks or infrastructure that can enable that, then using the institutional systems, you can open this registry. However, if you're opening it as a research, like most of the registries we've had in the country so far, like the Kampala Cancer Registry, it started and the research. and therefore it was registered as a cohort. And if it is registered as a research, therefore you have to be getting annual renewals of that approval until such a time when maybe you don't need it anymore. But that registry was started at the Department of Pathology. Then I think the leadership is changing. And now also Cancer Institute has started its own. So the two different forms are registering it as a research, in which case you need to have a formal ethics approval for opening such a registry, and its data is used for research purposes. Even the other one, if opened the other way, still you can use it for research. But now that takes you to the second question. So the first framework does not need ethics approval because it's not a study. But if anyone has to use that data, then that person has to get ethics approval for the studies that are going to be used on that data. So individual studies that are going to be written, the residents, when you're developing your proposal, you don't go straight away and start accessing participant data. You get it? So now your proposal needs to undergo a full ethics review mechanisms of the country. And I think briefly for the student research, the ethics review mechanism in the country is in such a way that, of course, the scientific review starts at the department, and then the ethics review and consideration takes place at the ethics committees, where we have, each school now has its ethics committee, and UNCSC requires that you really stick to the committee of your institution or your school. But with justification, you can cross, like the way you say, you want to come to School of Biomedical Science as a resident. UNCSC does not allow you to move from School of Medicine to School of Biomedical Science. But if there is a good justification, then you can. Then the ethics committees will then submit your protocols to UNCST, and then you get general approval for masters. But for PhD, you make full submission to UNCST as well. So in summary, in terms of the question, are these different ethics regulatory frameworks? No. For the one where the registry is being registered as a research, in which case it's approved as a cohort study. But for the one where it is for improvement of quality of care as an institution, as a hospital, you don't need ethics approval for such a registry requirement. So I think I've answered this question, unless you feel like I need to throw more light.
Yeah, you've answered it appropriately. I'm saving one more question for you, but
All
I
right.
will move. I will move to someone else for now. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Pisani, registries internationally tend to sit in varying ethical and regulatory environments. Some of them require full ethical approvals, while some run purely as clinical governance instruments. What have you seen work well, and what goes wrong when the ethical frameworks around a registry are not clear?
Thank you, Mary. That's a slippery kind of ground, and I'm not a regulatory person, but I can give you some numbers. So when in the GRID survey, we asked, how many of these 35 countries asked consent to collect registry data? Only 30% of the countries said we ask for consent, and the remaining 70 said we have a waiver of consent. But I think this is going to change quickly. And this is one matter. This is written consent for registry data. For ethics approval, we didn't even ask the question because we are moving now into you need approval for any data that you collect. So all of these countries do have some kind of approval because most of the registry data at some point will be used for research. So the registries that are limited to pure quality improvement, I don't know one, that a registry that doesn't at a certain point want to publish their data and go into changing policy. Coming to your second question, I can give a very clear example. So the Italian registry, this year, they got all their publications blocked due to one privacy officer, data protection officer from one institution, one big research institution, which is the institution owning the registry in Italy, but the DPO, data protection officer, he said that the legislation behind the approvals, not behind the approvals, but behind the consent forms were unclear. And the Italian registry has one person working like here with Alice, only focusing on approvals for the hospital. Such is the complexity. But one DPO was able to block the publication of data for the entire country, and we now have 6, 7 manuscripts blocked. So this is one example of what can go wrong, because the Italian registry, they did acknowledge that they did not extremely clarify what was the framework they were using to collect their data. At a certain point, they do have approvals from each site, but they don't have informed consent from each patient, and they don't have it for all their periods. So this was a little bit unclear. So the suggestion is, it really is different country to country. You really have to sit down with your ethics committee, with your ministries, because ethics committees, they don't understand applications for registries. Why would they? I mean, it's not retrospective, it's not prospective, it goes on forever. It's really complicated for an ethics committee. So it must be discussed, you know, how do you want us to do this? Do you want consent? Okay, if you want consent, then we have to sit down with the ICRU team and decide how are we going to collect single patient consent for this. And now Italy, they said, we have enough. We are going to collect consent, and we close this thing. So now I am collecting individual patient consent signed by the family member for each patient. And for many, of course, we forget, because the clinician, he doesn't know even about the existence of the registry, and what will happen to those patients without a consent in a few years. So it's quite complicated, but you have to deal it at the individual country. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's very good to know. Because we are talking about the people that are coming up to take over the registry, I'm hoping it will go on and on. There's no shortcuts here. I know we like to take shortcuts. It's best to get everything right. Otherwise, all the work that has been done is going to go to no use. Okay. So now I think everyone is thinking, where do we go from here? Obviously, we've heard about some changes that have been made. We've heard about the governance of the registry, but what are the next steps? What do they look like? And so I want to go to Dr. Atumanya. I think you've been hearing Atumanya in the study by Atumanya. This is the Atumanya. This is the Atumanya that everyone has been talking about. So you've been in the ICU space for some time now, and you have had everything that has been produced out of the registry. But looking forward, where do you think the ICU registry needs to go in the next 3 years? And is there something that you think they need to do going forward that they're not doing now?
Thank you, Mary. So looking forward to where we're going, the ICU registry has really been instrumental in getting us data from where we started up to now. And I think now we need to translate the data into clinical care processes and also advocacy. I would think one of the things we can start with is try to get the hospitals to take some kind of responsibility for the registry. In case we don't get, say, a grant in the next 3 years, we need this to continue to have some form of, self-sustainability. We could start these discussions with the hospitals that are participating to at least maybe provide the same incentives we are giving to data entrants, so that the registry. Yes. That would be one way to do it. And then two, we could start also looking at translating it into policies. So we can start by talking to the ministries that are, I know they are rolling out a lot of health management information systems, and most of the data is getting into, going electronic. This would be one way to try and advocate and make sure that the way we collect our data stays as a national kind of guide or SOP ready. And this would enable us to use the data, advocate for funding for ICUs, funding for human resource, so that the Mulago National Referral can have a one-to-one nursing based on what the data we collect from the registry. And this can also help us to formulate national guidelines, policies, and we can also use the registry as a checkpoint to see who's adhering to these policies, who's adhering to the protocols, so that we can make our care processes much better, and I guess the long-term benefit is to make sure that our patients benefit from this by having a higher survival rate. I forget the second question you asked me.
Is there anything you think that the registry should be doing that it's not, something that they can work on in the next 3 years? If you can, maybe to even tailor it to the bedside, right? There's something that that would help the care provider at the patient bedside that's not in the registry now.
I think we've had quite a bit from the different units. They are using the data to actually improve their care processes. One person said they no longer have a lot of VAP. Other people know how to book beds because of the high number of post-operative patients. I think now moving forward, we could find a way to have maybe meetings from the different centers so that you can create guidelines and protocols for these units. I think that would be a big stepping stone for these ICUs that we're working in, so that we have something that is formulated based on our local data that we have, and that would make our care better. And two, I think if we can have the subgroups also get a bit more representation. I come from oncology. I'm guessing once we start having ICUs, I would want to see what data is available, and then we can use that to also improve starting up. Same as I think Agri mentioned this, the obstetrics, the pediatrics, and I think if we can have these subgroups more represented and more out there, that would help us get a bit more representation from the same registry that we already have.
All right, thank you so much. I guess now this is a call to anyone in this room that works in an ICU that's not in the registry. I think it's your responsibility to go back and tell your unit lead or hospital lead that they need to get on here, because that's what's going to help build the small numbers and improve the data for the subgroup analysis. So now I want to turn to the audience and hear some comments, some questions to this panel or from your experience. I need someone to help me move the microphone around. Do I see any? Does anyone want to make any comments? Where? Yes, Dr. Jen. Dr. Jen is the head of the intensive care unit at Mulago National Referral Hospital.
Thank you very much, everyone, for this very wonderful meeting. I think one of the comments I would like to make is our responsibility as critical care healthcare workers. I think we want to keep abreast of the best critical care practices wherever, whether it's high income setting or low income setting, just so we get the best outcomes for our patients. So we work in public, we work in private, but we don't usually do things because certain resources are lacking. For example, you don't sedate because you don't have sedatives. No, it's intentional not to sedate whoever doesn't need sedation. I think such things should be intentional practices. So what we get out of this data, like the Motivate ICU, it really was very key in showing that patients who are on spontaneous breathing had way better outcomes than those who are heavily sedated. So we try to push for whatever it is that is positive in what we are finding. And we encourage other ICUs to do the same.
Thank you very much for your comment. I want to make a personal comment. I have really enjoyed this meeting because everything that is shared, everyone in the room is really invested in what we are talking about, and everyone is learning from their data, and everyone else is hearing what the other person is doing. And I think there's a lot of introspection from people looking at what their data is showing. I saw a small percentage of people that said that they are not using their data for anything. And I feel very positive about the fact that I think everyone going from here is going to look at their data and actually do something, because everyone else is doing it and you don't want to be the only one who's not doing anything. Thank you so much. Any other comments, questions to our panelists? Can I ask? Yes, please. I'm going to pick a random person, please. I apologize if it ends up being you.
Thank you so much. Once I'm Goa, a nurse from Bioregional. We have made sorry about that. We have made mention several times that critically ill patients are found not only in ICU, but they are found in most of our units in the hospital. I want to ask whether a critically ill patient in any unit like accident and emergency, whether their data is important to us. And if it is important, is there any way we can collect it and it benefits the registry? Thank you.
Who wants to take this question? Sylvia.
Thank you, Mugowa, for that wonderful question. It is really good to include those patients from the A&E in the registry. But I think there the registry will need to employ more people to work on that. Because even right now, we still have some workload. You have to attend to the patients in the ICU. At the same time, you have to make sure that data is entered. So if we have to make a follow-up even at A&E, it would be hard for us, maybe when they recruit people from A&E. But their data is needed. Thank you. And then at the end, the accident and emergency patients, they end up in ICU. After resuscitating them, they come directly to ICU. So we end up still picking their data. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. Okay. Very briefly, Esther.
So much, Khaled. Every data matters, and you've said A&A, but I think according to the registry, it was specifically ICU this time. That's why we are not talking about other units. But if there is another study that may be requiring accident and emergencies and what this data is really necessary. But for now, it was only specifically for ICUs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That raises a very good question, and I think we are going to walk away with some answers to our questions, but we are also going to walk away with more questions, and we should keep thinking about them, and they will help us as we go forward. One last question. I'm going to. Okay. Yes, Dorothy.
Thank you.
the presentations and the panelists are across the divide. You have people from the public space, from PNFPs, and from private hospitals. Now, there's a huge inequality. The person with the 57 critical care nurses may have 4-to-1 nursing, whereas a public facility will fail to even raise maybe 1-to-2 or 1-to-1. That's the standard. Is there accountability for this in the registry? Is it a confounder that is addressed in the data collection? Thank you.
Arthur, do you want to answer this question? You want to ask a question? Okay, in the meantime, can we get someone to answer this? Yes, Agri.
Kawempe National Referral. Since I joined, Dr. Mustafa was the only anesthesiologist. We are now 4 intensivists in the hospital. How did we reach there? It was information. How do you improve service of anesthesia? We had to have a discussion with the head of, with the executive director about the mortalities that were happening versus the human resource. And sometimes it's that conversation that I can drive. So if you have that, actually, you need to sit down on the round table. In about 2 weeks from now, I'll be going with a team from Kawem to help Otipo to set up an ICU. It only took one person to die, a VIP, and then I whispered in the commissioner's ear and said, it be an opportunity that where even a kingdom is, we can actually set up an ICU. And said, I think this can happen, so can you draw up a plan? And we drew up the plan over coffee, and it's now going to materialize. So sometimes the change you're looking for starts with you, like Dr. Arthur said. Be courageous enough to start the conversation, but be courageous enough to include other conversationalists in that talk. The people who have given us help are not part of the initial conversation, but it's just a corridor talk, and we've reached here. So I've been able to get now 11 anesthetic officers. I intentionally teach 2 universities, Kabale and Sitama University, with the intention of fostering knowledge, but I also recruit human resource. And literally everyone who is most of here have been taught by me. The Sitama students and Kabale students who are here. I've taught since 2017. Officially, none of the universities pays me money, but I'm intentional because I need to see a change. In the event that I fall sick, who is going to help me out of Kampala? You must be willing to see beyond the picture of this data. Like the patients that Dr. Adam presented, just imagine it was one of your next of kin. Do you think they could have survived if you are there? So the change we see should not be expected by your neighbor. We haven't reached where I want to be in Kawempe. We used Dr. Asimwe's data, which was about acute kidney injury in obstetric patients, to be able to convince UNICEF we have dialysis services in Kawempe now, 2 dialysis machines. So we are using information intentionally. And also the other thing is the executive director is so much data-driven and research-oriented to the point that actually for them they have been a budget for that. So it's easier for me even to tell him the idea about even our registry, because he's really convinced and he buys into that because he knows numbers speak volumes later. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Agreed. Dr. Pitani.
Yeah, I think that really speaks to this question, which is quite important. I bounce it back a little bit. You know, what is private? What is a public side? And I had the pleasure these 3 years of supervising or co-supervising Cornell. And when he drafted his survey to answer this question, his survey was never ending. And as a co-supervisor was like, wow, this is going to be a big study, only the survey on ICU characteristics. But he was right. Public-private means nothing if you don't give descriptors of what public and private means. We all know nurse to bed ratio. That's an easy one and important. 4-to-1, 1-to-1 is different. But what else? And so Cornell looked at protocols, and I really invite you to read that when it's out, because it's really dense. It's really saying where are the differences and which ones are actionable or not. Because we also know some private side might be worse than good public. And another example, because it goes back to your obstetric example. So in India, they now decided to describe their obstetric population. So they put on all the obstetric cases in the registry, and it came up to 500 patients in 4 or 5 years. And they compare these public-private, and the mortality was 2% in the private and 6% in the public. Although they had few public hospitals, but then we're, oh gosh, public is worse. No, when we looked at their Apache and SOFA scores, they were completely different. There was an issue of referral in public hospital that rose their Apache scores, and the standardized mortality was the same between private and public. We crossed the border, Bangladesh, 40% mortality. So it's really important to give a descriptor of what is in the site. And I think you did a great job in Uganda. But now, I really love Arthur's presentation. Cornell, how are you going to take those ICU characteristics paper so dense and really get it into action and into policy? I think that's a good question to discuss.
Lots of questions coming up, and we may not go away with all the answers, but we shouldn't forget those questions because they'll help us to think about solutions going forward. So I want to pose one last question to each of our panelists, and it's the same question. We'll start here and go that way. And what is the one thing you would change about the registry? One sentence. Try, please.
Okay. To me, I think I got most interested in the registry, but I cited what I would change that is in the registry in my unit, in order not to miss out any information. I looked at electronic entry of patients, like registering patients electronically, which like maybe when they are code them numbers to gives them move to like get other services in the hospital, that will help data entrance get really information easily. Because when we're just entering manually, there are some things that are missed out, and this complicates data collection. So thank you.
Oh, sorry. So you're saying the hospital should get an electronic?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
What would I change? I think I would try to have a red flag pop up per site, so they can trigger these hospitals to kind of do better.
Okay, thank you. Interesting.
Can I be provocative?
Yes.
Is it allowed?
Yes, yes.
Okay, it's all mine. I'll quote a friend and a colleague. It's Abby. Once she gave me this advice when I was blocked. One thing I would change, I would forget the registry. When it doesn't help the registry narrative, forget it. I would even change the name. You know, they did this in the Nepal registry. That is also our brother in the network. They didn't call it the Nepal registry, so the intensive care Nepal registry. They call it the Nepal Research Foundation. So if you call it, you know, intensive care registry of Uganda, people in the ethics and they will start saying, what is this? Even my professor in Bari, he still struggles when I explain him, why did I take 3 days to come here? What is again this registry? But if you say, you know, the intensive care research of Uganda, because you do trials, you do quality improvement, the registry is just a tool. You do massive things. It's just a provocation, but it's when the registry narrative doesn't help, forget about it. You're answering a research question. You're doing a quality improvement project. You're doing implementation research. You're doing advocacy and policy. The registry is just a tool. You don't need to mention it all the time.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you.
I'll do many things, but I'll speak one like the question was.
One sentence.
I'll definitely make request that we have a mandatory module for obstetrics across the country. It's one measure of output for hospital work, especially those of us who work in government. Surgical output, especially obstetrics, is a big measure. And in this tool, I would want to understand the surgical neonatal outcomes, the mode of anesthesia given. But I would also intentionally embed a tool that does the follow-up of our patients out of ICU, like the Frog ICU study that's going on, or that was on at some point, where French and other European studies studied follow-up these ICU patients for 1 year. Because when we discharge, what will happen in the community? We have a 43, I mean, we have an 18-year-old that was referred to us from Kisenyi. She's been with us. She was referred because of total spinal anesthesia plus a cardiac arrest. She's in that ghost state where she's almost about 6 out of 8. We've been with her 45 days, and we are struggling to send her to other public hospitals, which are government, because of the neurological outcome. And so you imagine those that have been out of ICU, what really happens to them. Her child is alive, she's 18 years old, but with big neurological injury. And I'm wondering how many other mothers really could be in this situation and we do not know what will happen to them. Can government set up a rehabilitation center if we have this data-driven information so that we have something for them? It's a question to all of us. And also probably, do we need a commissioner for anesthesia and critical care services?
Bias room, but yes, we definitely need one. Yes, Sylvia. Thank you,
Okay.
agree.
On my side, I would make the registry more user friendly, probably to everyone in our unit, and that's the department at large. Thank you.
I think that's something that has to be picked at to understand what user-friendly means. Thank you very much.
Yeah, probably I'll not use one sentence, but recently there has been a problem with laboratory data. So when you send your patients for microbiology, culture, and sensitivity tests, the patient does the test and goes away. People later won't come and they want to use the remaining samples and presented a problem. The patient did not give the sample for research, gave the sample for clinical care. So now how are you going to get that work ethically approved? Presented a problem. So I think the Ministry of Health started to improve the sample collection forms. There is now somewhere down there in the new forms that NMET is submitting for patients to consent. Just a simple sentence and 2 tick boxes that in case they would allow any of the remaining samples to be used in research. So what am I coming to? That for the data in our registry, we need to protect the owners of that data better. We need to protect them. It shouldn't be accessed by anyone at any time. That data is an individual. Okay, you have in the registry, but it's representing a person. So to ensure that the privacy of that person is ensured, the confidentiality, who is accessing this data? What are the regulatory frameworks for accessing this data? And what about the usage of the data? How are you going to use it when you access it? So I think we need to work on those issues, improving protection of the owners of this data, so that then when researchers come on these databases or in this data registry, we don't get challenges that you've had been talked about. The infrastructure of a data privacy or a privacy officer, I don't think there is any institution in Uganda that has a privacy officer. Is there any? Mulago has, eh? I don't know if there is any institution that has a privacy officer. So this becomes a structural problem in our context. The other thing I wanted to say is that UNCSC introduced a guideline in 2021, I think late 2021. My friend there can help me. There were these issues of, again, the same issue that you collect samples, and CPHL was a big culprit on this. CPHL collects samples in the entire country for HIV tests, TB, and there's a lot of samples in there. And now they want to start publishing, using those samples to do additional tests and publish work. So they were writing a big grant, and then I just stopped them and they lost the grant because they say now, so who are the owners of the samples? So UNCSC passed the guideline 2021 in as much as you have the patient sample collected for clinical care and you have it in your storage, from September 2021 moving forward, that sample, you can only use it when you have tried to look for the owner of that sample and consented them. And you have to provide evidence that you failed to find that person. But the guideline is that from 2021 moving forward, September, any sample that you're going to find that someone left behind, a clinical sample, now you want to do research on it, you have to provide evidence that you have looked for that person and you have failed to get them. That's then when you can go ahead and use it. So my one sentence is that, since I'm from the ethics side, that we want to, as we collect this data, also improve the protection of the owners of the sample. Let's respect this data. This data is an individual, and we need to ensure that they are taken as that. Then maybe lastly, the ministry has a DHIS2 database. I think we know it. It's just a complicated thing, but in case the issue of sustainability, you can also explore that to see if there could be addenda to the DHIS2 database to see how to interface this data and collect it through the normal hospital data collection system for the issues of sustainability. But that is at the, if everything fails, there is a DHIS2 database system which is running in all the hospitals in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ochan. Can you join me to give a thunderous clap to our panelists? Thank you for sharing your experiences, your insights, and a lot of advice. I think the ethics person has really made us think about things that we need to think about. And I have a follow-up question that I'll follow him after this. So at this point, I want to say thank you to all of us. Thank you all for coming to this meeting. I want to say we've got some answers. I think there's a lot of motivation now, and we've got some questions to ponder on going forward. I want to thank everyone who's playing their roles in this registry. I want to thank the Critical Care for Asia Africa Network for putting this, building this registry network. I want to thank the local leads, Adam, Cornell, and Arthur, and your team. And then I want to thank Alice and Brian, who have organized a very good conference. Everyone is saying it has been very well organized. So congratulations and thank you for that. And I think everyone is looking forward to what is coming from this registry. And for me, I think once this is out there and people are hearing about it, everyone is going to want to do better in terms of collecting data and collecting good data. So some announcements. Please scan the QR code on your badge for the post-conference survey. I hope they will get more than 25 responses this time. There's a dinner at the pool starting at 6 for the registry network members. And then for the registry network members, tomorrow's meeting, the dress code is anything that allows physical activity. So at this point, I'd like to invite, we're going to have a group photo. Please don't go away. But first, I think we should take a picture of the panelists with the local registry leads and the team support. Albert, Alice, Brian, please come up for photo. Cornell, Adam. And then we'll take a group photo of everyone in the room. Davis, we need your help.
First time I saw you, I knew you're my guy. Making songs super clean, gorgeous like that. You make me nervous, you make me so shy. Making songs super clean, gorgeous like that. You wanna pick me up from my mama's house, wanna link me quick, wanna take me out. But now, like a bug, baby, I won't just give me a kiss and a girl, I want you must always get the hammer now, always. My baby, always, always. And if you like a dog, baby, I won't just give me a kiss and a girl, I want you must always.
My sweetheart, you make me wanna change the life they give pillar. Really wanna make you my wife. Sub-serious, like sinner.
Let's do a group photo outside, and then there's tea out here. For those who are not coming to dinner. So what's going to dinner? There's tea for everyone. Yes. Dinner is today at 6 p.m.
So let us push by. Show me you look nice. Keep guessing, what does she look like? I don't want one for the books. All I'm trying to say is that I'm aging. I'm tired of running around with all these ladies. It's time to settle down. I know this might come off a little crazy, but for when I gotta get study lady, girl, you got the crown.
First time, don't know how I'm a chest, lift a butterfly away. We still got love. And if you move like a thug, baby, I won't judge. Give me a kiss and a hug. Tell her what you must. Oh, hey. It's in her now. Oh, hey.